as the journalist reported. Prayed somehow, in some newspaper somewhere, he'd find that word to make him take note.
"Lukas!"
He took note, but this certainly wasn't a message from Margot. He turned, brow furrowed. Jules had barely exchanged 2 words with him in the past week. Those they had exchanged had been distracted, rushed. His friend now hurried down the sidewalk, wearing a frown of his own.
"What's the blasted hurry? I have been trying to catch up with you for 5 minutes."
"I am feeling the cold." And it made his shoulder ache anew, though he wasn't about to whine about it. He'd had his fill of listening to his own complaints. He offered a grin.
"You should have shouted sooner."
Jules sent his gaze heavenward, to where the wind chased the clouds across the sky like a swift-footed fox.
"Where are you going?"
He actually paused for a moment to consider how much to say, which just proved how at odds they had been with each other this week. He had never hesitated to share anything, everything with Jules, and he wouldn't begin now.
"I have become acquainted with another refugee who is gathering some information for me. Where there are camps, newspapers, the like. I am meeting with him."
He must have expected Jules to nod and motion him forward again, falling in beside. He must have expected it because that was what he always would have done before. But today the man just stood there, nodding, but absently.
"Looking for news of your family, I trust. I hope you find them."
Jules shifted, touched Lucas's arm.
"Listen, I have a favor to ask of you. I need you and Miss Forsyth to have supper with Enora and me."
He would dismiss the search for Lucas's family so quickly, so entirely? That wasn't like Jules. And why? Enora? The cause of this new distracted state, apparently. Lukas knew the name was familiar, but for the life of him he couldn't place it. Perhaps because he was too busy staring at his friend and trying to pinpoint what had shifted between them. One of the clouds from overhead settled on Jules's face and darkened.
"Enora Peters, we have played in the same orchestra 4 of the last 5 years, Lukas. Do not tell me you do not know who she is."
It clicked into his memory then, thankfully. Enora Peters, renowned Flemish flautist, a woman he knew very little about, despite moving in the same musical circles. But the image of her round pink cheeks and bouncing curls gave him confidence enough of the face that belonged to the name that he could roll his eyes and try a tease.
"Of course I know who she is.
It's just that I never imagined you seeing a woodwind player." And he didn't want to talk about a potential romance right now. He wanted to talk to his friend about the search for Margot and Mare, get his advice, seek his opinions. But that would only make him look more selfish. And he wouldn't be. If Jules wanted to talk about Enora Peters, then they would. The rigid line of his friend's shoulders relaxed. A bit.
"And I'll not be seeing her for long if I cannot convince her that I haven't been unduly influenced by your ways over the years."
A slice of guilt, though it was followed by simmering frustration.
"Did you not just recently rejoice in the fact that you could still pursue those ways, even without me, when I said I was finished with them? You now want to convince a woman that you never did? What did I ever do but follow behind you, keeping you out of trouble? I was not the one with the endless string of women. I enjoyed the food and wine, nothing more."
Chafing his hands together, gloves apparently forgotten, Jules eased back a step.
"I simply need you to come tonight, talk of how boring I have always been, perhaps, and demonstrate yourself fully in love with Miss Forsyth. I have been telling Enora how you've turned over a new leaf for her."
Not just for her. But that was beside the point. Lukas sighed.
"You know I am happy to help you convince Enora Peters to give you a chance. But tonight? You think I can actually convince Willa to have supper with us tonight? I can barely cajole her to lessons twice a week."
Jules eased back another step.
"You're Lukas de Wilde. You'll manage."
"Yes, I am. And that's the problem now for both of us, isn't it?" But Jules chuckled and waved that away.
"Convincing women of whatever you wanted them to believe has long been one of your gifts. Employ it now on my behalf, Lukas. That is all I ask."
Convincing the flute player that he'd turned over a new leaf would require only the truth. Convincing her Jules had always been the staid one would require only slight exaggeration. Convincing Willa, though, to come with them?
"I will try. That is all I can promise on such short notice. But she may have plans already with the Mrs. Davies.
If tonight does not suit her, is there another time?"
"Friday, I suppose, but aim for tonight."
He barely had time to mumble out an agreement before Jules had pivoted and strode away. Should it hurt that things were changing when he was the one who had set those changes in motion? Should it sit as heavy as grief that his friend was a step further away than he'd been in a decade? He turned, too, more slowly than Jules had done, and continued on his path. He wanted his friend to be happy, to find a special someone with whom he could make a life. Jules would make a fine family man, be a devoted husband, a doting father. He would travel a bit more and then settle down without a backward glance to a life of lessons and schools. Or at least Lukas thought he would, though at the moment he didn't much trust what he knew of his oldest friend. The houses he passed grew dingier, smaller. The shops sported no luxuries in their windows, just necessities and food. Mare and Margot, they had to be his top priority. He spotted Cor Ackerman through the wide front window of the bakery at which they'd agreed to meet. He sat at a small table, a steaming cup of something before him and a pastry in hand. Lukas pulled open the door and rode the gust of wind inside, happy enough to shut it out again. He ordered himself a cup of coffee and took it, black and steaming, to the other chair at the circular table. Ackerman barely glanced up to greet him. He rather took another enormous bite from the pastry. Or maybe it wasn't a pastry. Savoury scents drifted toward him rather than sweet ones.
"Have you tried their sausage rolls? Not bad."
Lukas took a sip of his coffee, winced.
"Would that I could say the same for this."
He should have gotten tea, he supposed. The British were masters at that. But he was getting tired of it. He needed a good cup of French coffee. "Have you any news?"
"Ja."
He didn't offer it, though. Instead, Ackerman took a long draught of his own coffee and another bite of the sausage roll. He wouldn't get irritated. It wouldn't help. Lukas instead sighed and looked out the window.
"I have heard that the Americans have put together a relief organization, that they have sent a ship full of food for our people."
Ackerman snorted.
"And the Brits will not let it leave their ports again. Did you hear that part too?"
He had, in fact.
"They will not hold it for long, surely."
It could make the difference between life and death for hundreds of thousands of Belgians. Surely Great Britain, which upheld the plucky Belgians as a standard to inspire their own boys to enlist, wouldn't be complicit in their starvation. Ackerman lifted his brows.
"You have more faith in them than I do."
He jammed the last bit of sausage into his mouth, not seeming to notice or to care that bits of the pastry crust clung to his lips. Though his tongue objected, Lukas took another sip of the awful coffee, just to have something to do.
"Have you family still in Belgium?"
"Getting chummy now, are we?" Ackerman wiped off his mouth with his sleeve and leaned forward.
"Look, me and mine are no concern of yours. You wanted information on refugee movement and newspapers. That is what I bring you."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a rumpled, folded sheet of paper.
"Here."
It landed in the middle of the table, and Lukas reached for it with all the calm he could muster. In barely legible handwriting, Ackerman had made 2 lists. The first, town names, presumably where camps or Belgian villages were being set up, or where large numbers were integrating into the English towns themselves. The second bore names such as L'Indépendance Belge, and set his heart pounding. So there are some newspapers. Though the list was short, with only 3 names, 2 had London scrawled beside them, 1 Brussels. He tapped that one's name. This is still running at home, under the noses of the Germans? Ackerman's shrug bordered on insolent. Someone had a copy of it, dated a week ago. My impression is that they do not manage many editions, and who knows how many of those few make their way here. What about the reverse? How many of the editions from those in London make it back into Belgium? Now Ackerman's lips curled up into a mean little grin. There's high demand for that, and even for foreign papers. I have a cousin who helped smuggle them in for quite a sum, too. He says English penny papers are selling in Brussels for 15 francs apiece. I am thinking I may get in on this trade. He certainly wouldn't stop the man from that. It would, shame of shames, take him to the east coast of England and across the Channel, well out of Lucas's way, and Willa's. He squinted at the rest of the information scrawled under the paper cities. These are the names of the owners? Ja. Fleming, what does this say, Rompu? Van Rompuy and Allard. Allard. That one sounded familiar. Was he one of the many newspaper men with whom Père had made friends? He could well be. His was the name beneath L'Indépendance Belge, which was obviously a French paper. That meant Allard was either from Brussels or Wallonia, the French-speaking south section of Belgium, like the de Wildes. Thank you for this. Lukas pulled out the rest of Ackerman's wage and set it on the table. If you hear anything else interesting, do let me know. Or if you relocate, I would appreciate word on how to reach you in case I need your services again. The man pocketed the cash and stood. I will be here for a while yet. His grin was wolfish. Unfinished business of my own still, you know. Willa, he meant. Lukas bit back a response and stayed perfectly still until Ackerman strode through the door. She could no doubt take care of him herself if he came sniffing around her again. But Lukas would warn her that he was back in town and beg her for Jules' sake to dine with them tonight. Perhaps she'd be inclined to mercy if it was for someone else. He checked his pocket watch and stood. Still plenty of time to call on her at the Davises before he had to go to work. With a bit of luck, she would be home and not out calling on someone else at this time of day. The wind greeted him when he stepped out of the bakery, and it inspired him to hurry along his path. These first cold days were always the worst, making him fantasize about a tour that would keep him in the Riviera during this time of year, or perhaps Africa, South America, somewhere hot and languid. Though Willa wasn't in any of those places, so all in all, he was rather happy to be in Wales. Or would be, if his family were here with him. His steps slowed as he rounded the corner. Would they be safe here? If he stayed with the orchestra, the only way he knew to make money enough to support them, everyone would know where he was, and by extension where they were, which would mean that those looking for his father's work would know. V would know, and would no doubt come knocking on his door again, that careful smile in place over those careful words. I can help you, he had said that first day when Lukas had stepped off the boat, barely conscious until that snapped him into awareness. I can keep your family safe. Work with us, tell us how to find your father's work, and we'll protect you all. Give England his father's secrets willingly, in other words, and they wouldn't take them by force. Lucas's hands fisted in his pockets. It wasn't an option. Not that he didn't prefer England, have them over Germany, but it wasn't as simple a matter as handing V a file of papers or a mechanical device. It would mean handing him his sister. Only when his teeth ached did he realize he was clenching them, that his jaw was so tight the muscle in it was ticking. Did V understand what he was really asking? No, he wouldn't, couldn't. No one outside of the family, and a very few of their closest friends, realized that Pear's mysterious cipher machine was no machine at all. It was a young girl, too smart for her own good. It was his duty as her brother to protect her, from Germany, from England, from anyone who would treat her like a weapon, a tool. She was so much more than that, deserved so much better. She deserved a childhood, one full of idle days and escaping from lessons and laughing with friends and... Though Margot hated all those things, her mind was never idle. Lessons, when they could actually teach her something new, were her favourite sport. And the only friend she had ever had to laugh with was Claudette. Claudette's father had been Pear's closest friend and colleague. He knew how crucial it was to protect Margot. Perhaps she and Mère were with the Archambault. Perhaps that was how he could find them. Though he wasn't sure who he trusted enough to uncover that information for him. Certainly not Ackerman or any of his cousins. But he didn't know how else to get news of or to his home. Blast the Germans! The city grew statelier with every step, the houses better kept and larger, until he turned onto the street where Willa made her temporary home. Lucas paused a moment before going up the steps to ring. It wouldn't do to see her with all these thoughts ricocheting through his head. She would know and call him on them, and while he would someday love to share them all with her, he couldn't afford to do so now. He was falling in love with her. That was the simple and unvarnished truth, but that didn't mean he could trust her. Not fully, not yet. He wasn't a fool. A deep cleansing breath, a silent prayer that the Lord would take the worry from him and replace it with wisdom, and with knowledge on how to find and rescue his family. Then, when his face felt calm and clear, he rang. A servant opened the door to him a moment later, and apparently recognizing him, ushered him in with a smile. Lucas fished a card from the case in his pocket and set it on the man's silver salver. "Lukas de Wilde for Miss Forsyth, if she is in." The servant gave a short bow. "Of course, sir. Have a seat in the parlour and I shall fetch her." "Thank you." The man turned for the stairs, leaving Lucas to step toward the room he'd visited before when he was here. But his feet halted a few steps from the doorway, his ears strained. Willa's voice, faint, and he couldn't make out the words, but he recognized the timbre. She wasn't upstairs, she was down, somewhere. He should undoubtedly just take a seat and let the servant search her out. It was the polite and logical thing to do. His feet apparently didn't receive that message as they started down the hallway of their own volition. They followed his ears around a corner and down a side hallway to what must be some sort of study, given the sliver of desk that came into view through the open doorway. She stood at the far side of it, facing the window, speaking into the telephone that she carried. He leaned into the doorway, figuring that those instincts of hers would note his presence in just a second or two. Then he could motion to her that he would be waiting in the parlour and leave her to her conversation. Except that she didn't turn. She gripped the stick of the phone like she fancied strangling it. "I know the difference between a German Shepherd and an English Mastiff, Barclay." Barclay? She'd never mentioned a Barclay, much less indicated she knew one well enough to ring him up at considerable expense. Though come to think of it, she'd never really mentioned anyone, not by name. And dogs? Why was she speaking of dogs? He'd never seen her with one. So little he really knew of her. It made a chord of loneliness echo long inside him. Those people he did know were all too far away, physically or emotionally, and this woman, who had somehow managed to capture his being with hers, she was a stranger. Willa gripped the phone tighter and all but growled. "If I were of a mind to do something stupid, don't you think I would tell you first? And do give me a bit of credit, will you? I am many things, but I am not—" She turned just a bit, showing him part of her face, her thinned lips that suddenly pulled into a smile. "Well, if I've said it so many times, perhaps you ought to remember it, and stop assuming you're the only one in the family with an ounce of intelligence. She spun toward Lukas, obviously having just seen him in her periphery. Her smile grew. "Should go. Lukas apparently decided to pay me a call." He didn't know if he should feel better or worse, that whoever she was talking to apparently knew about him. Perhaps it would depend upon what she'd told this Barclay, that Lukas was an annoying suitor who would not take a hint, or perhaps someone with whom she enjoyed spending time. Now that she'd spotted him, he could signal as he'd planned, refrain from further interrupting her, turn away. Instead, he kept on leaning into the doorframe, watching her as she rolled her eyes, as if Barclay could see her, and perched on the edge of the desk. She really wasn't what one would call pretty. Her nose was a bit flat, her hair was always slipping out of its chignon, and she hadn't enough by way of curves to be fashionable. So why then did he so want to study her for hours, to memorize the way her eyes shifted and focused, and saw what his couldn't? To draw close enough that maybe, just maybe, he could hear the music that whispered inside her. To wrap her in his arms, until he sank through those brick walls she barricaded herself behind and emerged on the other side where she was. Her gaze lifted, settled on his. Such blue eyes she had, tinged a bit with green, but still so vivid, quite unlike the deep brown of his own family, and sharp and piercing. "All right," she twisted a bit. "Give the girls my love, and Rosie if you hear from her, and tell her to kiss the little ones for me." She set the telephone back onto the desk, still leaning over to speak into it. "All right, I will. Goodbye, Barclay." Rosie, Barclay, little ones, girls, people who obviously meant a great deal to her. He wanted to know about them, but rather feared if he asked, she'd clam up as she often did. So he settled for a smile. "I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt, only to let you know I was here." She set the earpiece back in its hook and straightened. "You saved me a bit of frustration anyway. Barclay thinks it's his sworn duty to torment me." "And he is your—" It sounded casual, he thought, the sort of question one would ask of anyone who mentioned a random name. Or perhaps not, given that teasing curl to her lips. "Jealous, Mr. de Wilde." Lukas pushed off the doorframe and took a step into the study. "Perhaps I would be if you hadn't called him family." She crossed her arm over her chest, kept her eyes locked on his, tilted her head. Shame, and here I thought I'd get to claim to have made Lukas de Wilde wild with jealousy. I don't know how many women can claim that. "I am not the jealous sort." Or never used to be, though that could well be because he'd never cared about a woman enough to be jealous of anyone else in her life. The same couldn't be said for this woman, and that realization brought him another step into the room. "Though I admit it puts my teeth on edge whenever Cor Ackerman mentions you. He is back, so you know, and may well be seeking you out." Her eyes flashed yes, but not with longing, not with desire, not with affection. They flashed with suspicion and wariness and that sort of calculation that Margot would appreciate. He prayed to God, silently, but sincerely, that her eyes didn't flash like that over mention of him. The calculation snapped and sizzled for a moment. 2 then vanished behind her smile. I appreciate the warning. Is that why you dropped in? Partly. He eased another step in, half expecting her to straighten from the desk and edge away. Instead, she tipped her head a degree to follow him with her gaze. I also had a favor to ask of you. Or rather, Jules has. I am merely relaying it. Jules? She blinked and braced her palms against the desk. What favor could Jules possibly want from me? That you join him and a lady friend of his and me for supper. He offered a smile, though it rested strangely on his lips. It seems she is wary of him because of his association with me, and he hopes that we can convince her that he is benign and boring, and that I have given up my old ways for you. Another icy flash, not quite to the level that it had been at mention of Core, but enough to pierce him. I am not certain how I can help with this, given that I certainly don't believe it myself. The part about you, anyway. I haven't spent enough time with your friend to have any idea of how boring he may be. He shrugged, and hooked his hands in his pockets to keep from reaching for her. It wouldn't exactly prove his reformation to kiss her out of the blue. I do not know. I merely promised to ask you to join the rest of us tonight. She said nothing as she held his gaze. She said nothing as she pushed off the desk. She said nothing as she took a step toward him, closing the space between them to a foot so scant he could barely catch his breath. Then she smiled. All right. Come and pick me up. What time? What time? It was that easy? She would just come? He forced himself to swallow, and to remember that he was no novice at taking a woman to a restaurant. His palms had no reason to go damp at the thought of it. 7, I imagine, if that suits. Fine. She sashayed past him, not even pausing on her way out the door. I'll see you then. The room filled with air again, at least. He could drag it in, thank the Lord that she had agreed, and be grateful he had all the afternoon to lose himself in music, and put thoughts of Willa Forsythe out of his mind for a few blessed hours. Chapter 16. Willa lowered her bow and opened her eyes. She stood by her window, closed against the cool air tapping at its panes, and the view of Aberystwyth's nicest streets greeted her. The last strains of the music seemed to echo long in her small chamber, sweet and high and empty. That was the way her violin sounded now, in contrast to the Stradivarius, like an imitation of the real sound, but not the sound itself. No, it wouldn't do. She would go home soon, and this would be the only violin she would have to play. She would have to get used to its timbre again, be content with it. And why not? It had been a faithful friend all these years, before she had known what she was missing. Spinning from the window, she raised her bow again, played again the first line of melody she had ever teased from the strings. It was nothing, really, a pub song she'd heard on the streets. Nothing special, something any child could hum. But it was hers, because she had touched the bow to the strings, and the music had been there, waiting for her. There, inside this violin, it had seemed she had simply asked it to come out, and it had. It had been true with that pub song. She remembered thinking, in a burst of childish wonder she hadn't indulged in for years, that the music must live inside the violin. And if that music had, perhaps more did as well. The next day she'd gone out, when she was supposed to be finding pockets to pick, and found instead a few melodies. From gramophones in open windows, from other pubs with pianos. She'd walked about her familiar London with her ears open for the first time, and she'd heard it everywhere. Music drifting from windows, from doors, from throats. She'd gone back to their flat, pulled out that battered violin she'd shoved under the sofa, and asked it if that music would come out too. It had, and so had the majestic, glorious stuff she'd gone in search of later, in the nicer parts of the city, when she'd climbed that forgotten half-wall, her ears sniffing out music like a bloodhound, and found the orchestra's practice room's windows. Her violin had brought it faithfully to life. With a sigh, she sank onto her borrowed bed with its feather mattress. The music always came. But maybe it was just leaping from the instrument. Maybe it wasn't in her at all. Maybe it had nothing to do with her and was just luck. Or magic. A magic violin that would play for anyone at all. She trailed her fingers over the precious wood, worn so smooth from the thousands of times she'd done just that. It wasn't the violin. If it had been, the Stradivarius would have been silent in her hands, or produced nothing but screeching nonsense as awful as that atonal mess Lukas had sheet music for. But if it were her, in her, then why could she never pull it from her own head to her fingertips? Why could she only reproduce, never create? Why did the magic stop just short of what she really wanted it to do? In a ritual she'd been doing for over a decade, she clasped the violin to her chest. The music had, those first days, felt a bit like belonging, like family, like if she played the right notes, her parents would reappear. If she could just conjure up the right tune, it would summon them. But none ever had, and she didn't want them to show up, not now. She didn't need to look into the eyes of the woman who had deemed her nothing but an imitation of love, something to be cast aside when the real thing appeared again. She didn't need to meet the father who had never even wanted to admit she existed. So why this yearning to bring out into the air the notes that clamoured inside her soul? Why this unshakable idea that if she could, she would somehow have something she lacked? "It isn't your fault," she whispered to the wood. "It isn't your fault I can't ever find the right notes. It isn't your fault you're not an expensive instrument. You don't need to be." It was hers, her magic violin. She set it carefully into the scarred case and closed it up. She wouldn't think of it as less, as missing something. She wouldn't. It was her, and it was enough. She was enough. Her life was enough. Laughter floated up from somewhere downstairs. She hadn't expected to like the sisters so much, but hearing their joy brought her back to her feet and pulled her toward the doors. They were sweet women, and she had a feeling that even if they knew who she really was, where she'd come from, they wouldn't look at her any differently. Gwen had seen her violin after all, and called it a friend. She let the music of their voices pull her downstairs and into the little salon at the back of the house, where the afternoon sunlight shafted down, where Daisy sat with her frizzy hair and Gwen rubbed her sore fingertips. Miss Blaker was stationed by the window, embroidery in hand and a smile upon her face. Though she hadn't gone out today, she was still dressed in stiff, proper style, with a high lace collar complete with a cameo brooch. Worth £1 or £2 if she were to fence it, nothing more. Daisy sat at the little secretary, a stack of papers in front of her. She held one in front of her, her gaze on her sister. Gwen had chosen the sofa and now motioned Willa to sit beside her. "Come, sit. Help us choose which causes to support." "Causes?" Willa kept her voice even as she lowered herself to the cushions. She'd encountered plenty of people interested in causes in London. Ladies in large hats and taffeta gowns who paraded through a hospital in search of some cause to make themselves feel benevolent. She hadn't somehow pictured Gwen and Daisy like those women, despite that she knew they volunteered at the local hospital. They had seemed genuinely concerned for the patients that day she had accompanied them. They'd taken each one by the hand and prayed for them. It was more personal than a cause. "We get so many requests." Daisy sighed and set the paper back onto the desk with a shake of her head. "Sometimes it is exhausting to try to discern which we should entertain and which we should dismiss." Miss Blaker sent Daisy a tight, crooked smile. "I know many a person who would happily take on such exhaustion." "Or simply waste the means, you mean?" Daisy shook her head. "It was no work of our own that earned us this fortune, as well you know. It is our duty not to trifle it away, but to see it does some good in the world. That is what the Lord asks of us." Gwen nodded along and sighed. "I wish we could do more." "You are funding an entire orchestra." It couldn't be cheap, and was, in Willa's opinion, the best sort of cause. Bringing music to life, enriching a whole town, a country once they began touring, and sending money back to Belgium besides. "Yes, but it isn't us, is it? It's the money." Now it was Daisy who nodded along with her sister, albeit as she gently coughed. "It is all we can ever do, really, aside from visit a few people in the hospital and write letters for them. We can give our abundance, but never do anything." Willa flexed her fingers against her knee. She had the opposite problem. Plenty to do, innumerable ways to get her hands dirty doing it, but never enough pound notes to be sure the problem didn't return the next day. She could wash dirty children, brush the tangles from their hair, hug them and whisper assurances that they mattered. But what did her words really accomplish when their bellies were empty and they shivered in the cold? These sisters, however, what stopped them from doing both? So then do something active. Miss Blaker snorted. "Don't encourage them, Miss Forsyth. They are of delicate health, and they cannot go gallivanting into gutters in search of orphans to rescue." The snarl started somewhere in her toes and curled its way up through her middle. "So better to toss money at some organisation that promises to go to those gutters for you? Is that what your precious Jesus did?" She didn't know where the question came from, how she even knew to frame it. Something Rosemary or Peter had said, it must have been. Miss Blaker narrowed her eyes. "Our Lord was a man, not a young woman. A carpenter, not an heiress. We each have our purpose." "Yes, but she's right." Gwen rubbed at her fingers. Were they paining her now, or had it just become a habit? "Christ went where he was needed. He didn't just send others, he went." "Be reasonable, girls. It is perfectly acceptable to send others where you cannot go. TJ and the Major, for instance, going into Belgium. Could you have gone to find the musicians? No, it wasn't reasonable. But you accomplished a great thing through them. You may have saved the lives of those musicians. You will enrich the neighbourhood, and in the process raise more money to send back to their neighbourhoods." "Yes, but—" Daisy rested her elbow on the desk. "It is so little in the face of an ongoing war." "You don't think it will be over soon?" Willa regretted the question the moment she'd asked it. If they believed that, they wouldn't have gone to the expense of recruiting Belgian musicians and creating a relief fund through their efforts. The sisters exchanged a glance, burdened, solemn.
"I cannot think so," Daisy muttered. "The lads are digging in. The Germans have been repulsed at the Marne, it's true, but they have dug in as well."
Willa's stomach went tight and bruised. Trenches, soldiers in them with guns aimed and bullets flying. Georgie could well be in one of those holes in the ground, shooting at other lads like him, just in different uniforms, getting shot at. She almost wished she knew how to pray, or that she believed there was a God up there who would care if she did. "Do you have someone in the war?" Gwen's words were so quiet, Willa scarcely heard them. A faint note caught on the breeze and nearly blown away. Her face must have betrayed her. She cleared it, but couldn't bring herself to lie. "My little brother Georgie. He signed up nearly the minute war was declared."
"3 squares a day, Will," he'd said. "Can't beat that, can you?"
But you could. You so very well could. Better to be a little hungry and not have bullets whizzing over your head by her estimation. A soft, warm feeling started at her fingers and worked its way to her heart, stilling a few of the worries. It took her a long moment of blinking at the carpet to realize Gwen had taken her hand, and that she didn't mind. "We shall pray for him," she whispered. "Every morning, every night." They would. Willa didn't doubt that. What she couldn't quite understand was why she was glad of it. So many years she had wondered what it would be like to sit with other musicians, to share in their conversation, to be one of them. An hour into the dinner, Willa sat at the elegantly set table in exactly that company, and knew her fears from that first concert had been right. It felt like she was a thief, and she had stolen the seat of someone else. Like any moment, someone would realize what she'd done and boot her back to the gutter. She understood their talk now, mostly. A few times they mentioned a particular section of a particular piece, and she realized she'd not been pronouncing the Italian words properly as she studied them. And certainly she didn't always know the music by its name and composer, but still the conversation she could now follow. The place setting she could navigate well enough, thanks in part to having eaten at the Davies table these past weeks, and partly from the training the family had all given themselves with the aid of a book in order to blend into the society functions they occasionally snuck into in order to lift a few pretty baubles. The relationships she could understand. Jules with his puppy dog eyes aimed at Enora Peters, Enora who was wary but leaning toward being convinced. Lukas, who had spent the entire hour subtly complimenting his friend and deprecating himself. That little triad was easy enough to categorize. Why she was among them, her place, she couldn't have said. Enora laughed at one of Jules' jokes and sent Willa a look that said, "Men, what silly creatures." Willa smiled her reply. She knew the look, had sent it herself to Rosie or Lucy or Retta. But she didn't know this round-cheeked Enora with her enormous dark curls. They had no business exchanging looks. Jules swirled deep red wine in his cup. "I, for one, will be ready to travel when the tour begins. This is a charming town, to be sure, but so small, n'est-ce pas?"
"Yeah."
Enora looked out the window into the lamplit street.
2 more weeks and then we will see more of Wales."
"Oui." Jules' gaze traced Enora's profile. Willa's lips twitched. It was sweet, watching him watch her. And funny how she would answer his French with Flemish and vice versa. When Honora looked at the table again, Jules quickly glanced away toward Lukas.
"You will be ready to repair to a larger city, I imagine." "Lukas quickly grows bored in small towns."
Did he? Willa turned to watch his reaction and didn't bother correcting him on calling Aberystwyth a town when it did meet the definition of city. Lukas hadn't seemed particularly stir-crazy in her presence. Then again, she hadn't been particularly so in his either, though she was a London girl through and through. That same self-debasing smile touched his lips. She didn't like that smile on him, which was strange because she would have thought she'd prefer it over the self-possessed one. But there it was. Lukas de Wilde wasn't meant to put himself down. It didn't suit him.
"I prefer larger cities, to be sure."
The unbefitting smile shifted to something better, something smoother, when he looked to Willa.
"London I enjoy. I do in fact have to make a quick trip to London in the next few days."
He would be away for days? She couldn't ask for a better opportunity for searching his room. Unless he took the cipher key with him. Jules frowned at him. "London? Pourquoi?"
"I have heard of someone there who may have news of my family."
He reached for his wine, took a small sip, sent Honora a polite gaze.
"Is your family still in Belgium? Are they well?"
"Yes and yes. The soldiers did not come through our town. My family stayed and was none too pleased with me for leaving." The woman sighed. "They deemed it cowardly." Jules cleared his throat.
"Mine all went to France, but then, being from Louvain..."
Honora offered him a comforting smile, and a few comforting words to go with it. Her eyes remained shuttered, though. Her parents would judge his by that indication, a mark against him. Lukas wouldn't take the key with him, would he? Willa was all but certain it wasn't something he carried on his person, not on the pocket watch, and he wore no other jewellery. It couldn't be in his greatcoat or shoes, but who knew what he might pack? A waiter arrived with their pudding on a tray, and Willa leaned back to let him slide hers in front of her. Something apple and cinnamon and warm and gooey. Her mouth watered. Barclay would be so jealous. He adored apples. Barclay. Her fingers closed around the fork. That was the answer. She could take the time to go through every speck and sheet of paper in Lukas's hotel room while he was gone, and she would get word to Barclay to check whatever bag he took with him. They could simultaneously cover every last thing he had with him in Wales. She'd send him a wire first thing in the morning. A bite of the apple stuff melted on her tongue as she mentally composed it. M coming home. Meet and greet. Check. Anyone to intercept it wouldn't understand, but Barclay would. M for their mark. Coming home to indicate London. Find him, check his bag. She had only to procure a bit more information, and knew doing so would be a breeze. A simple smile aimed at her companion and a casual question. "When will you be leaving for London?"
"I did not have time to check the trains yet, but I hope to go tomorrow."
His eyes sparked, dark and deep as mystery.
"I did not suppose you want to come along. We could meet your family as well."
A strange note laced his words, something warm and yet frightened, frailty hidden under gumption. Hope, she realized. This man at her side, infamous for charming young ladies and leaving them behind, had actually pinned his hope on her, invested a piece of his heart. It made no sense, and made another strange note twang, this one inside her. She hadn't the name for it, but it made her almost wish she could go with him. See what it felt like to bustle through a train station with her hand tucked into the crook of his arm. To sit beside him in the posh seats of first class and watch Wales and then England chug by. To tug him into Paulies like Rosemary had done with Peter and introduce him to her family. But he thought she came from a respectable one. If he saw where they lived, the poplar neighbourhood surrounding Paulie's pub. And she had a job to do here. She sighed, though, and made sure her returning gaze was warm and regretful. I'm afraid most of my family is not in London just now anyway, and it would be rather rude of me to leave Gwen and Daisy during our visit, when I'll be going home for good so soon. Disappointment flickered through his eyes, but it was swallowed up by logic. He was no doubt realizing that having her there would distract him from his true purpose in going anyway. He sent her that heart-stopping grin of his. Perhaps absence will make the article fonder then, as they say. Heavens, she hoped not. But if it did, she would simply have to deal with it, get herself under control, remind herself that it was only allowed to hurt when family left. And he wasn't family. Far from it. He was just a mark. They finished their apple things, chatted a few more minutes, and then Lukas claimed to have to get her home and made their farewells. Perhaps in truth he wanted to give his friend some time with his sweetheart alone. Or she granted when he tucked her gloved fingers into their place on his wool-clad arm once they were out in the street. Perhaps he wanted time with her. I am not certain what time I may leave tomorrow. His voice was a breath against the quiet streets, a little white puff in the chill air, marking each word. I likely will not see you again before I go. Our lesson will have to wait until our return, which will probably be the following day or the next. I cannot think it will take me longer than that. She nodded and wondered how much affection she should put in her eyes as she looked up at him, then realized with more than a little frustration that it was a moot question, because something must have been in her eyes without her even realizing it, given the way his softened in the glow of the lamp. A little sigh slipped out in a little cloud. Would you send a note around when you leave and when you get back? So she could pass the word along to Barclay, that was all. Not because she would miss him. Of course. Satisfaction filled his voice. Hers must have reflected something more than she'd meant it to, as her eyes had done. Blast it! She couldn't like him. She wasn't that stupid. So why, when he drew her out of the lit path and into a little night-clad garden that probably belonged to one of the houses nearby, did she make no objection? Because perhaps it could be viewed like summer, short, fleeting, to be enjoyed while it lasted. The autumnal winds of reality would prevail soon enough. Why not enjoy the warmth while it was here? The night looked good on him, better than it should with the way the shadows carved each feature into something precise and extreme, chiselled a stronger ridge onto his nose, below his cheek, his jaw, and the moonlight kissed the plains. He was beautiful. If she could wield a paintbrush as she did a violin bow, she would want to put him to canvas as some classical figure whose name she didn't even know. The leather of his gloves touched her cheek and rested there. The dark of his eyes caught the moonlight and turned it into something more. Will you let me kiss you again before I go? The murmur wrapped around her like an embrace. She hadn't, at the end of any of their lessons, for good reason. No, that would be stupid, and Willa Forsyth isn't stupid. Except that she was, apparently, because even while she said it, she leaned toward him, strained up on her toes. One of his arms slid around her waist and helped her close the distance.
"Ah, but you can kiss me, I see."
And found it amusing, given the turn of his lips in the second before hers found them. Music. It came in a burst, all brightness and joy and fast high notes. But not the wispy kind, to be blown away in a stiff breeze. Undergirded by the deep strength of a bass. It grew as his lips caressed her, increased in tempo, then slowed to a sudden pulsing when he pulled away just a fraction, enough to rest his forehead against hers. The breath he dragged in was long and ragged at the edges.
"Willa, I will earn your trust. Prove to you that you can risk a chance on me. I will. I need to make sure my family is safe, but—"
"Of course you do. I would never judge you for that."
"Just for being Lukas de Wilde."
The last of the music ebbed away. She eased back, as much as the arms still around her would allow. There were easy responses, things to dismiss the conversation, words that would effectively place another brick between them. But the truth slipped out instead. "My father was like you, charming and handsome and sure of himself, and he left before I ever even met him. Off to find the next woman to charm, no doubt. I'll not be like my mother, I'll not." His larynx bobbed up, then sank below the cashmere scarf that screamed money as surely as that watch of his did.
"You have every right to judge me so. I was that type of man before. I realize this, and I regret it. I know I cannot ask you to trust me, trust that I have changed, when I have had so little time to prove it. But I will. There will be no next woman for me, ever. Just you."
Words were so easy. No doubt her father had said similar ones to her mother. Just you, no one else. But words meant nothing. She shook her head. "Perhaps were I another kind of woman, I could let you prove it. But I'm not. Even if you were faithful a year, a decade, I would always be waiting for you to leave. Expecting it. What kind of relationship could we possibly have with that thought always hovering?" She was broken, had been since she was 6, staring at that note that said she couldn't trust anyone, that no matter how many times someone said, "I love you," it didn't matter. Love was just a word. 3 deceptive sounds linked together into a lie. If he really had changed, he deserved better than that. And if he hadn't, then she was right to doubt him. Either way, this could be nothing but summer. Fleeting, soon over, swallowed by the cold winds of autumn. His arm tightened around her, and he kissed her again, fast and hard. Blaring trumpets and pounding percussion and a syncopated rhythm. She let him, savoured the feelings that swept through her, crashing like cymbals. They would be a memory soon enough, something to think about as she lay on her hard little cot in London, staring up at that battered poster on her wall. When he pulled away again, it was by a whole step. His fingers left her cheek, and he took her hand with a deliberate, decisive motion, placed it back on his arm, and turned her toward the street again.
"I will prove it to you. I will never leave."
A promise, or perhaps a threat. Or perhaps maybe an accusation. Because even if he didn't, she would still be broken. Chapter 17. London was about like Lukas remembered it, crowded and fast-paced and just how he liked a city. Without the charm of Paris, perhaps, but he had always enjoyed it. He could spend months or years in its bustle and be content, if this was where Willa wanted to live. He strode out of St. Pancras Station with a glance over his shoulder and appreciation for the grand architecture. The enormous, graceful arches, the Gothic windows, the...
"Oh!
Pardonnez-moi?" The words spilled out by rote, even as he reached to steady whomever he'd ploughed into, dropping his bag in the process. A woman, apparently, and a young one. He noted carefully pinned blonde curls, a somewhat faded hat, and big blue eyes that looked up at him and went wide. Her mouth fell open.
You're Lukas de Wilde!"
A month ago he would have been pleased at being recognized, and would have immediately noted that she wasn't just blonde and wearing a hat. She was pretty. Quite. But there was no catch in his pulse today, no hum of appreciation asking to gather in his throat. There was just the thought that she was pretty, and she wasn't Willa, and so he didn't much care. Something went soft and relieved inside. No attraction, no compulsion, no rearing head of his past. It was too much to hope, no doubt, that he would never struggle with the man he'd been. But he wasn't now, not yet. The Lord was filling him with something new instead. He set the girl back on her feet and offered a vague smile.
"Oui, I am flattered that you recognize me."
"Oh, well, of course I do." She held out a hand, wrist limp. "Eleanor Sayers, I've long been a fan, monsieur." Because it was polite, he took her hand, raised it, kissed it. Because she wasn't Willa, he let it drop again as soon as he could.
"How do you do, Miss Sayers? My sincerest apologies for running into you. I ought to have been paying better attention."
As he ought to be still. People swarmed, parting around them, a few sending scowls their way as they impeded other pedestrians. Eleanor Sayers didn't seem to notice. She beamed up at him, pressing her hand to her cheek. "Oh, don't be sorry. I'm certainly not. I can't believe it. I didn't know you were in London. Have you a concert here? If so, I shall go and buy a ticket to it straight away."
"Ah, no, not this time. Though I am playing with an orchestra that will soon be touring Wales, if ever you make it there."
The girl pulled her lips into a pout and cast a glance past him toward the station. She was probably on her way somewhere and in danger of missing her train. "I rarely leave London." A strange thing to say here, and come to think of it, she carried no bag. Perhaps she was meeting someone. "Such a shame, but I shall certainly keep an eye out for when you next come here for a concert." A smile, a nod, and he bent down to pick up his fallen bag. It was light, had only the essentials after all.
"Have a lovely day, and again my apologies for running into you."
"And again, no apology necessary." She gave him a pretty dimpled smile and walked away. The sway of her hips was, he had to think, exaggerated. Lukas shook his head and redirected his attention toward King's Cross. He had spent most of the train ride studying a map of London, trying to find where l'Indépendance Belge was located. From the looks of it, he could walk to it in 15 to 20 minutes, without need to catch the tube. In years past, he would have procured a room at the Midland Grand Hotel for the night after he had met with Monsieur Allard. But his money was shrinking too rapidly. He would find a cheaper place somewhere. Perhaps the newspaper men could recommend a decent, economical room. The day was already advanced, the sun hanging low and casting long shadows. Autumn's early dusk would catch up to him if he didn't hurry, so he gripped the handles of his bag and set off down the street.
"Lukas de Wilde?"
He nearly groaned when a man stepped in front of him, though something stopped him. Perhaps because the man, young, perhaps a year or two his junior, but no more, didn't have the sound of a fan like the blonde girl. He wore a derby at a jaunty angle and a wool coat in charcoal grey. Something about the way he stood was familiar. Or no, perhaps it was something else. The man held out a hand.
"Barclay Pearce, Willa let me know what train you were on and said you might appreciate some help. Barclay. Willa's family, though she'd never said what kind. Cousin, he would guess, and he could scarcely believe she'd contacted him on Lukas's behalf. Would she do so if she didn't care for him at all? Maybe. It was obvious she cared about reuniting his family, just not for joining it in any capacity. Still, he would be warmed by the gesture of goodwill on her part, and be glad to have a London native to help him find the press that was probably in some back alley shop. His shoulders relaxed, and he reached out to shake hands. "How do you do, Mr. Pierce? I did not expect Willa to go to such trouble." Mr. Pierce laughed. "She has shown you her charming side, I see, and yet she hasn't scared you off completely?" A smile tickled his lips. "I heard her play. Need I say more?" Something sparkled in his companion's eyes. Recognition, perhaps. "She's good, isn't she? We always thought she was, but we're no judge of such things." "She is miraculous." He could think of no other word for it. "Well!" Pierce clapped a hand to Lukas's shoulder and held out his other in the direction he had been going. "You were going this way. Can I help you find what it is you're looking for?" "Perhaps." He shifted his bag so he could reach into it for his map. "Oh, you don't need a map if that's what you're going for. I've got the whole city up here." Pierce tapped his hat and offered a grin that transformed his face from ordinary to notable. The claim struck him as something Willa would say. A cousin, definitely. First cousin, he would bet. Lukas nodded and lowered his bag to his side again. "Thank you. According to the information I have, I am looking for Tavistock Place, though I am not certain how accurate this information is. I do not suppose you have heard of any Belgian newspapers near here?" Mr. Pierce's brows lifted. "You came to London to seek out a newspaper?" Was that really so odd? Any number of refugees were, he would guess, trying to use such means to find their missing family members. "The man who runs it, my father's friend." He hoped, prayed, surely that was why the name Allard had sounded so familiar. "I am hoping that he has news that can lead me to my mother and sister." There was a hitch in Pierce's gait. "You don't know where they are?" Lukas shook his head and clenched his teeth against the emotion that surged. It took him a moment and a swallow to be able to answer aloud. "I know only that they are not at the house in Louvain. It was burned. And they are not at the house in Brussels. Germans have overtaken it." His shoulder pulsed, a reminder of how he had discovered that particular bit of information. "I'm sorry." Pierce sounded it, truly sounded it, not as though he offered polite words to a stranger. "We'll help however we can, Willa and I, and my sisters." The girls they must be, though Willa hadn't mentioned names other than Rosie. "Thank you." Mr. Pierce motioned to the corner. "We'll want to cross there to Euston." They traversed the intervening distance in silence, dodging the many pedestrians going the opposite direction, the lamp-posts, the occasional tree planted in the pavement. It smelled of smoke from chimneys and the fumes from automobiles' exhaust, and horns and bells and shouts coloured the air. Its own kind of symphony was a busy city. They reached the corner and paused to await a break in traffic. Lukas was about to ask Mr. Pierce what part of the city he, and perhaps Willa, called home, but managed no more than to open his mouth before he heard his name being called from the direction of St. Pancras. His head swung to the left and he sighed. The blonde girl was hurrying down the sidewalk, hand waving. Another blonde was at her side, several years older, her hair a deeper shade of gold. A sister perhaps, or a friend.
He was beginning to regret working so hard to achieve a level of fame, and certainly posing for all those posters, though to be sure, he was rarely recognised outside his own circles where people expected to see him. Miss Sayers dug into her little handbag as she approached.
"So sorry to bother you again, Mr. de Wilde, but I would have kicked myself if I had let the opportunity pass by. Could I trouble you for an autograph, please?"
Another sigh gathered, but he pushed it down and dug out a smile instead. "Of course, no trouble at all." And it wouldn't have been on a normal day, when he wasn't racing the sun toward Allard's. But without patrons excited to see and hear him, he would have no career. He set down his bag again and reached for the paper and fountain pen she'd pulled out of her bag. Not just a paper, an old programme from his last solo concert in London. Where had she gotten that? Or rather, why had she been carrying it in her handbag? A glance up showed him she was blushing.
"I haven't carried this bag since last year. Just got it out for the change in season and realised it was still in there. A happy coincidence today, though it must make me look like a complete fool to you."
"Not at all." Hoping his smile put her at ease, he spread out the programme against his left palm and asked her for the spelling of her name. Once he'd written it and added a short message, he signed his name and handed it back. Her companion straightened when he did so, offering a smile. Her attention, however, seemed to have been on Barclay Pearce. But the ladies said their farewells and hurried off in the other direction, without detaining them any further, leaving Lukas to pick up his bag again and turn back to his companion. The day must be catching up with him. Already his bag felt heavier, and he'd scarcely begun walking. Mr. Pearce looked amused. "Does that happen often?" "Not really, other than at concerts. Or when he dared to approach his own house in Brussels when there were Germans inside it. Though having a girl come at him with a pen and programme was a far cry from a soldier with a gun." They'd probably torn the whole house apart, looking for Pear's work, destroyed what family mementos they hadn't burned. But none of that mattered, so long as he could find his family. "Shall we cross?" He followed Willa's cousin across the street and around another corner onto Judd Street. The hordes of people soon thinned out, giving them room enough to walk two abreast again. Lukas cleared his throat. "Willa has said little about her home and family. Do you live near each other, Mr. Pearce?" "A street or two apart, and you may call me Barclay. I'm not one for formality." Not the sort of thing a gentleman usually said, nor a man of profession, actually. But he must be one or the other, given the cut of his coat and how well it fit him, the quality of the fabric, and the fact that he was a relative of Willa's, who dressed every bit as well, even if she claimed to be of limited means. "Barclay, thank you. You may call me Lukas." It was what Jules always called him anyway, though they'd been friends since they were in short trousers, so it hardly counted. Still, he would cling to the idea that someday this man could be his family too. Familiarity was not out of place. "And Willa is reserved, let's call it. Don't take it personally. I don't think she would have told me her hair colour as a child if I hadn't been able to see it for myself." Lukas chuckled, but it was more sad than funny. A consequence, he supposed, of the absent father she'd mentioned last night. "She is unlike anyone I have ever known, to be sure." Barclay slowed, and a glance over at him showed Lukas that his brows were a knot of question. "I'd be the first to agree. Is that why you are tutoring her on the violin? Oh, to be honest, I was dubious that she really needs lessons." "Oh, they will not change much about the way she plays. I hope only to polish what is already brilliant and teach her music theory. But it is an excuse to spend time with her." Now Barclay came to a complete stop, and the question on his face went hard and stubborn.
She is about as friendly as a brick wall. Why are you looking for excuses to spend time with her?
She is not a wall, just hides behind one. He met the man's gaze without flinching, let him see whatever he wanted in Lucas's eyes. She mentioned only their lessons.
Barclay folded his arms over his chest. She's about as communicative as a brick wall sometimes, too. What else ought she to have mentioned?
Lucas shrugged and kept walking. He may not know exactly where he was going, but he knew he hadn't any daylight to waste. She eventually let me take her on a picnic, and we had supper with another couple last night.
Barclay fell in beside him again. I will ask again why, if you think she's some wealthy heiress.
I think only that she intrigues me, that she looks at the world as so few people do, seeing more than what is on the surface. That she can touch a violin and make it sing with a skill beyond any I have heard. That if ever I can inspire her to love me, it will be with a determination that will never fade. She does not work in half measures.
Barclay stopped again. Wait. Did you just say love? Are you aware that you've only known her for a few weeks?
Quite aware. But sometimes you know.
No, you don't. Shaking his head, Barclay charged forward once more. The world is going mad, that's what. First Rosie often marries Brannock Hollow without so much as a by your leave, which is inexcusable no matter how much I like him. No blasted way is Willa going to do the same stupid thing.
Lucas followed half a step behind. In part, he would admit, so Barclay wouldn't see the grin he couldn't quite tamp down. No need to worry, mon ami. Willa thinks me mad for speaking of such things as well, or rather thinks me joking.
Amusement eclipsed the frustration in Barclay's green eyes. That does sound more like Willa than being swept up in it all. Come to think of it, I would have liked to see her response if you actually said such things to her. She isn't much for romance, is our Willa.
So I have learned, but I will win her through habit, if nothing else. I will simply stay right there by her side until she gets so accustomed to me, she cannot imagine me not there.
If anything can win Willa, that might be it. But he sounded doubtful, which didn't exactly light hope in Lucas's heart. Though I maintain you're a fool if you really think you know so quickly you want to win her. Not that she's not worth winning, mind you. No one can hold a candle to Willa, unless it's Rosie or Elle or Lucy or Retta. Lucas's eyes went wide.
Are they all your sisters? Or cousins?
He could not imagine so many girls with their frills and trills and tears in his home, but then he had rather lucked out on the sister score with Margot. Even as a tot, she'd had no use for frills, preferred quiet over trills, and cried no more than boys her age. Missing her was an arrow through his middle. He needed to see her hunched over her desk in that way of hers that always made their mother chide her for bad posture. He needed to feel that too serious, too heavy gaze upon him that was too old for her age. He needed to hear her complain about how stupidity made her itchy and writhe in that exaggerated way she did when someone said something foolish. He needed to know she was well.
I count Willa as a sister too. Be aware of that. You hurt her, you'll answer to me.
Lucas nodded. A year ago it would have been a dismissive gesture had a brother said such a thing. Today it was a solemn oath.
I will never do anything to put her at risk, either in heart or body.
Well now, I didn't say no risk. If you risk nothing, you gain nothing. He paused and indicated the street sign fastened to the side of the building. Tavistock Place.
Here we are.
The street Cor Ackerman had indicated. Now to find the right building. He led the way down the avenue, eyes hunting for a sign that would proclaim a printer's shop. There was nothing.
But Wallonian-accented French caught his attention, pulling him toward a quartet of men standing halfway down the street. One of those, praise be to the Almighty, held a copy of L'Indépendance Belge. Even if it were not housed here, perhaps they would know where it was printed. He approached with a polite nod and a hesitating, "Pardonnez-moi, s'il vous plaît." The men all looked up, their welcoming smiles saying they recognized a fellow Wallonian. He indicated the paper. "I am looking for where this is printed and heard it was near here. Do you know where I can find their offices and Monsieur Allard?" They all nodded, one of them motioning to a building just behind him, another saying, "Oui, oui, it is just here, and he has not left yet for the night, so you can still catch him if you hurry." With excited thanks, he motioned Barclay to follow him and led the way to the brick building. The familiar scent of ink greeted him at the door, along with a steady thwack, thwack, thwack of the press running. Had the men not told him where to go, these things would have done so. He pushed inside, praying with every step across the floor that this would not be for naught, that even if Allard didn't know his father, he would be willing to help. He turned a bit so he could say to Barclay, "Je vous remercie pour me mettre sur le bon chemin." Barclay blinked. I can tell that was French. Beyond that, sorry." Excellent. He could speak plainly to the printer then, without fearing Barclay would understand. "I was merely thanking you for showing me the way." "Ah, no problem at all." He motioned toward the back wall, where books and newspapers were stacked and shelved. "I'll just entertain myself over here while you speak with your father's friend." Even better. With a nod of thanks, he followed a hallway out of the press room and toward what seemed to be offices, though the space was small and cramped. No doubt Allard had found it necessary to settle for whatever he could find, ideal or not. At the end of the hall, a door stood open, the clicking of a typewriter's keys spilling out along with a lamp's light. He knocked on the doorframe. The man at the desk looked up. He wore wire-rimmed spectacles, pomaded grey hair, and a moustache that looked as though he had twisted the ends in concentration all the day long, all of which dimmed in light of the way his eyes narrowed upon spotting Lukas, as if trying to place him. An excellent sign. Lukas may take after his mother in most ways, but those who knew his father well could always see him in Lukas's features. "Monsieur Allard? I am Lukas de Wilde." "De Wilde! Yes, that's it." His words were in French, and he motioned Lukas in and indicated he should close the door behind him. He didn't smile. "I heard your family home was destroyed in Louvain. It would have broken your father's heart to know that his private library had been burned along with the universities." Praise God, a friend! Lukas nodded, and didn't bother with a smile either. "You are right, and it would have broken it even more if he realized my mother and sister were forced from their haven. I do not know where they are." Allard leaned back in his chair, fingers worrying one end of that moustache. "I am sorry to hear that. Are they in England, perhaps, do you think? You can place an advertisement. Many have done so, occasionally with good results. Our paper has made it to all corners of the British Isles, into the hands of refugees everywhere." "I cannot risk something overt. If you knew my father, you no doubt knew what kind of work he was involved in." There, a bit of a smile and a matching light in his eyes. "Ah, yes, his puzzles. I never understood a bit of what he asked me to print, but I enjoyed knowing it was part of his research." Puzzles. Was that all Pear had called them? Perhaps a few knew of their import. Enough about it to be willing to help, at any rate. Lukas cleared his throat.
They were more than that, and the Germans have shown interest in finding his work. A twinge bit his shoulder. Would you be willing to print another puzzle for me, to help me get word to my family? They have his work, you see. I need to be certain they and it are safe. Allard muttered his opinion of the Germans and sat forward again. Yes, of course. Anything you require. Do you need a full article printed or choice words in certain places? Your father really requested the same thing twice. I have prepared a series of things, if you would be so kind as to run one in each edition you publish. It had taken him most of the night to compose them, going back and forth from his writing to the key, transposing the letters, scratching it out and starting again. He had managed, but cipher work had never been his forte. He was no Margot, and wouldn't have been able to manage even these short messages, were it not for the key she had pressed into his hands before he left for his solo tour after the funeral. Here, she had said, handing it to him as he practiced on his last day at home. It had been bound with a blue ribbon, as if it were a gift. Papa and I made this for you, before he died. He had looked at the lines of music and smiled, even as he frowned. You wrote me music. Neither she nor their father had an ear for it, none whatsoever. It was sweet that she had tried, but he could tell even by looking at it that all sweetness would end there. Margot had smiled. It's not music, it's mathematics. A debate they'd had countless times. Music, she insisted, was all about the intervals and chords. Mathematics. Music, he insisted, was about the aesthetic, feeling. It hadn't been a desire to prove her wrong that had made him put the sheets on his stand and raise his bow. It was too soon after their father's death to want to cause his sister even a minor grief. He had played it because he loved her, and he wanted to honour the time she and their father had put into making him something. But his expression had probably been exactly what Willa had worn last week, when she'd pulled this paper from his crate. And Margot had laughed. It isn't meant to be played, Lukas. It's a code. A code? A game, he'd thought, but he'd play along. Why do I need a code? Her face had gone too serious, too old, as it too often did. Because we never know, do we, when things will change, when we might need you or you might need us. This way, we can always get word to each other. He opened his bag now and reached into one of the twin compartments. His fingers met only the change of clothes he'd packed. Frowning, he spun the bag around and tried the other side. There. But odd. He never put his clothes in the side with the outside pouch. They made it too bulky. He must have been distracted last night, after working for hours to remember how to use that key. It's a simple cipher, Margot had claimed as she tugged him into one of the chairs at her schoolroom table. She'd put the music in front of them, blank paper beside it. Each note already has a letter anyway. But only 7 of them. 12 if you count each black key as well. 17 if you count sharps and flats separately, which I have done. That covers A through P. But they are quarter notes. Longer notes indicate the subsequent letters. A half note A is really a Q, etc. Do you understand? He had rolled his eyes. I am not a dunce. Good. Now, that is the simple alphabet, but of course that is too simple. Anyone could crack that code. So, each line of the music indicates a different transposition. On line 1, the first note is an E-flat. That means our alphabet begins on J. J will equal A, K will equal B, and so on. Line 2 begins with an F note, C, which is a U. U is A, V is B. Very interesting, Margot. She rolled her eyes at him. Not really, it's child's play. Even Mozart encoded messages into his music with ciphers like these.
Lukas had huffed.
Did you say even Mozart? As if he were a dunce? Well, he was no cryptographer, was he?
He could still see her grin, so condescending, so intelligent, so Margot. He'd mussed her hair solely because it made her squeal like a normal girl, not because she thought it didn't look pretty, because, she said, it felt unorderly. Margot required order in everything. She explained then how to actually use the code. One would have to convince an editor to put the word family in the headline somewhere. That was the signal to watch for a message. Then, within the first sentence of the paragraph, with the hidden meaning, include a number to indicate what line of the music they were using as their key. From there, it was a simple matter of beginning each word, or every other word, it didn't matter so long as he was consistent, with the encoded letter. If he were trying to spell out Paris, for example, using the first line as their key, he could say, "Yesterday I jumped up again and I shouted, 'Beautiful!' The only letters that mattered were Y, J, A, I, B, which transposed to P, A, R, I, S. Very flexible, she had insisted, easy to use, simple to decode if she had to send him one. But no one else would be able to decipher it unless they had the key, the music. He pulled out the series of messages he'd devised and slid the paper across the desk to Allard. When he saw Margot again, he would have a few things to say about the supposed ease of this system. Sure, it sounded simple in theory, until one sat down to decide what one wanted to say and how to write a fake message around it. Then it became time-consuming, if not exactly complicated. Not for her, though. She would be able to compose a message on the spot, no doubt. Allard picked up the messages and read through them.
Very short. I should include them within a larger article as I have done in the past, yes? So long as the headline has La Famille in it. Exactly right, yes.
Assuming this paper made it into her hands, Margot would need nothing more to find his paragraphs and decode them. Although he would certainly have a harder time of it if, when, she sent a message back to him. He cleared his throat.
I am not certain what my father usually paid for this sort of thing.
Allard smiled, and this time it was warm and true and exhausted.
It is my pleasure to help your family, monsieur, at no cost, for your father's sake. He was a good man, a good friend.
Thank you. He peeked inside his bag again, just to assure himself that he hadn't been so exhausted as to forget to pack his music, the pieces he was memorizing for their first concert on the road, as well as those sheets from Margot. The folder was there where it belonged, albeit in the wrong compartment, so he fastened it closed again and stood.
I am in your debt, monsieur. Nonsense! We must do what we can to help regain what was taken from us. I trust you will help another in need when the time arises.
They shook hands and Lukas let himself back out. In one respect lighter, that this much at least was well accomplished, and in another respect even heavier than before he entered, as he prayed that somehow by some miracle one of the papers with the coded message would make it into his sister's hand. Barclay was still waiting in the press room, flipping through a book. At Lucas's approach he looked up. His gaze was less welcoming than determined, less friendly than decided. "Have you a hotel paid for already?"
Not yet, no. I was hoping someone could recommend a place.
Though he'd forgotten to ask Allard. Barclay snapped the book closed and put it back on the shelf. "You are welcome to stay with me. I've a room to spare." Lukas opened his mouth, but no words came out, not until he dragged in another breath.
Pardon me, it is a generous offer, but why?
Barclay lifted a brow. "Because if you're determined to get to know Willa, then I'm determined to get to know you. Come on." He turned for the exit, apparently not considering that "no thank you" was on the tip of Lukas's tongue. "We'll have to take the tube." Lukas followed. No hadn't really been on the tip of his tongue anyway. Getting to know Willa's cousin, who thought himself a brother, was sure to prove more interesting than a night worrying over his family in a cheap hotel room. Chapter 18. Nothing, 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 and more nothing. Willa growled and kicked the bed, which was stupid, and sent her hopping around on one foot until she finally sank down onto the mattress so she could rub her toes. The curtains were drawn, but even so she'd brought her own small electric torch. No one should come in here, though. It was well past housekeeping's hours, and Jules had gone out with Enora again, to a play, if she had overheard them correctly. So far as she could tell, no one else would really pay all that much attention to Lukas's suite. Still, it paid to be cautious, and light shining from the window of an unoccupied room didn't classify as cautious. But there was nothing to be found in here, nothing, blast it. His clothes, none of which had anything worth noting on them. The patent leather shoes that she assumed went with his evening attire. No odd markings on the soles. A French Bible on the bedside table, which had surprised her, though if it contained a key, she wasn't sure how she'd ever know it. She scooted toward it, though, and ran her fingers over the cover. It didn't seem particularly well used, but a marker stuck out of the pages. Were it in English, she would have flipped it open, just to see what he had marked, but she'd not be able to read this. Her hands spread flat against the cool leather of the cover. They were so different, from worlds that were themselves worlds apart. This was just one small proof of it. Even if he spoke English, spoke it to her, it wasn't who he was. Even if he stooped to her level, left his world to spend time in hers, he'd never belong there, and he wouldn't want to, not if he knew what her world really was. She wouldn't regret it. She hadn't the time. There were no more drawers or doors in here to look through. She'd already checked under the mattress, felt around for loose boards or panels. Nothing. Blast! But she hated to admit defeat. Couldn't admit it. Mr. V had never indicated the possibility that the key simply wasn't here with him. There had been no if. There had been simply find it. She had to find it. If she didn't, then she would make an enemy of a man who had far too much knowledge of, and therefore power over, her family. And then there was the man in the brown jacket. Shuddering, she pushed up off the bed and smoothed out the counterpane. For a second, only one, it struck her. How odd and out of place she felt here in the bedchamber of a man she had kissed, where he slept each night. Doing a job, that was all, or failing to do a job in this case. She picked up the electric torch from where she'd set it on the bed and exited into the sitting room again. This hotel had no private bathrooms, so there was no other room to check. She took a quick turn through this outer room, but she saw nothing this time she hadn't before. He must have it with him in London. That was the only answer. In which case, Barclay and the girls would have found it. They would run the job like they'd run other jobs before. Eleanor to distract while Retta snuck up and slipped the contents from his bag into hers. Barclay to keep him occupied while Retta and Ellie looked through said contents. Then Ellie to distract him again while Retta slipped her bag to Barclay and Barclay slipped it all back into Lukas's. A simple Wimbledon with the goods as a tennis ball, back and forth. She would go back to the Davies house, risk one more phone call to Peter's townhouse. The bill had to be adding up, but she would leave the Davies with pounds enough to cover it from what Mr. V had given her. A necessary expense, they'd call it. A quick exhale extinguished the lamp. A quick check through the peephole told her no one lingered in the hall. A quick step out, and she had her skeleton key in hand to relock it. Half a minute beyond that, and she was padding down the stairs as she had done before. A job not so well done in terms of findings, but with no hitches to the procedure at least. At the base of the stairs, she paused to make sure no one in the lobby was coming this way, then slipped out the back door. Cool air greeted her, and so did a rough hand, pushing her to the bricks of the hotel. A body followed, and lips pressed to hers. Not bruising, but certainly with no actual feeling. She had the odd certainty that he kissed her merely to keep her silent, as if she were the type to scream when accosted in an alleyway. That was reserved for women who didn't slink through them with stolen goods in their pockets on a regular basis. The last thing she ever needed was a bobby coming to the rescue. She could handle forceful men herself in her own ways, though this one she had only to shove away with a scowl. "Touch me again, Cor Ackerman, and you'll find my knee giving you injury in a place you won't really appreciate." He chuckled and braced his arms against the wall on either side of her, as if he were a man with his sweetheart. But he angled his body wisely away. "Now, pretty Willa, is that any way to speak to your business partner?" "My what?" He leaned his head close to hers, his mouth at her ear. "Had de Wilde been here, I would have thought you are in his room for predictable reasons. But he is gone, yet you are here. And whatever it is you are stealing from him, I want a cut." Breathing even, pulse normal. No tells, no flinches. She lifted a brow. "I don't know what in the world you're talking about. I was simply here to return some music I'd borrowed. The clerk let me up to slide it under his door." "Oh, yeah, because music would not keep until tomorrow? Just like that man's wallet in London jumped into your hand at the Shoeshines booth." Blast! She hadn't seen him there, which made the second person she hadn't noted following her about London. This wouldn't do at all. And no one ever saw her pickpocketing. No one but another thief. She leaned back against the bricks with a sigh. "I didn't get anything. He left nothing in his room worth taking. He must have had it all with him." Let him think it nothing but money she was searching for. It was the safest way to play it. He clucked his tongue. "An easy story to tell, pretty Willa, but I'm not such a fool as to believe you. Something brought you all the way here for this. It must be a big score. You let me in, or I tell de Wilde that I saw you in his room, and let him try to determine what it is you were after." Double blast! She didn't need Lucas's suspicions any more than she did a Bobby's attention. He would close up at the best, set those cops on her at the worst. And she could just see the way he'd look at her. She could imagine the pain in his deepest brown eyes. Triple blast! She couldn't think that way. Her breath hissed out. "You're right that it's a big score, but I didn't find it tonight. Check my pockets if you like. They're empty." The sliver of moonlight trickling between the buildings caught on his teeth as he smiled. "Thank you for the invitation. I believe I will." She gritted her teeth as his hand slid into one coat pocket then the other. He reached next, of course, for her handbag and rummaged through it as well, snorting in what sounded like appreciation as he pulled out her picks. "Nice ones." "Thank you, old friends." "I could use new ones myself." He actually reached to slip them into his pocket. Actually thought she'd let him. She jammed her heel into his toe and snatched them back. "Get your own! And try that again and you get the knee." He muttered something in Flemish that she imagined to be a rather colourful expression of his opinion of her, and held out her bag. She jerked it from his fingers. "I told you I didn't find it." "But you will." He caught her chin and leaned close. "And when you do, you will split it with me, the price of my silence. And when you think that perhaps I have done something, you will also be silent. Or I go to de Wilde. Do you understand?" "Why? What do you plan to do?" And why did it send a shiver through her to wonder? There were other thieves at work all the time, under each other's noses. As a rule, she had no problem with them, even if they didn't often obey the same codes she kept to. They knew at least to steer clear of the family that met at Pauli's. No one ever picked their pockets. They all got out of their way when they saw them coming. They knew where to send little ones they found on the streets, sniffling and snivelling and starving. But Cor Ackerman wasn't a London pickpocket, and he wasn't playing by the rules. He grinned and backed away, all charm again. "You think I will ruin the surprise? No, no, pretty Willa. That is not the way it works, but you will know." He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned. "We are won't, pretty Willa." He'd said it to her before, but the first time, leaving Pauli's that day, she'd lifted the blighter's wallet. She had thought it was a good evening. Tonight, not so. She bit her tongue and said nothing while he sauntered away. But she wasted no time in getting back to the Davies house and slipping in the back, nor in tiptoeing down the hall to the study with the telephone. The sisters and Miss Blaker were still out from the looks of it. No lights on anywhere down here, no noise from above. She checked her watch. 9 o'clock. Barclay should be home by now, and her hostesses no doubt would be soon, for they were not often out past 10. Unbuttoning her coat as she sat, she picked up the phone and waited for the operator's greeting. "Hammersmith, 1528, please." "One moment." It rang and it rang. Willa shrugged off the coat and loosened her scarf while she willed her brother to pick up the blighted phone. He did on the 1,000th ring, or perhaps the 5th, with a laugh. "Hello?" "Tell me you had a better evening than I did." Another laugh. "No doubt, given that I've been passing it with the person you have apparently been passing yours with, Willa. When were you going to tell me about the dates with our delightful Mr. de Wilde?" "Barclay Reginald Pierce, you didn't!" That wasn't the way the Wimbledon worked. He wasn't supposed to introduce himself, be friendly, let the mark know who he was. But the blithering fool just laughed again. "We're finishing up our supper now. Did you want to say hello?" He's there, at Peter's house." "Well, why should I let the chap who's in love with you stay in a hotel when I've all these rooms? The girls were with friends tonight anyway. Other than Lucy. Lucy's here. She's entertaining old Luke with stories of discovering how our sister married a novelist." The only safe stories, though Lucy could make up others in a pinch and keep them all straight for the rest of her life. She'd probably begun tonight's tale with some fabulous tale of how she came to be Barclay's sister, when she quite obviously had Indian blood, and he quite obviously did not. And Lucy was the only one not involved in the job. She wondered briefly where Eleanor and Retta had gone for the night, but they had scads of places to fall back on. One never knew when a job would leave one in need of a corner to duck into. Willa groaned. "Why are you so awful?" "I'll have you know I've been an excellent host, and he's not a bad bloke, really, Will. You could do worse." Ha, ha, ha. And blast him, but it made her nose clog up and something hot press against the backs of her eyes, which was stupid. "Will you please just tell me how work went today?" A beat of silence filled with nothing but static, then the words that were no more telling, really. "Bust. How was your day?" "I led with that, didn't I? Lousy, though I ran into the puppy again, not the German shepherd, the other one. Finally puzzled him out for sure. His name's Robbie." Barclay muttered something she couldn't quite make out. "What?" "Just. I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. He give you trouble?" I'm fine. She hadn't the words, not that she could say over the telephone lines. Yeah, listen, we'll take care of it. We will, we always do. This felt different. There was more at stake than usual. There were governments involved. She wasn't sure how to take care of it, assuming she succeeded at the primary goal, much less what to do with failure. Right, well, good night, Barclay. Don't do anything stupid. His snort came over the line loud and clear. I wouldn't tell you if I meant to do so, as someone I know once said. But relax, I'm just getting to know him. Stupid. Night, Willa. See you soon. Not if she didn't find this blighted key. At this rate, she'd be stuck here in Wales for a decade, searching for something that she suddenly doubted even existed. But there was apparently nothing Barclay could do to help. So she said goodbye and hung the receiver back in its cradle, then let her head fall to the cold desktop with a whimper. Antarctica was beginning to sound like a viable place to relocate. She didn't know where else she could go to escape from all the people she was in danger of making angry. Margot folded the papers back up and slid them into the box. She'd never given much credence to all the talk of feeling and emotion and such nonsense, but just now it felt as though her heart had sunk all the way to her stomach and turned to stone. Claudette had smuggled 3 different papers in this morning. 3. 2 in English and 1 in French. But Belgian, printed in London, apparently. Her hands had shaken when she'd taken them, she'd been so excited. Her heart had rocketed into her throat when she saw La Famille in one of the headlines. She devoured the story about the king's family, but there had been no paragraph with a number, no coded words. Coincidence, that was all. No message from Lukas. She slid the box into its hiding spot under her bed and then sat there on the floor, trying to convince her heart to come back up where it belonged, her stomach to unclench. She counted the floorboards, 22 planks, as always. The flowers in the wallpaper, 748. No, that wasn't factoring in the rectangle missing, where the window was. What was wrong with her? How could she forget to factor in the window? Had she even subtracted the area of the door? Margot? A knock accompanied her name and made her jump. She hadn't heard Maman's footsteps in the hall. Something was the matter with her. Yes, Maman. The General Lieutenant is back. He would like to play Go with you. Her nails bit into the wood of the floor. She didn't want to play Go. She didn't want to look at his ugly, smug face. She didn't want to think about how he was here, his men were outside, and her brother was gone. Like her father was gone. Like everyone was gone. I don't want to play. Margot? The door creaked open, and Maman's beautiful frowning face poked in. He is in a strange mood. Please, I cannot think that angering him would be wise. Come and play. She wanted to say no, plead illness, plead something, but Maman didn't ask that much of her, and she was right that they ought not to invite Gottlieb's anger. She nodded. Just a minute, I have to push this aside, lock it away, but she could find no words for that. Maman didn't demand any. She offered a small, apologetic smile. Thank you, ma petite. The door clicked shut again. She squeezed her eyes shut, drew in a breath for 1, 2. Held it for 3, 4. Let it out for 5, 6. Repeated the process until the knot in her gut loosened a bit. Prayed, more with numbers than with words, but God would understand. He always did. It took her 3 minutes and 14 seconds to deem herself calm again, but then she tucked her legs under herself and stood, walked with the same pace she always used toward the room at the top of the stairs, and turned into it. Maman was already in her usual seat, her knitting in her lap. Madame Dumont was in her rocking chair, a book open and held too close to her nose. She needed spectacles but refused to wear them, saying they were unwomanly. Gottlieb stood at the table they'd kept set up with Go, surveying the board. They'd not finished their game yesterday, so the pieces still sat where they'd been left. He looked up when Margot entered, and his lips went up at the corners. But it wasn't a smile, not a real one. Only then did she realize that he usually smiled at her, not baring his teeth as she'd first thought of him as doing, but smiling with sincerity. What was the matter with him today? Certainly he hadn't scoured a newspaper, hoping for word of his brother only to get none. "Ready, Fräulein?" She sat by way of answer, pretended to study the board as he had been doing, though she had no need. She already had it all in her head. What she would do if she dared play honestly. What she would actually do. His likely responses to both sets of moves. Gottlieb sat as well, but he didn't meet her eye as he usually did throughout the game. Didn't ask her if she had read anything interesting today, though she'd spent an hour this morning working through Hegel so she could quote it to him. Didn't ask her whether her friend had come by again. Good. She didn't want him prying into her life. But Maman was right. He wasn't himself, and that could be a bad thing. Well, he was at the core just a person, wasn't he? Perhaps he needed someone to ask him why he wasn't himself. His men probably wouldn't, nor would Maman, or the Madame. Margot picked up a stone, though it was his turn. "Are you all right, General Lieutenant?" Her mother's sharp intake of breath hit Margot like a rebuke, though Gottlieb didn't seem to note it. He selected one of his stones and kept his attention on the board. "I am well." "No, you're not." His respiration wasn't at its normal rate. It was slower, as if he were deliberately controlling it. His chin wasn't at its usual angle, and his heel kept tapping against the floor. "You're agitated. Have I done something to upset you?" Adults never knew what to do when a child asked them a question like that, and sure enough, his gaze flew up to meet hers. "Of course not. What could you have done?" She shrugged and pasted on a look she hoped came off as uncertain. "I rarely know what I've done when I upset an adult. Perhaps I insulted a book you like, or was so very clever at our game yesterday that you cannot think how you will beat me, and it is a terrible affront to your pride." A breath of laughter slipped from his lips. "You played well, Spatz, but not that well." His spine straightened a degree, bringing him closer to his usual perfect posture. Margot grinned. "Give me time. I will crush you." "Perhaps, but not today." He put down his stone in an utterly incomprehensible position that gave him no benefit whatsoever. So stupid it was itchy, and unlike him. "Are you quite certain that's what you meant to do?" "What?" He blinked, took in the board again and made a disgusted noise. "Nein, but it is done. I cannot take it back. Perhaps you will crush me today." She fingered her stone. If she put it there above his, it would give her a considerable advantage. If she placed it there below and to the right, it would be smart but not crushing. Though the more advantageous one was obvious. He would know she'd seen it. Anyone would see it. Sighing, she put it to the right. "I'm feeling merciful, though I shouldn't, since you are obviously lying about being all right." "I am just tired. It was a long day." He looked exhausted, to be sure, a decade older than he usually did. He must be in his 50s, but he didn't usually wear the years on his face like this, in ragged lines and deep shadows under his eyes. "Did you not sleep well?" "I slept perfectly as always." He leaned back against his chair and rubbed his eyes. "It is nothing, Spatz.
Nothing you need to worry about. Something to do with his job, then, she would bet. She sneaked a look at Maman. How much could she press him before she earned another chiding breath? Her mother never drew the line in the same place, which made it unnecessarily difficult to know where that line was. Well, she would never know until she tested it today. When I was waiting in the breadline today... When you were what? Gottlieb's hand dropped from his face, revealing tension in those 2 ragged lines. Why were you in the breadline? He hadn't made her this itchy in weeks. To get bread. No, He paused, sighed, rested a hand on the edge of the table beside the board. I told you I would make sure you had food enough. If you were running so low, why did no one tell me? We meant no disrespect, General Lieutenant, Maman said in her sweetest, stubbornest voice. But we cannot expect you to provide for us. He barely glanced at Maman. I do not like it. Bread lines can get unruly. I have had to post soldiers there to keep the order. You ought not to be in such places. True enough, but what choice did they have? That wasn't the point of my story. May I continue? He looked as though he might refuse. His jaw was clenched, his nostrils flared, but he nodded. I heard in the breadlines that your army has been dismantling our factories and shipping the parts back to Germany. Is that true? She'd scarcely believed it when the old men had whispered of it in line that morning. It was one thing when the army confiscated machines that could be used for weapons or other war-related operations. That was, at least, recognized as a valid move of an occupying force by the international community. But these were just regular factories, and they weren't being pressed into use here or shut down to stop the production of items that could harm the German army. They were being torn apart, the pieces shipped away. As if Germany was saying that when this was over, they had no intention of letting Belgium regain its footing, of doing honest work again, of being. Gottlieb's swallow was visible. It is. No explanation, no apology. Margot curled a stone into her palm. And I suppose you do not question it, because the German war machine makes no mistakes, which means you want to destroy Belgium. Margot. He had no right to say her name on a sigh like that, as if he were a brother or a father or a friend. He had no right at all. Do you really think I want to destroy your country? Me, Wolfgang Gottlieb. Do you look at me and think that my goal? Have I ever once acted in a way to indicate this? You have never acted in a way that said you oppose such things, and not to act is to be complicit. War is a complicated business, Fraulein. It involves more than you can understand. Of course he would play the "you're a child" card. It was what adults always resorted to when they had no logic to defend their beliefs. This is not that complicated, she said. You saw what you wanted and you took it, and spat in the face of Belgium while doing so, out of revenge for having had a stronger economy than Germany until the invasion. I didn't. You are one of them, a general lieutenant. Margot, that is quite enough. Maman, who had at least had the right to chide her, even if she wasn't right, it was far from enough. But Gottlieb sighed. We do not all agree with every decision, but we obey because it is how we function. It must be enough for you, little sparrow, to know that I speak reason when I can, and that I will not let anyone hurt your family. How was that supposed to be enough? She sucked in a breath. It's your move. I know it is. I don't know what move to make. Maman shifted in her seat, all but shouting her anxiety. Perhaps you should rest this evening, General Lieutenant. You can play more tomorrow. No, I will gather my focus."
Silence grew as he did, seeming to expand with every second until it filled the room like a cloud. Long minutes later, he drew in a deep breath, let it out, and made a reasonable move. Margot loosed a relieved breath of her own. Better. His brief smile still wasn't right, though.
"You will be hearing more news you will not like if you continue to go out. No doubt you have all heard already that anyone aiding a young man of military age in exiting Belgium will be arrested, correct?"
"Of course." Madame Dumont answered for them all, her tremulous voice iced over with disdain for the policy. Gottlieb sighed.
"It will get worse. A new command has been issued. Anyone who has information on such a young man and fails to deliver it will be arrested as well. So, if perhaps you have a son trying to escape Belgium, and you do nothing to help but nothing to stop him."
Maman's needles stilled. "And how will the army determine if a family knows such things?" Gottlieb's lips thinned.
"That is the question, of course, because how could a family not have any information?"
So then anyone could be arrested on that suspicion. Anyone. Them. If anyone knew who they were, anyway. Because Lukas was of military age, and though he hadn't fled to join the resistance or fight against Germany with weapons, he would be resisting them somehow, and so named an enemy. Even though they had no idea where he was or what he was doing, they could be held accountable for his absence. Arrested. Madame Dumont was again the first to reply.
"How fortunate that you have no son, my dear."
Don't flinch. Margot willed her mother's way. Don't blink out of turn. Don't drop your needles. Maman sighed. Who would ever have thought that could be a blessing? Margot set her white stone in the spot she'd chosen 2 seconds after Gottlieb had made his move. He pushed away from the table.
"Perhaps you are right, Frau Dumont. Perhaps I had better rest tonight. We will continue tomorrow, Margot."
He was out of the room before she could agree. She turned wide eyes on her mother. What was that? Maman shook her head, gaze still on the empty door. I don't know. Perhaps the Lord is working on his conscience. Perhaps he feels the burden of what his men are doing. The madame snorted. Oh, perhaps he ate too much sausage for lunch. That always sends me running for my room. Margot had no idea how good laughter could feel when the proportion of fear had been so high. But now she did, and she owed the old lady for the lesson. Chapter 19. Lukas clutched his bag in his hand and followed the line of people in front of him off the train, back into the brisk October air, coloured with dusk. Once on solid ground, he moved out of the way and then waited, eyes scanning the crowds. There would be a horse-drawn omnibus from the Bellevue. One met every train. But that wasn't what his eyes sought. He had no reason to think she'd be here. He'd sent a wire, yes, telling her what train he would be on, but he'd not asked her to meet him. She wouldn't have, had he done so. Barclay stopped beside him. She's going to be so cross, can't wait to see it. Is she here, do you think? I doubt it. But his gaze snagged on movement at the back of the crowd. He couldn't make out hair colour, just a hat, and the woman's height, and a hint of the way she moved as she navigated through the crush of people. Oh, perhaps so. Barclay chuckled. Perfect. They'd hatched this plan somewhere around midnight the night before, in the middle of their second card game, and with a pot of properly strong coffee made and drained and keeping them awake. At the time it had seemed perfectly reasonable, good even for Barclay to come back to Wales with him for a quick visit with his cousin. At the moment, he wasn't sure why it had sounded like such a wonderful idea. Oh, it had made the train ride pass more quickly, to have someone with whom he could talk. But did he really want Willa's overprotective cousin looking over his shoulder as he attempted to win her? Barclay had claimed he would stay only a night or two, but Lukas had his doubts on that one. Oh well, at least he liked the man. She stepped into a clear spot, all business, as she looked around for him. He ought to move forward, but instead he held his spot a while longer, just watching her. The way she never hesitated, even though she couldn't know exactly where he was. The way she looked over the crowd as if categorizing and filing away every bit of information about every last passenger or friend greeting them. The way her eyes lit when she spotted him and the corners of her mouth bloomed into the beginnings of a smile. The way that smile froze and the light flashed fury when she spotted Barclay at his side. "Here we go." Barclay rubbed his hands together, grinning. She'd smiled for him, or started to. That was something to cherish. She'd actually come to meet his train, and she'd been happy to see him. Another decade or two, and she might admit to some affection for him. They met her midway, her simmering gaze locked on her cousin. "What are you doing here?" were the first words from her mouth. "I left London to get away from you." Perhaps the words would have been more believable if she hadn't leaned in to give Barclay a quick, fierce embrace and smack a kiss onto his cheek. The man's grin didn't flag. "I missed you too." She shook her head and turned to Lukas. The air between them felt heavy with their kiss of 2 nights before, charged with his promise of staying, with her doubt that he would. Were they alone, without Barclay and the scads of people about, he would draw her close again, taste her lips, discover whether today she would bristle against or melt into him. She held out her hand, wrist limp. He took it and raised it to let a kiss linger too long on her gloved knuckles. Barclay cleared his throat with a loud ahem and put himself between them, slinging an arm around Willa's shoulders. "Lead the way, Will. All the girls send their love." Lukas could only see her face because she turned it to glare up at her cousin. "The Davises sent me in their car, but where exactly do you think you're going to stay? I'm not going to impose upon them for you, and anyway, I don't think they have any extra—" "Oh, I'll find a room somewhere. I imagine there's a hotel or 2 in this town, isn't there?" She blinked. Lukas cleared his throat, without any exaggerated noises. "If you cannot find a room, Barclay, you can always take the sofa in mine. I have a suite." "There, see? Lukas to the rescue." Willa rolled her eyes and leaned past her cousin to look at Lukas. "How did your trip go? Did you find your friend?" "I did." His fingers tightened around the handle of his bag. "He did not have solid news of them, but he promised to help me discover whatever he could." Her eyes sent a mixture of messages, gladness that he'd found him at all, regret that he had no more to offer, hope that something would yet come of it. He wished he knew her well enough to tell her more, wished they'd known each other for years, that she were helping him in this from the start, that she were as comfortable with him as she was with this cousin of hers who could drape an arm around her, who she could shrug off without any thought that it might hurt his feelings. She stepped around Barclay in front of Lukas and took up position on his opposite side. Her hand found its usual spot against his arm, warming a cold place in the centre of his chest. "Is there nothing else we can do now?" Would she really help if he asked? Not that he knew what he'd ask of her. "We can pray. Just now I think God alone can help us. I will trust that he will aid me in getting word to them, and them back to me." Barclay hung back half a step, crossed behind and fell in on Willa's other side. They were turning into a regular ballet. He leaned close to Willa, though he didn't bother pitching his voice down. He sounds like Peter. You realise the irony of that, I trust? Little Miss I don't believe in God. Her fingers pressed into Lukas's arm. He didn't sound like this when I met him, and it doesn't matter if he does now, as I have no intention of running off and marrying him. Ouch. Barclay scowled, looking honestly miffed. On Lukas's behalf or over something else. You could at least soften the blow, Will. This bloke actually likes you for some unfathomable reason. It'll pass. Her words were heartbreak wrapped in certainty. Lukas's throat was too tight to allow for more than a murmur. It will not. I'm hungry. Anybody else hungry? Barclay increased his stride, cutting a swath through the crowd until he emerged onto the street. Willa held Lukas back, with that hand on his arm, and looked up at him with those wide blue eyes. I'm sorry about Barclay. He can be an oaf. A chuckle tickled its way out. He just wants to protect you. I understand this and I like him. We talked for hours last night about novels. Of course you did. Did he mention that Rosie just married? Hello, yes, it was really named Peter. He showed me his new collection of autographed Brannock Hollow novels and told me that if you do not give me the boot by Christmas, I should spend it in Cornwall with your family. She came to a halt and stared up at him, mouth agape. He did what? He had begun to think nothing could ever surprise Willa Forsyth, but apparently her cousin could manage it. Do not look so excited at the prospect, mon amour. You will turn my head. It isn't like him, that's all. Should I take that as a compliment? Rather than answer, she sighed and looked ahead to where Barclay stood at the edge of the street, gazing across it with the kind of single-minded determination that he suddenly suspected was a family trait. Lukas followed the direction of his new friend's gaze, but he saw nothing of particular interest across the street. A family of 4 hurrying into a carriage, 2 women standing in deep conversation, a man in a rusty brown jacket on a bench, reading a newspaper in the dying light, and another fellow in grey with a cap pulled low against the wind, waiting for a break in traffic so he could cross. Perhaps one of the women had caught Barclay's eye. Who could say? Willa tugged him forward, her lips as thin as her hope. Come on then, we'll grab a bite on our way to your hotel. Lukas sent one more gaze over the collection of people Barclay studied, and followed with a shrug toward the Davies' car. Are you out of your mind? Willa hissed the words under her breath, or would have hissed them had the words had any hissable S sounds. She glanced over her shoulder out of habit, though Lukas was safely up in his rooms talking to Jules. She and Barclay were supposedly out in search of a room of his own for Barclay, though they both knew he had no intention of spending the quid on one. Barclay chuckled and led the way down the street, as if he knew the place as well as she did. I thought you would appreciate the chance to exchange information in person, without having to talk about dogs over the telephone. That's not what I mean. She caught the sleeve of the wool coat she'd helped make for him and drew him toward where she'd spoken to Mr. Brown. You weren't supposed to introduce yourself to him at all. You certainly weren't supposed to invite him to stay with you at Peter and Rosie's last night. And you especially weren't supposed to invite him to holiday with us in Cornwall at Christmas. Oh, come on. Will, have a heart. The bloke doesn't know if his family's alive or dead, or prisoners. He could use a little kindness. The fact that she agreed didn't stop her from bristling. I dare say there are thousands of Belgians who can claim the same. Should we invite them all to Cornwall? I think that might stretch even Peter's generosity to the breaking point. You know what your problem is with him? Mouth in that annoying smirk of his, Barclay leaned close. You actually like him, and it terrifies you. I do not, and it does not. Or wouldn't rather if I did, which I don't. Barclay rolled his eyes and strode out of the circle of light cast by the street lamps to the very bench where the German had been. At some point, Will, you'll realise that you're letting them win by not letting anyone close. You'll be nothing but what they made you, an abandoned child. How dare he? He who knew better than anyone what it felt like to be a scared child on a mean street. She stood in front of him, too mad to sit at his side. I let you in, didn't I? And Paulie and Rosie and the others, all of them. I love our family. It wasn't just a word, a lie with them. They were all the same, floundering on the same sea. There's no risk in loving us, though, is there? We're safe. A strange thing to say about a horde of thieves, but he had a point. Not that she'd admit it to him. Look, maybe someday someone will be worth that risk, but not Lukas de Wilde, never him. He was a mark, and he was a gentleman, and he was a playboy, all the things she had no respect for, that she hadn't even had to swear to herself she would never get involved with, because it was too unthinkable to even need such a promise. And really, what did she need with a man anyway? She had her family, children aplenty who crawled up in her lap and snuggled against her. Perhaps they didn't call her Mama, but that didn't mean she didn't love them like a mother should. Willa. It wasn't a chiding. It was a warning, delivered low and taut and half a second too late. Something hard and cold and round pressed against the nape of her neck. The scent of pine drifted to her nose. Willa sucked in a breath but forced it back out. Hello again. Barclay had taken to his feet and narrowed his eyes, obviously trying to make out the figure in the mounting darkness. Let me guess. Fido. Mr. Brown pushed her closer to Barclay with the pressure on her neck. A gun. It must be. He was holding a gun to her head. She missed London's thugs. They never acted this way. With her, anyway. I require an update, Miss Forsyth. He shoved her onto the bench and must have motioned Barclay to sit again too, since he sank down beside her. Just enough light reached them to glint off the metal of the pistol he held tucked against his side, where passers-by weren't likely to notice it. And an explanation of why your colleague has arrived with de Wilde after visiting a newspaper office in London. What are you about? I trust you do not mean to double-cross me. If you trust so, you don't need that. Willa nodded toward the weapon. Put it away, if you please. We're civilized enough to have a conversation without the need for threats. Brown put the weapon into the pocket of his coat, but didn't draw his hand out again. No doubt it was still pointed at them. There. Now an explanation, Mr. Pierce, as to why the leader of London's best gang of thieves is here in Aberystwyth. Willa looked at Barclay, wondering if he felt the same nausea in the pit of his stomach that she did. You flatter me, sir. He leaned back against the bench and folded his arms across his chest, half insolence, half ease. What is there to explain? Willa knew he was going there and let me know so I could shadow him. I decided I'd go the overt route and introduce myself, invite him home, search his things at my leisure while Willa took care of business here. Brown's face was nothing but shadows wrought by hat and night. So which of you has it? Willa swallowed, hoping Barclay would have some convenient lie to feed him. Perhaps he was hoping the same because he said nothing. Blast! Blighted spies. He must have cohorts in London. Did Mr. V know that? She cleared her throat. I verified that it wasn't in his room. Barclay shook his head. The only items in his bag were the clothing he was wearing today and the sheet music for the concert coming up.
He mentioned it later that he was memorising it. Her brother turned to her, brows drawn. How can he memorise the music without his violin? He is a professional, Barclay. He knows how he'll play each note without having to demonstrate it for himself. I don't see how. Enough! Brown edged closer. The newspaper office. A Belgian resistance rag. Why was he there? Bloke who runs it knew his father. He thought maybe he'd had news of his family. Barclay shrugged. Apparently he didn't. The wind whistled through the silence. Brown stepped backward again. You had better not be lying to me, either of you. If you try to slip out of Wales with Mr. Pierce without giving me what I have asked for, Miss Forsyth, one of you will end up dead. Do you understand? She folded her arms too. I liked you better before, when you spoke of the reward instead of the punishment. Deliver the goods and you will have that reward. Do not, and perhaps I'll see if that Belgian thief scurrying about on de Wilde's errands would like a shot at this job instead, once you are out of the way. A few choice words sprang to her tongue, but she bit them back, at least until the man had dissolved back into the darkness. Then she muttered a few. Barclay tugged her up. How about somewhere without ears? The Davieses. They were dining with friends tonight, so the house ought to be empty still. Theirs was a family that knew the value of holding one's tongue about important things in public, so they said little on their brisk walk. They dismissed the chauffeur as soon as they reached the Bellevue so that he could ferry the sisters to their engagement. Barclay filled her in on the goings-on of the family, the latest update from Rosie with all the little ones, how Paulie had tried a new recipe for his meat pies and almost started a riot. On a normal day, the tales would have made her laugh, but with the feel of that gun to her neck still lingering, she had a hard time doing so. Once the house came into view, she hurried even more, using the key they'd lent her to open the door. The servants would have the evening off, since they were all supposed to be out. She led Barclay into the cold parlour and slid the door shut. The light she could turn on with a twist of the knob, but they'd have to lay a fire if they wanted heat. Barclay just shoved his hands into his pockets. That wasn't all that was in his bag. Willa had no trouble backing up her thoughts to his answer to Brown's question. What else? A sheet of paper with a few paragraphs on it. Retta copied it. He pulled a folded sheet from his inside pocket and handed it over. It was in French, of course. Very helpful, Barclay. She copied it again and is taking it to V, or probably already has today. Maybe it'll tell him something. Willa sank onto the couch. It creaked and groaned and protested and filled her head with dreadful silence. She rubbed at her temples. So basically, you accomplished more within 5 minutes than I have my whole time here. Now, don't be stupid, Will. If that was some sort of message he was sending through that newspaper, he wouldn't have had it when he was here, right? And we certainly wouldn't have known to look for it without your instruction. He sat beside her and bumped his shoulder into hers. Besides, it wasn't the key. Maybe a message coded with it, but not the key. So how could it do them any good? She blustered out a breath and handed the sheet of paper back, leaned over to rest her head on his shoulder. I don't know what to do about Mr. Brown or Fido or whatever we want to call him. We'll let V handle him. He expects me to go back to London soon anyway. I'll get word to him. He reached up to pat the side of her head. Just stay safe, Willa. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you. Nothing's going to happen to me. You can't know that, can you? With Fido and Cor Ackerman and... He shook his head. She lifted hers. He's planning something, Cor. Wouldn't say what, but I have a bad feeling. I'm sure. But you're right. You'll be fine, like always. Whatever he has up his sleeve, you'll handle it. We will. He tugged on a piece of hair that had slipped out of her chignon as usual. I'll go back to London tomorrow, catch up with the girls and with V. But I can come back to tell you anything we've learned.
I wouldn't trust that information over the telephone lines. It was awfully expensive to keep going back and forth, though if those paragraphs they'd copied were at all useful, Mr. V would probably be willing to pay for the tickets, like he had over the summer when he wanted Willa to go to Cornwall to check on Rosie. There were benefits to a patron with deep pockets. Of course, there were also drawbacks. Who carried guns. I've some film I'll send with you. I don't know that there's anything helpful on it, but there could be. V can get it developed, I assume. I assume? You can fetch it in a moment. Another beat of silence descended. Another sigh gathered in Willa's chest. I'm glad you came, Barclay, even if you are a pain. He chuckled and pushed himself up. You know, he's serious. Lucas, about you. Willa shook her head and let her gaze rest on the sleeping fireplace. He won't be, if ever he realises who I am. People can surprise us sometimes. Just look at Peter. Barclay ambled over to the window and looked out at the street. He appreciates you. Lucas does. Your talent, your soul. He called you miraculous. He's an idiot. No, he's not. He spun on his heels and squared his shoulders. I better get back to his hotel and claim that sofa. Get to know my future brother-in-law, or cousin-in-law as he thinks will be. You're an idiot. Am I? Way I see it, Will, you have a pretty nice score dangling before your nose, and you're snubbing it. Her skin went prickly all over, pushing her to her feet. You think I would marry him just because he has money? Why not? The gleam in his eyes bespoke a jest. Sort of. It's the ultimate job, really. Ongoing. And you'd get everything you want out of the bargain. Food, clothing, shelter, music. A man whose poster you've had on your wall for the past 5 years. A family. No. He met her stubbornness with raised brows and folded arms. Because you're afraid he'd hurt you. Because I'd hurt him. She wouldn't be able to help it. The doubts would eat her up from the inside out, and it wasn't like she had a warm and cuddly personality to begin with. So if it went colder and pricklier... Barclay's breath slid out slow and loud. You've been thinking about it. I don't know if that makes me happy or terrified. Look. He lowered his arms. When this job is done, just stick around him for a while, maybe. Give it a chance. Don't rush into anything. I don't think I could survive if another sister got married without telling me, but give it some thought. Make sure you don't want it before you throw it out with the rubbish. All right? There was nothing to think about, but he wouldn't let it go until she agreed. All right. Good. She spun away, ready for a break from his gaze. I'll get that film for you. It was a quick trip up to her room, and only took her a minute of fumbling to remember how to get the film out of the camera and put it in its protective canister. Not nearly long enough to make the words stop echoing in her head. Barclay was waiting in the hall when she came back down, and he took the canister she held out, slipped it into his pocket. Then he stepped close, pressed a kiss to her forehead, and turned for the door. Paulie said to tell you, the pub's too quiet without you, and he's waxing the stage for when you get home. Weak as it felt, she smiled. Tell him I miss him, and the girls. I will. Don't be too hard on yourself. Impossible advice. She didn't know what to do, but ignore it. Chapter 20. Lucas set down his fork when the entryway door was thrown open with enough force to bang against the wall. He'd been in the middle of telling the Davises and Willa an anecdote about Margot when she was 3, and already too smart for her own good. But the words dried up in his mouth. He couldn't see through the walls to know who was gusting inside the Davies' house, along with the wind, but he could hear panic in the fast, heavy steps. A man burst into the dining room, the pale-faced butler a few steps behind, but not attempting any excuse for the interruption. He must have recognized, as Lukas did, the orchestra's program director. The roast that had tasted like perfection a minute ago churned in his stomach now. He darted a glance down the table. Willa's brows were knit. Perhaps she hadn't met Mr. Reese. Gwen and Daisy Davies had both risen to their feet.
"Mr. Reese, what is it? Please sit down."
Daisy motioned to a chair. Reese didn't sit. Instead, he set on the table a metal box with a clasp. "It is gone. I brought it home today after our return as usual, counted it out, sealed it in my safe with what we have earned for the fund before, but it is gone." The women drew in a collective breath. No one had to ask what it was. Reese had gone with the orchestra to Cardiff for the weekend, just returning that morning. He would have been the one with the concert's ticket money and donations in hand. Gwen pressed her fingers to her lips.
"How did you realize?"
Reese winced. "When I returned from a visit with my sister, I noticed my study door ajar. I went in and... the portrait over the safe was off the wall, the safe door open. They took everything I had in there, though none of it matters as this does. I have failed you, Miss Davies, failed them all."
"Now..."
Though her hand shook, Daisy placed it on Mr. Reese's arm.
"It is not your fault. You did as much as any of us would have done. You are not the one responsible for the theft."
Lukas sealed his lips. Part of him wanted to scream that he would have put the money in a bank. The money from the concerts here, at least, even if he wouldn't have been able to deposit that which they had just earned. But then, banks didn't guarantee anything either, did they? Especially in times of war. Lukas had plenty of money in a bank, and it might as well have been stolen too.
"Sit,"
Gwen urged, going so far as to pull out a chair for him. She motioned to one of the maids who stood against the wall.
"A cup of tea for Mr. Reese, please, quickly."
"Tea." Reese sank into his chair, swiping his hat off his head, but then clutching it rather than handing it over. "Tea will not set this to rights. It was everything, Miss Davies, everything the orchestra has brought in for the 3 concerts given. The donations that have come in for the relief fund. Over £3,000. Gone." Lukas's gaze found Willa's and knit with it. £3,000 would buy a lot of bread. And, given that the British government still had not given that American ship permission to leave port with the aid for his country, they would need that bread. Soon.
"We will recover it."
Her words may have sounded decisive, but Daisy's voice shook. Hands clasped, she turned to the butler.
"Ring the police straight away, Mr. Morgan, if you will. Or have you already, Mr. Reese?"
"I did, yes, of course. They were dispatching men to my home. My wife is there to welcome them and show them what we discovered. I let them know I was coming here. No doubt they'll be soon behind me."
"Then we will trust the law. They will find the thief and they will find the money. Whoever did it could not possibly have spent it already. It is still there."
Willa dabbed her mouth with her napkin and set it aside. Lukas didn't know how to classify the expression she wore. A bit distressed, a bit confused, a bit worried. But then the more he looked, the more he thought all those things but an illusion. Underneath was a strange blankness. Or perhaps that calculation he had noticed that first day. She was filing it all away, a step removed. She stood. "Lukas and I will get out of your way, though do let us know, of course, if we can be of any help." "Oh!" Reese jerked up, his gaze flying to their end of the table for the first time. "My apologies."
Miss Forsyth, Mr. de Wilde, I scarcely noticed you there."
"Quite understandable, sir." Willa offered a tight smile. "I'm so sorry to hear this has happened." "Don't go too far, Willa." Daisy smoothed her skirt, though it had no wrinkles. "The police will likely want to speak to all of us who have an association with the orchestra. Perhaps you noticed something at one of the concerts that we did not, something suspicious." An excellent point. If anyone in the crowd had noted anything not as it should have been, it would be Willa. Lukas saw nothing beyond the glaring stage lights and the usual backstage clamour before and after. She dipped her head. "I will try to remember anything that could be helpful." Then she caught Lukas's eye. "The parlour? It will give them some privacy to discuss this." Gwen's eyes lit. "Perhaps, Willa, your benefactor could be of help. Are you in touch with him regularly?" Benefactor? Lukas pushed to his feet. Of course, the scholarship for her schooling could have come from a private benefactor. He must be someone well connected. "Not recently, but I can get in touch with him, of course, if the police cannot resolve this for you quickly." "Thank you." Gwen looked near tears and averted her face to sniff and blink. She rubbed at one hand with the other. Lukas rounded the table, barely keeping up with Willa as she dashed out the door. He trailed her into the parlour where she halted beside the fire and went still, so still she could have been a Grecian statue. He eased up behind her and rested his hands on her arms, bared by the fashionable cut of her evening dress. In the week since Barclay had left, he'd convinced her to take tea with him twice. They'd had her lessons. She didn't jerk away or even jump at his touch now. She was getting used to him, but was obviously upset. Why else would she close off like this? Knowing he pressed his luck, he dipped his head to press a kiss to her cheek. "They will find the culprit. He cannot have gone far." Stiff, not just still, like a Grecian statue. "He stole cash, Lukas. The easiest thing in the world to take and hide and use without anyone knowing where you got it. He won't get caught, not for that. Their only hope is that something else in that safe is more notable, unique, and that he tries to fence it and they can catch him then." She said it in a way that indicated she knew. "Have you been through this before? Had someone steal from you?" "No." Hard and cold and forbidding, that word. "But I've seen it. I know how it works." It wasn't fear that kept her so stiff. He ran his hands down her arms, over the satin of her elbow-high gloves, until he could clasp her fingers in his. They were tense, but they curled around him and held tight. No, it wasn't fear. It was something more sizzling. "You are angry." "Well, of course I'm angry." She turned her head, just enough that he could see her blazing eyes. This isn't the money they were raising to pad their own pockets. It was all going to feed starving children. "I know. Children like Margot and Claudette and—" No, not them. They were better off than so many, even with their homes destroyed. But the communes, the cities, they were swarming with families who lived from one payday to the next. And with all the factories shut down, the rail lines halted, normal industry at a standstill, they would have nothing left with which to purchase food. Even if there was food aplenty to purchase. Given the shortage, prices had probably soared. It was his contribution, all of theirs in the orchestra, their way of resisting, supporting their home, and they had all been robbed of it. He squeezed her fingers and rested his head against hers. "I will never understand why people do things like this, hurt others for their own gain." She pulled away, broke her fingers from his. I can understand when it is the starving child, stealing to eat, or a parent to feed them. But taking from them? No. Her face granite, she spun to face him. Everyone in Wales knows every cent brought in by the orchestra is going to the relief fund. There's no excuse. The front door's bell buzzed. The police, no doubt. Willa's eyes flickered. The fire in them banked, and she shrugged out of her anger like she would a cloak. In its place was the mix of masking emotions from before, all jumbled together. But she'd let him see just for a moment. She'd let him see her real reaction. Before the butler could walk by to open the door, Lukas leaned down to kiss her. This woman really was all he could ever want. And maybe he actually stood a chance of convincing her of it. Willa let her bedroom door slam shut, knowing well that no one downstairs would even notice. The house was swarming with investigators and detectives and uniformed bobbies with orchestra personnel and musicians and even stagehands. If another person came through the front door, the whole house might explode from the crush of bodies. She'd had her fill, more than. It had taken everything she had, and then some, to answer all the questions of the police, as if she were just another upstanding citizen, and not someone they would be more than happy to slap cuffs onto in another situation. Never mind she hadn't been the one to commit this particular theft. She was still a thief. She turned on the light, and jumped when she spotted the figure lounging on her canopied bed. He had his dirty boots propped up on the Davies's pristine yellow counterpane, a satisfied smirk on his face, and her violin, which she'd left out on the mattress when she'd gone down for supper, in his grubby paws. "Cor Ackerman, you have some nerve showing up here now." She marched to the bed and reached for the instrument. He held it away from her, far enough that if she tried to reach for it, she'd end up sprawled over him. Not a position she fancied. No matter, he'd put it down eventually, and she had bigger things to deal with just now. So she settled for levelling a finger at his chest. "Where did you put it?" He didn't wear innocence well. It sat on his face like a joke. "Put what, pretty Willa?" "The money from the orchestra, for the relief fund. I know you have it. What did you do with it?" She had known the moment Mr. Reese came bursting in and told them what had happened. Never for a moment had a question entered her mind, and seeing his eyes go wide certainly didn't convince her to doubt it now. "My friend, you are certainly not accusing me of such a theft. Why, I am but a novice at our mutual craft, with not even a decent set of picks." She hissed out a breath. "You are not amusing." All right. He sprang up on the far side of the bed and produced a black bag from somewhere on the floor, tossed it onto the mattress. She stared at it, at the way the fabric moulded to what were obviously stacks of something rectangular within. Pound notes, she would bet. But then, "What are you doing with it here?" All pretense of playfulness fell away. Her violin still in one hand, he leaned against the wall. "My entrance fee, let us call it, into your gang." Words buzzed around her head like out-of-tune strings, but it took her a long moment to sort through the fury enough to grasp hold of them. "I do not have a gang. I have a family." He snorted. "You do not share a drop of blood with any of those people, and I will not believe you do." "You don't need blood to be a family." His gaze went patronizing. "Yes, you do, but whatever you call it," he motioned to the bag, "I want in. That should be enough to prove myself, yeah? £3,200, my donation to the family. She didn't even look at it again. Couldn't, or it might make her ill. We don't want that money. He pushed off the wall, fingers tight around the neck of the violin. I beg your pardon. Perhaps my English is worse than I thought. I thought for a moment there you said you did not want money. Not that money. And the fact that you think we would just proves that you are not, could never be, one of us. He growled or huffed or some combination of the two that made a chill skitter over the back of her neck where the German's pistol had rested. He advanced to the foot of the bed. You will pretend you are better than me, is that it? You are a thief, Willa Forsyth, as I am. I am a thief, but I have a code. I do not ever take from those worse off than I am. I don't take food from children's mouths, and that's what this money is for. She pulled off her gloves and tossed them onto the dressing table. What kind of monster are you to even consider such a thing? You're stealing from your own neighbours. He regarded her with pure, resentful incredulity. And now you will try to tell me you have never stolen from another Englishman? Not starving ones, and it's different now. We're at war. There's a greater enemy. You, of all people, a refugee, should know that. Kaur snorted, or perhaps laughed. Either way, it was an ugly sound. You will refuse me? Refuse thousands of pounds for some stupid code? Well, you are here trying to steal from your boyfriend, and yet will lecture me on right and wrong? She pointed to the window where he must have come in. Get out of my room. Out of my life. I never want to see you again, and you'd be wise to respect that. Jaw set, he shrugged and reached for the bag. She lunged and snatched it up, half a wink before he grabbed it. Oh no, this is going back where it came from. Give me the money, Willa. No charm remained in his tone now. It was all danger and darkness and warning. I took it. It is mine. You called it your entrance fee. I call it the only thing that will stop me from having the police on your tail within 10 seconds. Get out now, or I'll call them up here. Fury crouched low and menacing on his shoulders. You turn me in, I take you down with me. I will tell your darling de Wilde what you really are. So then, we go down together, or we go our separate ways. She gestured to the window with a flourish. Go! His only warning was a low sound in his throat, somewhere between a cello and a bass. Then, in the next second, the world exploded. Or her heart. He'd brought his arm back with force she couldn't have expected, and smashed her violin. Her violin! Into the corner of the armoire. It cracked, splintered, wept, fell to the floor. The sound of its cry rang in her ears. He pointed at her, but she didn't see it. Not really. Her eyes were locked on the ruins of her soul. You will regret this, Willa Forsyth. Mark my words. He ducked through the window, left the room empty. Empty. Her knees buckled and then smacked the floor. Something balled up in her throat, punched. Money bag abandoned, she crawled through the lamplight to that puddle of dreams on the floor. Something poked at her palms. She gathered the pieces, fingers convulsing. Broken wood held together by lax strings. Agony. Something hot and wet scalded her cheeks. She couldn't breathe. Didn't know if she would ever be able to again, much as she gasped. The jagged edges of wood pierced her hands, her heart. There was no repairing it. Had it just been the neck that snapped? But it wasn't just that. The back of the body had shattered, making a gaping hole that exposed the hollow meant to be there. And it wept, and it keened, and it screamed, "Why?" into the room. Or perhaps she did. It had been so long since she'd cried that she realized only gradually that she was, that the salty sting was from her tears, that the heaving was her own chest, that the gasps were from the sobs ripping her apart. "Willa?" Her name joined a knock. She couldn't answer, wasn't entirely sure she heard it. "Willa?" The door cracked open, then a gasp preceded rushed steps. "You're bleeding! What happened? Oh, your violin, Willa, your violin!" "Gwen." Willa squeezed her eyes shut. She could get out nothing more. What did words matter? They were just lies anyway. Only music ever told the truth, and he destroyed it, destroyed the one thing in the world that had made her more than just a street rat. Gwen pried the broken wood from her hands and plucked a long, thick splinter from one of the bleeding places. "Sit up on the bed. I'll go and fetch the bandages. Who did this, Willa?" Cor Ackerman. She would hate that name forever, but couldn't speak it now. She shook her head, even as Gwen somehow convinced her legs to hold her until she reached the mattress. "No one who matters, but he—" She nodded, hollow, empty, to the black bag behind the door. "I'm sorry. I didn't take it, but he followed me here. It was my fault he did." Only the little breath that slipped from Gwen's lips said she saw and grasped what the bag must hold. Otherwise she made no move toward it, just muttered something about bandages and vanished into the hall. Returned before she seemed even to have cleared the doorway with bandages and a small brown bottle in hand. "Iodine tincture," she said as she set it on the bedside table. "After we get you cleaned up. What did you do? Stab yourself with it?" Willa stared at her hands. They were empty but for the streaks of red. No magic violin ready to come to life in them. "I don't know, "Never mind. We'll get you right as rain in no time." She dabbed at the wounds with a wet cloth, applied a smelly brown liquid to them from that little glass bottle, wrapped them in crisp white bandages. "There now, all better." "Thank you." But it would never be all better. Never. She wasn't even sure what the phrase was supposed to mean. "I didn't open the bag. You should make sure it's all there. 3,200, he said. But I didn't count it, didn't even look." Gwen's warm hand touched her cheek. Did it hurt her fingers to do so? "Thank you, Willa, but it's just money. We could have replaced what was stolen. You can never replace your first violin, and if this happened because of it—" It happened because she lived in a world with ugly people who did ugly things. She'd never get away from that, should never have expected otherwise. She shook her head. Gwen sighed and stood, gathered her bandages and bottle full of smelly stuff, then reached down and scooped up the bag. She didn't look inside either. "I'll tell them I found it outside, that someone must have felt badly and brought it back. You should rest, I suppose." It wouldn't help. She'd still wake up in the morning to a broken violin. She ought to have known it would happen eventually. After all, the instrument was so very much like her. Chapter 21. The sun, she was sure, had never shone so brightly, despite the fact that it produced the same number of lumens as it had the day before. Margot bent over into the square of it spilling through her window and laughed into the rug. He was alive. She'd known it. Alive and in Wales and ready to bring them there too, as soon as he knew how to find them. She wanted to shout it, to run and find her mother and squeal it into her ear. But Maman was in the bread line. Madame Dumont was at the church praying. Claudette had scurried away as soon as she had delivered this fresh batch of papers and collected the old ones to pass along to another neighbour. There was no one to rejoice with her, no one but the sunshine and the Lord who sent it. "Thank you, God, thank you, thank you, thank you." The rug ate up her words, but she knew he heard her, and imagined him chuckling along with her half-mad laughter. Lukas was alive, and coming for them, or would be. She sat up straight again, eyes following one of the dust motes that danced through the light. How long had it taken the papers to reach her? She spun back to where she'd spread the newsprint out on her floor and flipped L'Indépendance Belge back to the front page. 2 weeks old. Not as slow as she had feared. Lukas should still be where he had been when it was printed. He would not be too distressed yet over a lack of response. Oh, a response. How was she going to get one to him? When she devised this key, it had seemed so simple, fun even. A private code between them, meant partially to give her a means of communicating family business without Maman knowing. Not that Maman had sunk as deep into despair as Margot had feared she might. There had been no need to summon Lukas covertly home. But had she needed to, she simply would have gone to one of Papa's newspaper friends. Now, though, they were all shut down. That was one of the first things the Germans had seen to. A few were still being produced in secret, yes. The stack on her floor was evidence of that. But in other countries outside the border. Not in Brussels, so far as she could tell. Still, someone could help her. Someone must. She went through the list of all of Papa's friends while she folded the newspapers again. There was Georges Barranger, but he was in Louvain, or had been. Monsieur Amil had been here, though, hadn't he? And Jacques Allard. She was all but certain he was the one putting out L'Indépendance Belge in London. She recognised his editorial hand. Allard had run the paper here in Brussels with his brother Jerome. Where was he? She couldn't just go out looking for him. After sliding the papers into their temporary hiding place, she left her chamber, needing more room than it offered to pace. Only certain kinds of thinking required movement, but the logistics of finding missing persons was one of them. It wasn't just mathematics, it was geography and social skills and other factors she couldn't readily think of names for. Maman could help when she got home. Margot would tell her about the key she had created and given to Lukas, without mentioning why she had made it. She and Papa had long spoken of creating such a thing just for the family, and he had so loved the idea he had even told all his friends about it. But they never had done so. Not until this one. And then he had died so suddenly afterward. Maman had never even known. There'd been no time to tell her. But she would tell her now. She would write down careful instructions on what to give to one of Papa's editor friends, if she could work out how to find them. Except Maman could not go wandering the city, especially not the parts of it where their old friends lived. She could too easily be recognised, and then someone would shout a greeting, word of it would reach German ears, and their ruse would be over. Madame Dumont, perhaps. But the old woman had scarcely recovered from the gruelling trek from Louvain. She never walked farther than the block to church for Mass. Claudette. It would have to be Claudette. The next time she came over, Margot would have the message ready. Claudette was already taking a risk by running papers around the city. She would not blink at a bit more, and probably knew better than the rest of them how to find Monsieur Allard. Her feet had taken her through the upstairs parlour, and then down the stairs. She stood now in front of the thick front door, staring at it. She wanted to go. She wouldn't, but she wanted to. She hadn't stepped foot outside the door since she came through it 2 months ago, other than for Mass and that one trip to the breadline last week, after which Maman had forbidden her to go, apparently convinced by Gottlieb's claims that it wasn't safe. They had reasoned at first that it was safer for her to go. She wouldn't be recognized as quickly as beautiful, memorable Maman. But after that, her mother wouldn't hear of it. A sigh built, released, and Margot turned. She meant to turn all the way around, back to the stairs, but her feet halted her at 92 degrees when her eyes caught sight of something unprecedented. Gottlieb's room. Open. Usually, he not only shut the door, but locked it behind him. Today, however, he must have turned the lock without properly latching the door first. It had swung open just an inch, the bolt out so it couldn't shut all the way. Interesting. She shouldn't. She knew she shouldn't, or at least she knew Maman would say she shouldn't. But something pulled on her. Usually, if she felt such a tug, she would think it the Lord telling her something. Though she wasn't altogether certain the Lord would instruct her to search Gottlieb's room either. He often sided with Maman on things like this. "God, may I?" Lukas always rolled his eyes at her when she asked him a question like that, saying the Almighty had better things to do than answer a too inquisitive girl, and that she wouldn't know an answer from him if she got one. But she did. When he didn't want her to proceed, her mind always filled with an impossible, ugly proof that she'd been labouring for years to make work. When his answer was in the affirmative, though, beautiful, elegant numbers ticked along now in her mind. The Pythagorean theorem, the proof of infinite prime numbers, that the square root of 2 is irrational. She stepped toward the door without another moment's hesitation and into the General Lieutenant's sanctum. She had expected shadows, despite the fact that his room was directly below hers and hence also facing the sunny street just now. Golden light touched all the surfaces. Most of them were bare. Any decorations that had belonged to the Dumont house had been removed to other rooms, and he'd not replaced them with anything of his own. Not unexpected, she supposed, of a military man. Dress regalia peeked out from a small closet. A shaving kit resided on the bureau top. A book sprawled open on the bedside table. Otherwise it might have been unoccupied. Why did he even bother locking it? And why had all those lovely theorems told her to come inside? Frowning, she spun in a slow circle in the middle of the room. The bed. It was positioned in the same place hers was. She crouched down and looked underneath it. A box, similar in size to the one she kept in the exact same place. Margot stretched until her fingers closed around the card paper edges and she could pull it out. It was plain and brown and utilitarian, which she could appreciate. She lifted the lid and sucked in a breath that hurt. Maman stared up at her. Maman and Papa and Lukas. No. She knew the clipping. They'd had one too, once in Louvain. It had been an article about Lukas's career, and she'd read it so many times Papa had told her to stop before she ruined the paper. This one hadn't the attached article, just the photograph in grainy blacks and greys, and the caption under it. Renowned violinist Lukas de Wilde, with his parents in Louvain. Her eyes slid shut. He knew. He knew who they were. Had he known all along? No, she couldn't think so. That day last week when he'd been acting so odd, that must have been when he'd learned it. Why hadn't he turned them in immediately? For what was he waiting? Fire danced over her nerves, itching, aching. She put the photograph back in its place, slid the box back under the bed. exactly 3 feet and 4 inches, turned it to a degree 18 off parallel with the wall. Then she fled the room, back up to her own long enough to grab her coat, her scarf, her hat. Out the door. She didn't care if it wasn't safe. If Maman would cluck her tongue and scold her, if anyone recognized her. She had to find Jerome Allard now, today. They had no time to waste. Gottlieb could decide any day to turn them in. They would arrest Maman, probably Margot too, because of Lukas and because of Papa, and because of her and the work she'd done. It took all her restraint to keep herself from breaking into a run out on the sidewalk. It would look strange if she did, and attention was bad. "Spots, what are you doing out here? Does your mother know you have left the house?" She wished she knew a few curses so she could think them. Reciting the 9s tables didn't exactly express the frustration and fear that filled her at Gottlieb's voice. She turned to face him and realized with a start that it was October 29, which meant... She sighed. "Don't tell her. You'll ruin the surprise." Gottlieb frowned. Rather, he had been frowning already and didn't stop. "What surprise?" She glanced over her shoulder, as if afraid Maman would turn the corner. "It is her birthday on Wednesday. I thought... I have no gift for her, but I found a coin." She had, the day she'd gone for bread. It was still in her pocket, though it would buy next to nothing these days. A ribbon, perhaps, in black and red and yellow for Belgium. They couldn't fly the flag anymore, but people were wearing the colours anywhere they could. The frown not only eased, it turned into a smile. "She has said nothing." "Well, of course not. It is hardly a year to celebrate." Gottlieb motioned her to turn around again and jogged to catch up. "One should always celebrate the life of those one cares about, though. You are a good girl, Margot, to remember the day for her." "You won't tell her, then?" "Of course not, and I will do better than that. I will see you safely to the shops and back." 9, 18, 27, 36. No, not sufficient at all. Perhaps the powers of 3 would do a better job. "What would she like, do you think? A book, poetry, perhaps, or, I know, chocolate. It has probably been months since she's had chocolate, yeah? I know where we can get some." Margot told her mouth not to water at the thought. "I only have 1 franc." He sent her a strange look, chiding but warm, like Maman gave her. "Pick out what you like for your mother, Spots. I will make sure it is paid for." She scowled. "Don't look at me like that." "Like what?" Like you're a father indulging his daughter." She hadn't meant to say it, and doubly wished she hadn't when he dragged in a long breath and held it for a full 5 seconds before letting it out. "Forgive me, Margot. I do not mean to make you uncomfortable, but you do remind me a bit of my daughter when she was your age. Only a bit, mind you. I could never convince her to play Go with me." Her feet came to a halt and wouldn't be convinced to budge again. He turned when he realized she'd stopped, blonde brows arched. "What?" "You have a daughter?" The brows remained raised. "Why is this surprising? Do you think a man of my age has never married, has no family?" But if he had a family of his own, why did he chase after Maman? Follow her with his eyes all the time? Why had he never mentioned them? She had a few suspicions, though they were all in the category of things that Lukas insisted she had no business knowing about. Given the darkening of Gottlieb's countenance, he may well have the same opinion of that knowledge. "I see. You think me—" "She is dead, my wife. 8 years ago. My daughter is grown and has moved to America with her husband. I have not seen her for 5 years. My son did not live to his 16th birthday." What would I have said to you about them? Nothing. What could he? She looked away, first for perhaps the first time with him. I am sorry. Because it changed everything somehow, realizing he wasn't just a general lieutenant, not even just a man. He was a father, someone who looked at her and saw his own little girl once upon a time, not just someone out to make her life miserable. He sighed. I am not a fool. I know your mother mourns your father still, and would never look at a German officer occupying her home as anything but that. But is it so wrong of me to want to see her happy on her birthday? Of course not, she said. Why do you have that photograph? She wanted to say. Why have you done nothing about it? Sentiment? He didn't seem to be the kind to be swayed by it, or hadn't, when he'd just been General Lieutenant Wolfgang Gottlieb instead of someone's papa. She started forward again. Thank you for walking with me. She would have to find a way to escape him, of course, but she could be glad of the company for now. It is my pleasure. He clasped his hands behind his back, which was as straight and unmoving as a steel rod, but at least he didn't march without bending his knees. She couldn't have borne it if he did that. But I will reiterate my advice of last week. It is not safe for you to be out here alone, and it will soon be even less so. He glanced around as if he needed to check and make sure no one was listening, leaned down and pitched his voice low. I have it on good authority that our Governor-General will soon be sent to Turkey, replaced by General von Bissing. She'd never heard the name before, but the way he said it. Who is that? Distaste curled Gottlieb's lip. I know you think I am arrogant, but von Bissing has rightly been called the only German general who can strut while sitting down. He will be a cruel overseer, Spatz. Numbers beat against her skull like bullets, a warning. When? A few weeks, perhaps, a month at the outside. He straightened again, a muscle in his jaw ticking. I intend to leave Brussels before he arrives. Von Bissing and I have never got along, but I have made it worse by trying to inject a bit of reason in the High Command's operations here. My friends in Berlin tell me I have jeopardized my career with such words, and von Bissing will be all too happy to destroy it entirely if I am directly under his command. So you will just leave? 10 minutes ago it would have made her want to dance. But no jubilation filled her, not given those other words he'd said. Was it her imagination, or did his shoulders sag a degree? I see little choice. And you have really been speaking reason to them? A breath of laughter escaped his lips and made a little puff of white in the air. How many times must I tell you that I'm not the monster you would make me, Margot? 23, apparently. She pulled her coat a little tighter. Will it be better for you somewhere else? He shrugged and glanced down at her again, his eyes as serious and sober as they were when he looked at Maman, as if Margot were another adult. Away from von Bissing will be a good thing, and worry not for me, my young friend. An enterprising man can always find a way to endear himself again to the High Command. Her chest banded again. How? He tried on a smile, but rather than looking flip and light, it looked pained. I will simply await the right opportunity. Then who knows? Take credit for the capture of a spy, or rooting out a double agent. That would prove my loyalty adequately. The band went so tight she could scarcely breathe. That, then, was why he hadn't yet turned them in. He was waiting for the right moment so it could secure him the most favour. But it would pain him at least. Clearly, he didn't want to hurt them. She was sure of that now. So she could still like him just a little, because he had gotten himself into this by speaking reason, and he was someone's papa, and he looked at her as though she was perfectly capable of understanding his dilemma. She could like him a little, and she could respect him, and she could know that he'd understand when they fled. He understood necessity. They walked in silence for 2 blocks, Gottlieb matching his long stride to her shorter one. She caught a few sympathetic looks from people they passed, neighbours who no doubt thought her in some kind of trouble. She did her best to look recalcitrant, or at least sullen. At last the shops came into view. Gottlieb cleared his throat. "Margot, can I ask you a favour?" "What?" "This evening, I would like to start a new game of Go. Do you think you could bring yourself to play me as you want to, instead of holding back so that I think you stupider than you are?" 3, 9, 27, 81. It was no use. She wanted to scream. And she wanted to smile. She settled for saying, "On one condition." "Yes?" "Don't tell my mother." He laughed and sounded like somebody's papa. "It is a deal. Now, where to first?" She didn't know Brussels nearly as well as she did Louvain, but she'd come down this street with Papa a year ago and had counted the streets and cross-streets they'd passed. He'd pointed out where all his friends lived and worked, perhaps knowing somehow that she would need the knowledge someday. The Allard Press was 5 streets over, but the Allard home was only 2 away, and there was a bookstore on that side of the street. She nodded toward it. "A book, one that I can borrow from her." He chuckled. "Good job, Spatz. That sounded nearly like a normal child." A bell jangled over the door when they entered, and Margot had to take a moment to close her eyes and breathe it in. Paper, ink, leather. Home. "You are going to be here a while, I can see it already." She grinned. She couldn't help it. "If you have other things to do, you can simply call back here in an hour. I'll have something for Maman by then, I promise." He looked about to object, despite the prayers she was sending heavenward, but he glanced outside and nodded. 1 hour. Do not start back without me. It is not safe." 1 hour, and I promise." She held her spot until he walked back out, and then dashed over to the proprietor behind the counter, who had been watching the exchange unabashedly. She leaned closer. "Have you a back door?" The man asked no questions. He wouldn't need to. He had seen Gottlieb's uniform. He merely motioned her to follow him past the shelves down a tight hallway and through an office. The door was within it. "I will leave it open for you, and have a few books ready for you. For your mother?" "That I could enjoy as well." He nodded. "A novel. I have just the thing. Run along." She would thank him later. She hadn't the time now. All her focus had to go toward checking each alley before she ran across it, to make sure Gottlieb wasn't on the other side. Remembering how many streets she needed to cover, when to cross, determine where crossing put her, and pray with every step that Jerome Allard still lived where he had a year ago. Maman was always after her to get up and move about, especially before the invasion. "Go outside and play, Margot," she had said in years past. "Take some exercise before your muscles turn to mush." Just now she wished she had listened more. Within a block she was short of breath and battling a stitch in her side. Losing the battle, but there were the eaves she was looking for on the house Papa had pointed out. No German soldiers were within sight, praise be to God. She hurried up the steps and rang. "Let it be the Allards, please, Lord, let it be the Allards." A youngish woman answered, unfamiliar but not a servant. She wore a fine grey day dress and had well-styled hair. Her eyes went wide upon spotting a wheezing girl on her stoop.
"How can I help you, young lady?"
Margot sucked in a breath.
"Is this Monsieur Allard's house still?"
The woman's eyes returned to their normal size and scanned the street behind Margot.
Yes, come in, quickly. I won't ask why you need him. It is always the same."
Margot stepped inside so the woman could close the door and then followed her through a tidy entryway and into a kitchen.
"This way,"
the woman said, opening a door to stairs and leading the way down them.
"He is at the press."
Tinkering on it, apparently. It certainly wasn't running. The only sounds coming from the ancient thing were the clang of a tool against heavy iron. Margot's heart sank. This thing didn't have the look of something that they ran regularly.
"Monsieur Allard?"
The woman put a hand on her shoulder.
"Jerome, come out! You have a guest!"
Coming.
He said the words, but no action followed them to prove them true. The woman patted her shoulder.
"He will emerge eventually. If you will excuse me a moment, I must check on the baby." "Of course, I can wait."
Margot chose a spot that looked as though it couldn't be in the way when he finally emerged and knotted her fingers together. She could wait up to 10 minutes. That would still give her plenty of time to talk to him and run back to the bookshop. He emerged in 2, wiping his hands on a cloth dark with oil. A smudge of it decorated his cheek, too, but it couldn't disguise the fact that he was young. Much younger than she'd expected. Closer to Lucas's age than Papa's. Hadn't the other Monsieur Allard been much older? And they were brothers, she was sure of it. This Monsieur Allard gave her a smile.
"Wait a moment. I know that gaze. You are Professor de Wilde's daughter, aren't you? You looked at me exactly that way when you were only 4 years old."
Her brow furrowed. "I don't remember meeting you."
"Well, you were only 4.
Why should that matter? Perhaps it had been in a crowd. He laughed.
"Yes, that is the mind that goes with those eyes. I suppose I should not be surprised you have found me. What is it I can do for you, mademoiselle?"
She sent a dubious glance at the press.
"Is it running? Are you producing a paper?"
Allard sighed.
"It runs, and it doesn't run. I produce what I can while it is being merciful, and I pretend that I had never run an old heap of junk like this in my life, when in public."
"Is it being merciful now?"
The grease stain said otherwise. But the man smiled.
"It will be tonight, when it is safe for it to be. Have you news for me to include?"
She pressed her lips together.
"If I give you a message, will you include it exactly the way as I indicate? And will the papers make their way to Wales?"
"Wales?"
Allard tossed the rag onto a table as depressing as the machine.
"I cannot say, little one. I know they make it to my brother in London. Beyond that..."
"It will do."
It would have to.
"But the message?"
This time his smile was sad and old.
"Trying to reach your brother. I just read that most of our musicians are in Wales, raising money to send home."
"Yes, I know where he is. I need him to know where I am."
"I will keep your message as you give it to me. You have my word."
He held out a hand. She stared at it for a moment, and then realized what he wanted.
"Oh, I haven't written it down yet. If I could borrow a pen and paper?"
He set her up at the haggard table and made no pretense of giving her privacy as she printed the words in clear, careful letters so he could read them with ease. He leaned onto the edge of the table.
"Is it a code?"
"A cipher."
She wished she had a more concise way of giving Lukas this information. It would take him half of forever to decode it bit by bit. But how else could she direct him to Madame Dumont's house?
"I thought you needed some sort of master device for those."
"A key."
"Right." He leaned over. "Where is yours?"
She sighed and looked up just long enough to give him a "do you mind" sort of look.
"It is in my head."
He shook his and eased back. "How old are you anyway? 13, 14? 230. I look young for my age." When he laughed at her joke, she decided she liked him, despite his nosiness, and when he didn't ask her to explain the real meaning of the long paragraph she'd written out and hand it to him, she decided she liked him even more. He scanned over it, nodding. "It reads like real news about the king and his wife." That was rather the point. "Could you print the same thing each time you put out an edition? It can be nested in a larger article that changes around it, so long as La Famille is somewhere in the headline." Allard put the paper on the top of a stack of them. "Until you tell me to cease, you have my word." "Thank you." She took a step toward the stairs, then stopped and turned, fished the single franc from her pocket. "It's all I have right now. You'll say you don't need it because you pity me and feel affection for my father. But I want you to have it. My father always said that things are only worth what we're willing to pay for them. And this is worth everything to me." He stood still for a moment, then he reached out and took the franc. She would count him a friend for the rest of her days. "God bless you, Monsieur Allard." "And you, Mademoiselle de Wilde." She hurried back up and let herself quietly out of the house. She still had plenty of time to slip back into the bookstore. And she'd let Gottlieb pay for the novel. It would undoubtedly mean more to him than it did to her. Chapter 22. Willa listened for the click, turned the knob, slipped into the hotel room in what was becoming habit, and slid the skeleton key back into her bag. She wasn't exactly sure what she expected to find on a third search that she hadn't on the first or second. But she'd spotted Cor Ackerman that afternoon, trailing Lukas and Jules and the other musicians as they went for rehearsal. He wasn't going to vanish with his tail between his legs. He was going to cause her whatever trouble he could. So far as she could tell, he didn't yet know about Mr. Brown, to try to work that angle, but he was too observant. He could well realize soon that the German was trying to hire her and use it against her if V didn't arrest the agent soon. Her hands still hurt from where the wood had pierced them. Her soul still hurt far more. The pieces of the violin had been gone when she'd finally pulled herself out of bed the next morning at a ridiculously late hour. Gwen, she'd probably taken it to some luthier she knew and asked him if he could fix it. He'd no doubt taken one look at the collection of splinters and declared it beyond redemption. Her eyes burned as she shut the door to Lukas's hotel room behind her without a sound. She'd begged off her lessons for the last 3 days, claiming to be unwell. It wasn't a lie. Never in her life had she felt so miserable. He'd come to see her, of course, but she had claimed she wasn't well enough to come down. He would see the bandages and demand to know why they were there. He would look into her eyes and know the music was gone. Another something that would demand an explanation. She hadn't one to give him. Not now. Her time was running out. Cor would act again soon. He wouldn't realize that the blow he'd already dealt had felled her so completely. He'd think it nothing but an instrument, a thing, something she could replace. He would think he had to strike again, harder. She had to strike first, get what she needed and get out of here before Cor could ruin it all with his quest for revenge. Before Brown could ruin it all with his promise of violence. Before Lukas could ruin it all with his blasted devotion. Before Willa could ruin it all just by being who she was. She sighed and looked around her at the scant belongings she'd already searched through. Wandered through the sitting room as she tried to engage her mind. She had to think, not just look, but think. Think like Lukas, Where would he keep something so dear? Something that allowed him to communicate with his family? Think like his father who had given it to him. What would be a logical thing to hide a key in for his son? His violin? No. No one would dare to change a Stradivarius even slightly, and the bow had no room for any sort of key. The case? Maybe. It wasn't here now, of course, and hadn't been with him in London. And she'd looked all through it when she was getting the Strad from it, and hadn't noticed any letters. What had he had with him in London? Clothes? The sheet music for the symphony? Those paragraphs of French? What if there had been something else, too, that Ellie and Retta had missed? It would make sense that he'd carried it with him, unwilling to let it out of his sight, unwilling to go off to send a message to his mother without it. Maybe it was still in his bag, even. The bag was nowhere out here, of course, so she drifted into the bedroom and halted. It smelled like him, was like walking into his arms. She hadn't expected to miss that sensation after a measly few days apart from him. Couldn't miss it. Miss him. It wasn't allowed. Though maybe she wouldn't have missed him quite so much if it hadn't gone hand in hand with that other loss. Her nose ached, though she hadn't let herself cry again after that night. Chin up, Willa. Snap out of it. It was just a violin. A friend. Yes, but a thing. It wasn't Rosemary who Cor Ackerman had hurt, or Barclay, or Lucy, or Retta, or any of them. Even Lukas hadn't been scathed by Cor Ackerman's fury. It was just a thing. She'd find another one somewhere, and it would sing for her too. There'd been nothing magical about that wood. And Barclay's words echoed in her head. "You're letting them win." He'd been speaking of her parents, but they were no less true here and now. If she couldn't stand up straight and keep going, then Cor Ackerman had won. And he would not win. Her head had been silent these past 3 days. Not so much as a strain of music, not a whiff. She'd been empty, hollow, defeated. "You won't beat me." She said it into the armoire, but it was for Cor, her mother, her father. She yanked open the doors and pulled out the small black bag Lukas had been carrying when he got off the train. It was empty. She tossed it back into its place with a half-hearted growl. What else? Clothes, the sheet music for the symphony, those paragraphs of French. V already had the paragraphs. She could check his clothes, she supposed, or... Her breath caught. The music, of course! It wouldn't be in the symphony for the orchestra, but her family wouldn't have known the difference between that and any other music he had with him. And hadn't she read in one of the old tattered books on the subject that Barclay had found for her about composers hiding messages for their friends in their music? They hadn't hidden anything complicated, no secret instructions, just their names or something special to them. One little word that the composers would turn into a motif. But if she were a cryptographer with a musician for his son, wouldn't that be the logical place to put a cipher key? Life pumped through her veins for the first time since Cor Ackerman had shattered her. It wasn't quite music, but it was life, pumping and surging and making her head spin. Lukas's music crate was there, just inside the bedroom door. He must have moved it in here when Barclay stayed in the outer room, to be out of his way. She moved to it, her fingers flipping through the sheets like they always did, quickly, searching for something she wanted to play. No, she had to slow down. It wasn't as though the correct paper would shout, "Me! Look at me!" She must think. How would she know which piece it was in? He had so many, and Barclay hadn't said anything about the titles of what he'd had with him in London. The Bach motif, if she recalled correctly, had been deliberately written to include notes that spelled out B-A-C-H, with the H being played by,
Wasn't it a B natural or something with the B being a B flat? But if his father had developed a key for his son, he could have based it on any melody and instructed him in how to use it. That was what keys sometimes were, according to the brief information Mr. V had given her. A book both parties had, a dictionary perhaps, a map, something both had been instructed in how to use a certain way, read a certain way. It could be absolutely any of these pieces. Maybe he'd marked whichever he'd chosen somehow. Willa pulled out a handful of sheet music and sat on the foot of the bed. Her eyes skimmed the margins for any notations, but there were none. She'd played this one last week. It was lovely. A strand of it filtered into her silent head, distant and faint and tantalizing. She closed her eyes and reached for it, willing it closer like a man dying of thirst, seeing an oasis on the horizon. Come, please, please. She half heard it for 1 second, 2, then it drifted away again. Her shoulders sagged. She turned to the next piece, scanned it again for any markings, and there were a few pencil scratches. She traced them, not put there by his father or by Lukas for any secret reasons. He'd simply scratched legato onto a section that she kept playing, according to him, too fast. Though the composer hadn't said it should be legato, had he? And what made Lukas de Wilde the authority? Her lips felt a little lighter, not pulled so far down. Her fingertips settled on the first note and followed its successors. She liked it better as a rapid ascent up the scale, not a slow climb. The music gathered in her throat. She wasn't one for humming usually, but she had no violin and she needed to hear it. Her eyes slid shut as the first note filled her mouth, her ears, without quite making it into that place in her head. She added the second to it, the third. Her shoulders relaxed and that aching band across her chest eased a bit. She didn't have a very good singing voice, and there was no way she'd be able to hit the high notes at measure 20, but she heard it, that sweet melody. And a click. There was no click in the music. Her eyes flew open. Lukas filled the doorway, frozen there with his brows arched and a smile at half-bloom. "Willa, I must say, mon amour, I never expected to walk into my bedroom and find you waiting on my bed. You are not the type." There should have been panic, or a dozen excuses, or something other than what there always was when she was with him. Too much pleasure at seeing him, too much ease at knowing he was there. She stood, but not quickly, with a roll of her eyes. "Get over yourself, Lukas de Wilde. I'm not here to throw myself at you." The music settled, there, but muted, present, but with its lips sealed, as a random thought spun through her head. She would tell him. It was stupid, but according to the music, it was right. Lukas sauntered closer in that way he had, pure confidence, never a frisson of doubt. "So I assumed, given that you would have expected me to be away another hour yet. If you wanted to borrow some music, ma belle, you need only have asked." Her fingers tightened on the paper, relaxed. She set the stack back in its crate. "I didn't come to borrow music." "Did the clerk let you up? I really need to have a talk with that man." He stopped a foot away, his brows knit. He reached for her hands. "What happened, dear? You are injured? You are injured and no one told me?" "Lukas." She tried to hide the bandaged appendages behind her back, but he was too quick. He already had them in his hands, was already kissing them, was already breaking her into more splinters. "I'm a thief." He paused, but then he grinned, loosed a sound that crossed a chuckle with a snort. "Perhaps that would be a better joke, mon amour, were the orchestra not still buzzing about that fickle thief from Sunday. Or will you tell me that was you?" "No."
A bit of the venom meant for core slipped out. No, I would never steal from those worse off than me. Never. His smile froze and melted right off his face. But you would steal from... you. She meant to say it as a simple fact. It came out as a sorrowful one. He still held her hands, but he lowered them. You sound serious, but you cannot be. You have known all along that all my assets are frozen in a bank in Brussels. She had to look away. I wasn't sent here to steal your money. I was sent to steal the key. Her fingers went cold and lonely as his fell away. He took a step back. Who are you? His voice was ice. No darkness, no silence. She sketched a bow, masculine style, just to try to bolster her resolve. Willa Forsyth, one of London's best pickpockets. No. He hadn't moved a muscle, not a single one, but for those in his mouth required to speak. You are Willa Forsyth, violin virtuoso. Willa Forsyth, friend of the Davises. Her fingers curled into her palms. I'd never even met them before coming here. He shook his head. Willa Forsyth, woman I love. It was a punch in the stomach, the eye, the heart. Her nostrils flared. I'm not, or you don't, or it'll pass. He moved then, exploded more like. Spewing a stream of rapid French, he spun, dragged his hand through his hair, gestured wildly with his other arm, and then turned back, jabbing a finger her way. His eyes blazed, absolutely blazed. What had the music been thinking? This was a stupid, stupid idea. He would never understand. How could he when she wasn't so sure she did? What really did V need with this key? It was just something to get a message to someone, right? Was it so brilliant that the government wanted to be able to use it with their own spies? Could they not compose their own? How in the world could it help them acquire a device? She held her ground without flinching. If he wanted to rant and rave and hurl accusations at her that she couldn't understand, he had a right. He stopped after another moment, chest heaving as if he'd just run 10 miles. He didn't quite look at her. You said you were sent. By whom? She lifted a shoulder, though he likely wouldn't see it. The British government, more or less. Now he didn't just look at her, he pierced her with his gaze. By whom in particular? I don't know. A man called V. I cannot say exactly who. He must not have needed to know exactly who Mr. V really was. He spun away again, an incredulous breath huffing out, as if that single letter said so much. Perhaps it did. He strode a step into their sitting room and held out an arm toward the door to the hall. Get out of my room. He looked like she must have 3 nights ago, when Cor stood there with her violin in his hand and that money on the bed. The righteous one. Willa swallowed. I can't. It isn't so simple anymore. Lukas, V isn't the only one who's come to me. There's a German agent here who has tried to hire me as well. Whatever this key is, England and Germany both want it. Badly enough that the German threatened to kill me, or Barclay. Barclay? His arm lowered, his eyes narrowed. He is your what, exactly? Husband, lover, playing me for a fool? Brother. Lukas scoffed. He is not your brother. Not by blood, but he is. Lukas closed his eyes, jaw set. She watched the flicker of movement behind his eyes. The girls in London, blondes, Eleanor something and... Retta, 2 of our sisters. Again, not by blood, but sisters. They took my bag, or took the things from it. They were in the wrong pouches. Amateurs. Willa would have to speak with them about that, but that was hardly the point. They had to. I couldn't find it here. Another snort that may have sounded amused on a different day, in a different conversation. All that talk about never taking the food from the mouth of a starving child. I wouldn't. It was Core, not me, who stole that money. I got it back. She sliced a hand through the air. He'd opened his eyes again and followed the motion. Something on his face shifted just a bit. Core Ackerman, did he do this to you? He sounded as though he cared about the answer, as though he would find him and do something about it if he had. Willa tucked her bandages into the folds of her skirt. Only indirectly. He broke my violin, and I grabbed at it without paying enough attention. His expression didn't change in movement, just in colour. It darkened. You said you had no violin with you. It was her turn to try out that snort. I confess I am a thief, and you wonder that I am a liar too? It was old and battered, Lukas, not something a gentleman's daughter would own, that I could bring down into that parlour. His larynx bobbed. So you would stop Core Ackerman from stealing the money from the relief fund because it was akin to taking food from a child's mouth? Yet you would help V and perhaps the Germans? I was never going to help them. You would help them steal my sister from me? Or do children only get your consideration if they are poor? Your sister? She shook her head, even took a step closer. No, you misunderstand. They want your father's work, that's all. He said the key was the first step toward getting it. Some cipher machine, that's all. He held her gaze, held it so steadily she wanted to look away. My sister was my father's work. The key is the only way to communicate with her and find where she is. There is no device, no machine, just Margot. Willa sank back down onto the foot of the bed. No. I doubt they realize that she is what they are after. But yes, if they seek his work, she is all they will ever find. She is with puzzles what you are with music. Her shoulders sagged, her head following. She couldn't help them find his sister. That went against every conviction she had left. I'll talk to Mr. V. I'll tell him he's on the wrong track and that there's no device that... You will not mention her to him. Do you understand? You will not. A man like that, he will not care if it is a girl or a mechanism that performs the task he wants. Only that the task is performed. He would take her. He will sit her in some little room and call her a weapon. He would... You're right. She wanted to deny it. Who would treat a child that way? But V just might. Of course, I'll just tell him you haven't the key. That you mentioned your father's work to me and that it was all destroyed in Louvain. Silence. She lifted her head. He was still looking at her, a slight curl to his lip, like she had looked at Core 3 days ago. She was better than him, wasn't she? She didn't steal from the poor. She didn't steal from refugees or from the people left in their homes under an invading army. She would never hurt a child. But in Lukas de Wilde's eyes, she was no better. She stood. She'd known all along it would come to this some day. Today was no worse than tomorrow. At least today she was already just a collection of splinters. He couldn't possibly hurt her anymore. He stopped her when she was sliding past him, stopped her with a hand on her cheek. Not as gentle as it would have been an hour ago, but nowhere near as forceful as it should have been. And it trembled. She looked up into his dark eyes. She chanted to herself, "He can't hurt me any more." His eyes wept without a single tear. "I loved you." She was wrong. Chapter 23. Lukas stood inside the castle ruins, looking out at the bold hills that the Welsh tried to call mountains. The wind whipped him. The sun hadn't the grace to shine on him, and the ground beneath him didn't show him the kindness of swallowing him up. No, he didn't want that. Much as one part of his heart demanded that he mourn, he couldn't. He hadn't the time. He had to focus on finding and saving Margot and Mère. He wouldn't waste any more time, effort, or thought on Willa Forsyth. Once he got back to the hotel, anyway, he'd grant himself this hour out here. That was all. She was worth no more mourning than this. A thief. He jammed his cold hands into his pockets and turned into the wind. It made his ears ache, his eyes sting. Echoes of his heart. He would have preferred to learn she was the kind to steal the money. Money, after all, was just money. But of course it wasn't so simple. Nothing ever was. She had to be in the employ of that man V. Lukas turned it over again and again until it made him queasy. What were the exact words V had used? Lukas's brain had been so fogged with the bullet wound, with the medication they'd given him. His shoulder throbbed now with the memory. I can help you. I can keep your family safe. Work with us, tell us how to find your father's work, and we'll protect you all. Did he know? Did he know it was Margot he was looking for, not some encoding device that he could simply pick up and set down again on a desk? The words weren't enough to tell him, but he thought he recalled something in his eyes. Something to make him distrust the man immediately, deep in his gut. Why hadn't his gut given him the same warning about her? It throbbed now like the bullet wound, would probably fester as it had done too. Unless he could extract all the pieces now from the start so it could heal up properly. That first day he'd seen her, staring at the building as Margot would do, casing it probably. He plucked it out and released it into the wind. That evening, the next day, when she had picked up his Strad and done the miraculous, probably all the while calculating what she could fence it for, or how she could take it with her when she ran off and keep it for herself. He yanked it from his mind and hurled the memory into a gust. The way he'd sensed her there that night outside the hotel, when he had no reason to do so. The way she'd grabbed his tie and pulled him close and kissed him, gaining his trust, his confidence, playing him, nothing more. He held that one in his mental hand. He never would have thought he'd be that kind of fool, especially not with the first woman who had stirred him to want something more than a night. Lukas, you're a hard man to find. His hand had fisted inside his coat pocket. He released it, praying the memory would trickle out through the wall and into the wind. Then he turned to face down another traitor. Barclay jogged up the incline with a grin, his hat low over his eyes and a bundle of something under his arm. Her brother, she'd said. They acted like it, but should he believe her? Did it matter? She was nothing to him anymore. If she were this man's wife or mole or whatever thieves called their conspirators, he didn't care. He took a step back, a deliberate one, and kept his lips sealed. Barclay was too keen to miss it. He slowed a few feet away, an amused question drawing a line between his brows. Am I intruding that badly? Your friend, the one with that round-cheeked girl, said you'd come out here. Jules. Not a traitor like these two, but so very absent these days, busy with a life of his own. Lukas unclenched his jaw. You are wasting your time. My pockets are empty. He pulled out the lining to demonstrate. One of London's best pickpockets. This man before him was probably another. Barclay narrowed his eyes. Why would you... Then his face shifted into annoyance. Blast it all, she told you. Why in blazes would she do that? Why had she? She could have bluffed her way out of his room, and he was fool enough that he would have believed she'd just come to borrow music. It was what he would have wanted to believe. He'd even handed her the excuse. She hadn't taken it. Barclay sighed. Well, I suppose I'll not be sleeping on your sofa tonight. Even so, I brought you these. He pulled out the bundle from under his arm and held it out. Lukas kept his hands in the pockets he'd tucked back in. Barclay rolled his eyes and waved the package. You'll want it, trust me. Or don't, I guess, but still look. I've been haunting that little newspaper office we went to every day, waiting for... I didn't know what I was waiting for, until crates of these arrived from Belgium. Lukas curled his fingers into the lining. He wouldn't bite. Barclay stepped closer, eyes bright. They're from Allard's brother, Lukas. In Brussels, a newspaper. The moment they arrived, Allard shoved them at me and told me to get them to you as quickly as I could. His hands itched. A trick? If so, he would find it out. The key wouldn't work. But they could be lying in wait when he got it out and tried it, watching, ready to swoop in and snatch it. They still wouldn't know how to use it, though, how to write the headline and indicate the number and... Blast! They very well could. He'd pre-written the paragraphs. They were in his bag in London. The blondes had no doubt seen them and copied them. V had one piece of the puzzle. The Margot in his head shouted numbers at him like expletives. All right. As if edging away from a snarling dog in the corner of an alley, Barclay slowly set the bundle on the ground and backed away, hands held up in front of him. I won't take it personally. Just a prejudice against my profession, I understand that. You know, I never could bring myself to trust a baker. It's a bias I haven't been able to get over since one threw an old scone at me when I was rooting through his rubbish. Hurt like a rock. Lukas clenched his teeth. Barclay just gave him a half grin and finished straightening. She's a thief, but she's the other things too. You know that, right? She couldn't fake her talent, or her prickliness, which you seem to like for some reason. She's still Willa. Willa Forsyth, one of London's best pickpockets. Lukas didn't say a word, and heard Jules in his head saying, Would you just shout at me, rant and rail as you usually do? He'd always thought himself of loud temper, but maybe he'd just never known true depth of feeling until these last few months. He'd just never discovered that when something hurt enough, it didn't demand noise and fire. It demanded silence and ice. Barclay didn't know him well enough to request the safer version. He just sighed and spun and disappeared down the hill. Then, when the thief was safely out of sight, Lukas bent down and picked up the newspapers. His heart barely had life enough left in it to race. He looked all around him as he strode down the hill, but he saw no one beyond a few residents braving the wind and cold. No one lurking, watching. He hurried through the 8-minute walk back to the Bellevue, up to his room and into the safety of dim light and empty chambers. Then, only then, did he unfold the newspaper. The words were French. The first word of the first article claimed it was written in Brussels, and the article on page 3 had a headline that declared, La famille royale visite des États-Unis. Lukas sighed. The royal family had in fact gone to the United States to try to drum up support from the Americans, but he hardly cared about the facts in the article, which matched the ones he had already read in other papers. He cared only for that La Famille in the headline, and that midway through the piece, a paragraph began with, After a 4-day tour, 4. He reached into the music crate, pulled out the one Margot had written for him, and looked to the 4th line. It took him paper, pen, and an hour to work through the cipher. It would have taken Margot about 10 seconds. But he worked at it as the light slipped down over the bay. Then he stared at the message he'd revealed. Margot's words. Margot's plea. He knows who we are. Hurry. 231 Rue de Florence. Lukas jumped up to flip on the lights before darkness could obliterate the words. Thank you, God, for getting this paper to me so quickly. According to the date, it had been only 3 days since it was printed. It must have encountered no problems in being smuggled out, taken directly to Allard in London. And then Barclay had brought it directly to him. With a sigh, he slumped back onto the couch and dug his fingers into his hair. He couldn't quite bring himself to consider thanking the man for it, but he'd thank the Lord. Whatever else had gone wrong, those prayers were being answered. The Father was at work to restore his family to him. He needed air, to walk as this settled. It would be cold outside, but he hadn't even shrugged out of his coat yet. He simply stowed the message he decoded in the bottom of his shoe. He could think of no other place safe from pickpockets, wound his scarf around his neck, and jogged down the stairs and out into the autumnal evening. When he pushed outside, he found Cor Ackerman leaning against the glass enclosing the hotel's front door. His face was a mosaic of shadows, even though he was bathed in light. I have something to tell you, Lukas de Wilde. This man broke her violin, hurt her. He shouldn't care. He did, but it wouldn't change what he was about to do. I already know it, but I could use your help. I need your cousins to get me back into Belgium. Ackerman's eyes flickered from dark to pleased. We can help you, for a price. Lukas was keenly aware of the empty state of his pockets. Name it. And you claim not to be stupid? Willa glared at her brother where he was sprawled on her bed at the Davies house, arms folded behind his head. She had half a mind to throw something to wipe that smirk off his face. But the only thing handy were her gloves, and they wouldn't do enough damage. Aren't you supposed to be supportive? Barclay pursed his lips and studied the ceiling. No, I don't believe that's part of my job in these situations. I'm all but certain my job is to point and laugh. She threw one glove at him. It fluttered to a pathetic rest on the very edge of the mattress. It wasn't really fair how much better she'd felt the moment he showed up at the door. Not when she'd known very well that he'd have no mercy, and when he'd said all those photographs she'd taken were useless, and that V had failed to apprehend Brown thus far. I was out of time. Between Cor and the German, I had no other choice. Since when is telling the Mark about the job even one of the choices? But he didn't sound angry, just annoyingly amused. You know who you remind me of right now? Shut up. Rosemary. I said shut up. She pulled her knees up to her chin. The armchair in the corner of her room didn't protest the position, though it had probably never experienced it before. Ladies, she was sure, never sat in such a way. I'm not like Rosie. I didn't tell him because I've fallen in love with him, or because I think he's a good man. I told him because the job couldn't be done otherwise. Barclay could pack an awe-inspiring amount of doubt in one, Willa sighed. Do you think Mr. V knows that it's his sister he's after? The amusement left Barclay's face as he pushed himself up to lean against her headboard. If he does. He didn't need to say how he felt about it. It was Barclay who had made their family grow from the 3 of them, him and her and Rosemary, to a collection of 12. He couldn't see a helpless child without wanting to be a brother to them, without wanting to protect and provide. The 12 who had stayed, become family, were just a portion of the ones he'd taken in for a night or two until they split again. Street rats didn't often like to stay in one place for long. Even after all these years, she wasn't sure what haunted him to make him react in such a way, but she was grateful, Then for making her a sister, now for saying without a word that he'd protect Lukas's sister. From the Germans, from V, from anyone who tried to take her from her brother. Something caught her ear. "Do you hear that?" "What?" Barclay sat up straight, but he shook his head. "I don't hear anything." "I do." She'd learned the house well enough to know where sounds were likely to come from and which ones were unusual. The sisters may be quiet, but they enjoyed each other's company and Miss Blaker's. They were all the time talking. This, though, was a deeper tone. A neighbour, perhaps, or the butler, or... She crouched down at the grate and put her ear to it, sucked in a breath. "Lukas." "What is it?" "Shh." She waved at Barclay to silence him and closed her eyes to better focus on the voices echoing through the walls. Daisy was talking now, or Gwen. It was hard to tell their voices apart at this distance, but one of them was saying, "Please, Mr. de Wilde, have a seat. Shall we call Willa down?" "No." She winced, not at the tone of his voice, at the lack of it, as if he weren't even angry, just stating a fact, that Willa didn't exist to him anymore. That was the way it was supposed to be, the way it had to be. She wouldn't let it hurt. Barclay settled on the floor too and leaned close to the grate. "And no thank you. I hope not to be here long enough to need a seat. I have a favour to ask, but first a question. The men you sent into Belgium to recruit us, who were they?"
"Oh!"
Daisy, she was fairly certain.
"The man who administers our trust fund, and one of his friends, I believe. Why?"
"What of the one called V?" Willa squeezed her eyes closed tighter. All was silence downstairs for a moment. Then Gwen said,
"He knew our father. We know little about him, but he offered to help with the effort. Why do you ask?"
"You are not associated with him, beyond accepting his offer to help?"
"Well, not especially."
He would put the pieces together. Soon, if he hadn't already. They were all there, laid out neatly in a row. "Of course. And beyond asking you to host Miss Forsyth and pretend she was an old friend, I meant?" She couldn't hear the sisters sigh, but she knew they would have.
"He assured us it was for a noble cause, Mr. de Wilde, though of course we are never fond of deception. I pray you forgive us if this has somehow injured you."
"I am well, I assure you, but in need of assistance, and I would rather it have no connection to that man." Willa opened her eyes when Barclay nudged her elbow. His brows were quirked. She shrugged.
"How can we help you?"
Lukas cleared his throat. "I need to return to Belgium, in secret, to locate my mother and sister and bring them back here with me. I have an acquaintance who can help with this, but it will be expensive, and as I am sure you know, all my accounts are frozen."
Barclay's brows drew together by degrees until they all but flashed lightning.
"An acquaintance?" "Cor." Willa pushed to her feet and took off at a run. He couldn't trust Cor Ackerman with this. He couldn't. Was he an absolute idiot? She charged down the stairs and into the drawing room, while Daisy was still speaking, assuring him with a smile that they would be happy to help. The doors she'd pushed open smacked into the shelves behind them.
"Are you an idiot? You cannot trust Cor Ackerman."
Gwen had sprung up at the clamour of the door, a hand pressed to her chest.
"Who is Cor Ackerman?"
"The man who stole the money from the relief fund."
"Oh!"
Daisy shook her head and held out a hand toward Lukas.
"Willa is right, monsieur. You must not trust a man like that to help you."
"On the contrary." He looked at her so evenly, as if she were a stranger. "That proves exactly how far he will go for money. It is the only thing he cares about, the only thing he will seek. I give it to him, and he is trustworthy exactly as far as he agreed to be for a given sum." a tick in his jaw. If any kind of thief can be trusted, I should think it is that kind. Barclay must have followed her down, given that he leaned close and stage-whispered, "Ouch!" into her ear. Willa batted him away. "And how far is that? Do you really trust him to get you into Brussels, into the house where they're staying?" Lucas's face didn't shift, but his hands fisted. "I do not need him for that. I know Brussels better than he does. Once I'm there, I will be fine on my own." She snorted and folded her arms over her chest. "The last time you tried to sneak into a house in Brussels under the army's nose, you were shot." "Shot?" Gwen sank to a seat on the edge of a chair. "Really?" Barclay, the oaf, sounded impressed. "That sounds like a story I'd like to hear. You obviously got away." Lucas ignored them both. "I was unprepared last time. I will not be this time. I will find them, get them out, and get them shot." "Don't be an idiot, Lucas. You're a musician. You don't know the first thing about sneaking in and out of houses." Barclay groaned behind her, obviously anticipating where she was going with this. Lucas's eyes flashed. "What then? Do I need a spy to help me?" "Of course not. You just need a thief." Daisy turned questioning eyes on her. "You said he shouldn't trust this poor fellow." "A good thief." She waved a hand between herself and Barclay. "You need us." Barclay looked ready to smack her upside the head. "She means her." She speared him with a glance. "It's his sister." He growled and sighed. "Fine. Us." "No, not fine, not you, either or both." Lucas shook his head, slashed the air with a hand, that careful, even control slipping. "You think I would be idiot enough to trust you now? You would take her straight to him." "No, I wouldn't." She stepped closer, chin up, spine straight, eyes begging him to see this one truth. "I wouldn't. We'd get in, get them out, and help you disappear. Safe, all of you." Silence pulsed, in the room, in her chest, but not quite in her head. There was a hint of something stirring there, distant but melodic, enough to say, "This is right." Lucas swallowed. "And how much will this cost me, or the Mrs. Davies, rather, until I can repay them?" Willa's lips turned up. "Not much. Just the key, after I deliver your family safely to you." Confusion churned in his dark eyes. "It would be useless, then." Her smile grew. "I know that, and you know that, but—" "They wouldn't." Barclay stepped to her side, even with her, V and the German. He studied her and Barclay, one and then the other, looking for evidence that they lied, knowing probably that he wouldn't be able to tell if they did, weighing the risk, trusting them against the reward, his family. He sucked in a breath. "Why? Why would you help me, and ask nothing in return?" "Because it's your sister," Barclay answered before Willa could wrap her tongue around a response. He bumped his shoulder into hers. "Family matters more than anything, and besides," a smile had entered his voice, "V will pay us for a job well done. Everyone's happy." Sure, everyone. Lucas would have his sister and mother. She would get paid. That was all either of them could want, right? Daisy cleared her throat, drawing all gazes her way.
"We will help you with this, Mr. de Wilde. We will have the funds delivered to your hotel first thing in the morning. Just—" She looked to Willa and Barclay. "Everyone be careful, please. TJ, our trustee, and his colleagues had no difficulties at all. There must be a way to achieve this that does not invite gunshots." When all they were doing was secreting musicians out of the country, yes. But when they were trying to remove the de Wildes, Willa could make no promises. Neither, apparently, could Lucas.
He simply nodded and bowed toward the sisters. "I am yet again in your debt, and will repay it the moment I can." And then he was striding for the door, giving her and Barclay a wide berth. "We will catch the first train to London. Do not be late." Willa pivoted when he passed her, followed him a step into the entryway. "Lukas." But he didn't even pause, just yanked the door open, walked through it and slammed it behind him. There were 3 people she cared about just a few steps away. But Willa hadn't felt quite so alone since she was 6. Chapter 24. Lukas paced to the window of the London house, wondering yet again if he were in fact trespassing. If this house, which they'd sworn belonged to their brother-in-law and were using with permission, in fact belonged to a random stranger who had left it vacant for a few months. Wondering how long they could possibly sit there poring over a map. Wondering if it wouldn't have been more efficient for her to simply tear his heart from his chest and stomp on it. "We need a big old crew, Will, I'm telling you." Barclay tapped something against the top of the desk. "More of us stumbling around a strange city. Barclay, it would be the gardens all over again." "I'm thinking more the British Museum. We need someone who speaks German, who can be the mouth if we get stopped." Willa sighed. "We're not pulling Rosie into this. She's got all the little ones with her." "I speak German." Lukas said it to the window, not to them, watching the way his words frosted the glass. "And Flemish, so do my sister and mother." "See?" Barclay huffed out a breath. "He's too recognisable." "Not to the general public." Lukas still refused to turn as he spoke. Their reflections were enough for him to see. "Only in my own circles, and perhaps to the army. If we avoid them and disguise ourselves appropriately, I dare say no one will look twice at me." "See?" Willa said again. "We can handle it." Her words were light. Her tone carried another note in it, though. An undertone, one that said, "Don't risk any more of us." He still couldn't quite wrap his mind around this group. A gang of thieves who seemed downright offended whenever he said they weren't really family. There were 5 of them in this house right now, the 2 behind him, and 3 girls somewhere upstairs. Eleanor, the blonde he'd bumped into, Retta, whom he had assumed she'd met at the train, Lucy, who had regaled him with stories at supper. He ought to have assumed from that one's darker complexion and almond eyes that she was no real relation to Barclay, but he'd rather assumed their father had behaved as so many had before, and then had the kindness to take in his illegitimate child. There were apparently 7 more of them in Cornwall, and the youngest they said was only 6. Train up a child in the way he should go. Apparently they believed in training thieves young. They acted like a family. They looked as though they all belonged in this house in the well-tailored clothes they all wore. Rosemary's handiwork, it seemed. The one leading the band in Cornwall and supposedly married to the owner of this house, the novelist. Right. Just like Willa had seemed to be growing fond of him bit by bit. What an artist she was, and him the fool. A buzzing sound filtered through their conversation, and footsteps raced down the stairs, along with a cheerful, "I'll get it!" Lukas turned. Barclay had gone tense. Willa had popped out of her chair and was already halfway to him, her eyes flint. "Hurry, there's a cabinet here you can hide in." "A what?" But she'd already opened a door, hidden in the panelling, and was pushing him toward it, hissing, "Get in!" Barclay was doing something with the atlas on the desk, turning rapid pages. Lukas dug in his heels. "I will not be shoved into an hole." Her eyes called him an idiot. "You think we have regular visitors?" No, they wouldn't. He folded himself into the squat little closet and let her close the door. He wondered if she ever meant to let him out, or if he'd be able to open it from in here if it were the police coming to arrest them all. He'd have a hard time explaining the position to the authorities if he had to ask for help with it.
Mr. Pierce and Miss Forsyth, I thought you were in Wales.
It was V. Lucas's throat went tight. Perhaps he couldn't quite explain logically the aversion he felt toward the man, but it reared up again at hearing his voice. Purely visceral, overwhelming. She is. This is just a very clever disguise you see before you. I'm really Ellie. A beat, then.
You are amusing as always, Miss Forsyth. Perhaps I should ask why you are not in Wales. Here I came to assure Barclay that the German spy has fled the country, and I find you here when you were supposed to be about your task there.
Lucas could see her, though he couldn't see her, rolling her eyes, perching on the edge of the desk in that way that said nothing in the world bothered her. I can't be about my task there, sir. I finally got some decent information from him, and the key's not in Aberystwyth. Another beat.
Then where is it?
Lucas held his breath. She had no reason to give him up. Not now, when he was here, hidden in a closet she'd all but shoved him into. Paris. His breath eased back out silently. It was, he supposed, plausible. It was where he had been before he hurried back to Belgium after the invasion. He had, in fact, left many of his belongings there for the hotel to ship to him once he provided them an address. A tap like the dozens of others Barclay had made on the map. We have the direction for the room he'd rented, paid up until the 15th of November, but we need to move fast to get in and out again before then. He must have turned the page in the atlas to a map of Paris. Clever and thorough. If he had to be working with thieves, these at least seemed to know what they were doing.
Paris.
V didn't sound disbelieving, just thoughtful.
I thought for sure he would have it with him. How did you learn otherwise, Miss Forsyth?
She didn't answer, which would sound like an answer, especially if she summoned a blush to stain her cheeks. How did a woman usually get sensitive information from a man? Lucas's fingers bit into his palms. At least he hadn't been that kind of fool. V sighed.
You are a thief, my dear, not a spy. Not. I did not ask you to compromise yourself.
Don't make assumptions, sir. They don't become you. Let's just say I know how to run a confidence scheme and leave it at that.
Very well.
A bit of rustling like paper being drawn over wood.
Where in Paris?
Lucas squeezed his eyes shut, though it made no more dark in the little closet. Would this be where they tripped? They surely didn't know Paris that well. But that tap came again.
The Rue de Admiral Hamelin, however you say that in French. The Hotel Élysées Union.
Of course, he apparently didn't have to know Paris all that well if he had a good memory. Lucas had told him about the month he had spent in the city, mentioned turning onto the street and seeing the Eiffel Tower. Though the man mangled the pronunciation of the hotel, he would have to keep his lips sealed whenever they stepped into Belgium, or he'd give them all away in the first syllable. He might as well call out, "Oi!" at the start of every sentence. V made a humming noise.
Very well. Do you need anything for the trip? Documents, passports?
V, Barclay laughed. You haven't really met Retta yet, have you?
Ah, you have a forger already. I ought to have known.
Footsteps blessedly toward the door.
Well, if you need anything you cannot procure within your own family, do let me know. Godspeed.
Thanks. More footsteps followed the first, Barclay walking him out, Lucas guessed. They were too heavy to be Willa's. And when the light came, blinding him, it was her face that came into focus after a few blinks. She held out a hand. He ignored it and unfolded himself.
or tried to ignore it, until his foot caught on a strip in the threshold and nearly sent him tumbling into her. Grasping her fingers was instinct, and preferable to ending up draped all over her. Her fingers curled around his to steady him. He could feel the uneven skin on her palm, the injury the bandage had covered yesterday. It was hot to the touch, swollen. His feet had found their footing, but he felt all kinds of off-balance. He turned her hand over in his so he could look at the angry red cut.
"You should put something on this. You do not want it to get infected."
Her fingers tried to curl over it, but his got in the way, and his heart made a strange little thunk. "It doesn't matter." Not, "It will be fine," or "I have," or "I will." She tugged her hand away.
"Of course it does."
He backed away a step.
"You cannot play with injured hands or arms. Trust me."
"I won't be playing any time soon anyway." Avoiding his gaze, she turned back to the desk and clasped her elbows with those mangled hands. She looked small and fragile and alone. He didn't care, couldn't.
"What else do you need from me, for the planning?"
"Nothing."
"Then I will see you in the morning. First light."
"First light." Apparently that was all they had to say now. He turned and left the room, went upstairs to the same room he'd borrowed before. Or stolen. He still wasn't sure which. But if it got him to his sister and mother, he didn't care which it was. Antwerp was behind them, and so, thankfully, was Cor Ackerman. Willa pulled the scarf more securely over her head and tucked it into the ragged top of her old coat. They blended in rather well, she thought, with the poor farmers trudging along the road, always looking over their shoulders to make sure there were no soldiers galloping up behind them, or zooming by in automobiles that rutted the road and scared the animals. There was supposed to have been a wagon waiting for them just outside the city, but Cor's cousin was apparently about as reliable as Cor himself. No wagon had been there, but Lukas wouldn't wait. They'd started walking, and would keep doing so. If they didn't find something faster, the 30 miles to Brussels. She sidestepped a mud puddle and cast a glance to her left where Barclay walked, and past him to Lukas. "Do you think—"
"No talking."
He didn't bark it, just said it so calmly, so evenly.
"You scream English the moment you open your mouths."
Well, yes, because she was speaking English. She rolled her eyes and faced forward again. Did he really expect them to say nothing for the whole time it would take them to walk 30 miles? The trip thus far had been painless. A train to the eastern coast of England, where Cor had led them to one of the fishing boats being used to smuggle goods across the channel. Whereupon he'd barred their entrance until Lukas had handed over a thick stack of pound notes. The Davises had of course come through, and were praying for them. Both Daisy and Gwen had clasped her hands before she'd left, mindful of her bandages, and whispered a prayer then and there, that God would keep her safe, show her where he would have her step, guide her as she guided Lukas's family to safety. Willa looked down at the road, pocked and spoiled by too many boots and wagons and automobiles in too short a time. Never in her life had she ever thought anyone guided her steps. Not God, not parents, not teachers or benefactors, or the usual adult who ought to do so. It had always just been her. And then her and Barclay and Rosemary, then the others who they cared for. She brushed a fly off her bleak brown skirt and regretted it. Her hand stung. Her chest ached. She was tired, so tired, and it had nothing to do with the 3 miles already behind them. It had everything to do with the silence inside and out. As if he heard her thoughts, Barclay started humming. A simple tune, one he'd asked her to play time and again in Paulie's pub.
some sort of lullaby, though she didn't know the words to it. And the tune must not scream English, since Lukas didn't hush him. Willa drew in a long breath and savoured the notes. He had the better voice, did Barclay. No natural talent with an instrument, but he could sing. He went from one song to another as they walked, and when he stopped, clearing his throat, Lukas took over. Or no, he didn't hum. He sang, something soft and low, and in what she assumed was Flemish, since it didn't sound like French. Another lullaby, she would bet. It sounded like one. She could imagine a father bent over his little one's bed singing this. She curled her fingertips up and regretted it. Her palms stung, her heart ached, and the road stretched endlessly before her. After another half-mile, another 3 songs, Willa came to a halt. They'd just rounded a bend, and the green-brown autumnal fields stretched their way up to a house. It was all turrets and windows and spires and climbing ivy and perfection. Aside from the wagon parked in front of it were the insignia of the German army, and soldiers scurrying around it, packing something or another inside. "Do not stop." Lukas tugged on her arm, having apparently stepped past Barclay to do so. "Do not look their way. The Belgians do not. Have you not noticed?" Of course she had. In Antwerp it had been almost comical, the way the natives would turn their backs whenever a soldier walked by and shove their hands into their pockets, as if ignoring the soldier's existence. She would have apologized if she dared, explained that it was just the house, set back against the trees and looking so perfect that had caught her eye. She would have said that Belgium was beautiful. Instead, she kept walking. The pressure of his hand on her elbow eased off, of course. He lowered his arm but didn't leave her side. His fingers brushed up against hers as they walked the next step. He should have jerked away. That was how he'd been all through the trip to London, in London, then to the coast. Other than in the study when he'd looked at her injury, which hardly counted. But he didn't. He turned his hand and trailed the tip of his index finger down the length of hers. Then he moved back to the other side of Barclay. Willa fastened her eyes on the road ahead of them and told herself it had been an accident, or something meant to confuse her, to punish her even. He just wanted to make her feel like an idiot, to remind her of what he'd offered and she'd lost. Well, she didn't need the reminder. She'd known all along she wouldn't be able to hold for long whatever it was they'd had. They were closer now, and they could hear the Germans' shouts and laughter as they loaded boxes into the wagon. Boxes not marked with the German insignia. She kept her head down, the scarf pulled low so that she could still peek out. A family stood at the corner of the house. A father in shirt-sleeves, with one arm around his wife, who wept into his shoulder, and another around a girl of maybe 12. A young man, 17 or so, stood half a step behind them, looking ready to charge past his father and light into the soldiers. A bottle peeked out from one of the boxes, green, like the ones used for wine. From another she could see a sack of flour. Her blood simmered. They were taking their food, this family's food, and who knew what else? "Head down, Will." Barclay barely breathed the words. "There's nothing we can do. Not for them. Focus. They are supposed to pay for what they take." Lukas, not but a breath louder than Barclay had been. "They do not. That is what Allard's brother reports." Willa put her head back down and clutched the scarf at her neck, more to have something to strangle than because the air was cold. They drew even with the house just as the wagon lurched forward and started down the muddy drive. The men didn't need to tell her to move out of the way. They all leapt off the road together, into the muck and grass. Just ahead of them on the road was another wagon, old and plodding, which couldn't maneuver quite so quickly. The German driver shouted and barreled past, making the farm horse rear up, and the driver yell something. At the horse or at the laughing soldiers?
The horse, she assumed, or the soldiers probably would have leapt down to teach him a lesson for shouting at them. Lukas took off toward the man's wagon, arriving just in time to keep a bale of hay from tipping off the side. He said something, smiled. The farmer smiled back, replied, motioned to the hay-filled bed of his wagon, and clucked to his horse, until the wheels sat evenly on the road again, then stopped. Lukas waved her and Barclay forward, shouting something in Flemish. She smiled as if she understood, which she did, given that Lukas had hopped up into the wagon bed and taken a seat on a bale of hay, and she'd caught the word Brussels, she thought. Willa ran to catch up, accepted Barclay's hand up into the wagon and sighed. She wasn't sure it was God directing their steps, but she was glad to be saved a few thousand of them. They would be in Brussels by nightfall. Chapter 25. Margot hadn't slept, not really, in a week. She napped during the day sometimes when she deemed it less likely that Lukas would show up. But she couldn't sleep at night. One of these nights he would come. It only made sense that he would sneak in under cover of darkness when all the streets were empty with curfew, all the houses dark. It could be weeks yet before he came. He may not receive the first message, or the next, or the next. The paper might never reach him if she were honest. But statistically it should, eventually. He had obviously found the older Allard brother in London. She had found the younger here. It was a solid connection, and that increased the statistical probability greatly. And so she couldn't sleep, not until he came. She had gone to bed as normal, of course, but then she had changed into tomorrow's clothes and taken her seat at the window. She had counted soldiers who walked by, 9. Cats she had heard meow, 4, she thought, though perhaps only 3. Madame Dumont had retired, and Maman would be padding down the hall at any moment. "How dare you?" Or perhaps not. Margot flew to her feet and out the door whose hinges she had oiled 3 days ago in preparation for sneaking out. Her heart thudded, but she kept her feet silent. If Gottlieb were trying to hurt her mother, but she'd been sure he wouldn't. She stopped in the hallway outside the parlour, out of sight. Gottlieb stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back. Maman's shadow stretched across the floor from where she must be standing before the sofa. His face flickered with some emotion Margot couldn't see clearly enough to name. "You act as though I'm proposing something indecent." Maman's breath hissed out in that way of hers. "Are you not? Why else would you invite us to join you in Antwerp?" His cheeks went red. "It is marriage I'm proposing, not what you assume." "Marriage?" Maman sounded no less insulted. "You think I would marry you?" Margot's fingers knotted in tomorrow's dress. Gottlieb's knotted in his uniform jacket's hem. "No, not for any reason of affection, but perhaps for logic. We both know you are not a Dumont, madame. I can protect you and Margot. We can detour to Louvain, so I can claim to have checked the rubble of your house there and verified that all your husband's work was destroyed. With your son shot and killed, what other protection do you have for yourself, for your daughter?" Would her mother's face flicker, contort? Would fear be pulsing through her at the realization that he knew who they were? Would it make her agree to the unthinkable? She said nothing. Her shadow made not the slightest move. Gottlieb sighed. "Consider it at least, for Margot's safety, if not for your own. Even if you do not want to leave with me tomorrow, you need only send for me, and I'll come back for you." Tomorrow? He was leaving tomorrow, and he'd said no farewell to her that evening? Margot edged back along the banister, sidestepping the squeaky board, back toward her room. He'd kept it a secret from her, yet asked her mother to marry him and go with him.
What was he about? And what would he do when she refused? Turn them in? Hurry, Lukas, hurry, please God, bring him soon. She slid back into her room and whispered the door shut. A bare moment later, she heard Gottlieb's step on the stairs, then Maman's travelling to her room across from Margot's. Her door closed with what was nearly a bang, then all went silent. After 5 minutes of such, Margot moved back to the window. Another patrol of soldiers was marching by. It would take only a shout from Gottlieb to have them inside, arresting them all. A shout he could have made any time, could yet make. He had said he wanted to protect them, and perhaps in a way he did. But if spurned, what then? And what if it was all a ruse to get them peaceably to Antwerp, where he intended to make a show of capturing them before the Governor-General? The hours ticked by with her questions. By 3 o'clock, she'd given up trying to understand human nature and had taken to studying the stars instead. There was a pattern to them. God created things in such beautiful order. Perhaps from her perspective, her longitude and latitude, and the Earth's very position in the solar system, she couldn't quite tell what the actual pattern was. Something more than the pictures of the constellations, though. Counting them would be easier with a telescope. Were they at home in Louvain, with the house intact, she would have had one. Of course, were she at home in Louvain, the house intact, she wouldn't be up at 3 o'clock counting stars. Something below caught her eye. Shadows, but darker than the rest, and moving, quickly, finding the side of the house and merging into it. Lukas! But not just Lukas. There were 3 of them. Margot frowned. He must have recruited help in some form or another, because it had to be Lukas, had to be. Either Lukas or boys breaking curfew and using their little garden as an alleyway. Or thieves, out to steal the half-loaf of bread still in their cupboard. It couldn't be Gottlieb's men, for the shadows didn't move like the Germans. She paused, mid-reach for the bag she had packed a week ago and stashed under her bed, then shook off her traitorous thoughts and reached the rest of the way. It was Lukas. Gottlieb wouldn't set his soldiers on them while he thought he stood a chance of convincing Maman to marry him. She shouldered both bags, hers and Maman's, and pulled her door slowly open. 2 normal steps, 1 long one, switched to the other side and hugged the wall until she reached her mother's door without stepping on any squeaky boards. Light glowed from underneath it, evidence that Gottlieb's words were keeping her awake, because usually her mother was asleep long before now. Margot scratched at the door. The squeak of the bed's ropes, and then the door opened. Maman was still in yesterday's dress, though her hair was braided for sleep, and she had apparently been knitting for hours, given the progress on the scarf on the bed behind her that she'd only started that night.
Margot!
Her voice was quiet itself.
What are you doing up, and what do you have with you?
Margot gripped her hand.
Lukas is here. Follow me.
Maman's eyes went wide.
I need to pack a few things.
She didn't question her, not for a moment. Pure love welled up, and Margot grinned and patted one of the bags on her shoulder. Maman gave her that familiar, "What will I do with you?" look, but said nothing more, just went in, blew out the single candle she had lit. How did she knit with so little light? And hurried back out into the hallway. Margot led the way around the loudest of the floorboards, Maman doing a fine job of mirroring her movements. They paused long enough for Margot to draw out the note she'd already prepared for the kind Madame Dumont, Claudette, and Mr. Allard. The Madame would see Claudette got the second 2, and Claudette would deliver the one not for her to the newspaper man. Margot slid all 3 under the Madame's door. Then they crept soundlessly down the stairs. She held her breath as they turned at the landing, away from the front door and Gottlieb's room, toward the back hall that led to the kitchen. Please God, 8, 64, 512, 4096. A faint noise reached her ears once they were in the kitchen, almost like a key in the lock, but not quite. It wasn't a simple slide and turn, but more of a pick. Naturally, how else would he get in? She ought to have come down each night and unlocked the door for him, but she hadn't thought of that. More important, when did Lukas learn to pick a lock? Margot! Maman grasped her by the arm and pulled her back, whispered directly into her ear. I assumed he was waiting here. How do you know that is him outside? Did you see him? Before she could answer, the knob turned and the door swung open on its silent hinges. It wasn't him. Not the one with the pick, anyway. That person was still crouched down, but his was the face directly behind. His name wanted to tumble from her lips in a squeal, but she bit it back and hurled herself at him instead, nearly knocking over the one with the picks. A woman. That didn't matter. Margot threw her arms around her brother and held on so tightly he would probably complain that he couldn't breathe. That didn't matter either. He was here. He held her close, chuckled softly, squeezed her right back. Margot. Shh, an officer lives here. He is sleeping in the downstairs bedroom. No, actually, he is not. Maman gasped at the familiar voice, and the rest of them spun toward the corner just as a match was struck and touched to the wick of an oil lamp. Gottlieb's motions were smooth and calm, his face betraying nothing. He was, for the first time she'd seen, not in uniform, and his hair was sleep-rumpled. Lukas tried to push Margot behind him, but she shrugged away. General Lieutenant, we were just... I know what you are doing, Spatz. He had no weapon. He wasn't marching toward the door and calling for reinforcements. He was just standing there, with his hands resting on the worn top of the kitchen table. So this is your brother. I have long been a fan, monsieur. Though to be sure, I only recently realized you are related to these ladies. I have had the privilege of getting to know this autumn. The other two with Lukas were edging farther into the room, clinging to the shadows. One whispered something to the other, but she couldn't quite catch what. It seemed to be in English. She had heard it so little since Papa died, and her lessons stopped. But of course that would make sense. Lukas had been in Wales. Lukas eased farther into the room too, putting himself between Gottlieb and Maman. Thank you, General Lieutenant. Though I confess I am very surprised to find you in this kitchen. Word around the army, you see, is that you were shot and killed some 2 months ago. Maman wove her arm through Lukas's. It is what we heard too, General Lieutenant. Further, Gottlieb lifted one finger of one hand. Further, this is not the de Wilde house, so I am very curious as to how you found them. His gaze went straight to Margot, though. I am suddenly suspecting our trip to the bookshop was not so innocent as it seemed. And what would he do to the proprietor if he was suspected of aiding the resistance? Margot shook her head. The bookshop was just the bookshop. I am cleverer than that. His smile looked like it had that day, though, when she'd agreed to play go with him without holding back. She'd beaten him in a mere 2 hours, and he had laughed the brightest laugh she had ever heard from him. That I know. Well. He straightened and drew in a long breath. I am glad I heard that noise outside and came to investigate. I would have hated to have woken and found you gone without explanation. I would have worried. Everyone remained still. It almost sounded like, but that couldn't be. He lifted his brows. "Go on, then. I can hardly turn you in now, when I have known for weeks that I have the most sought-after fugitives in Belgium under my very roof, and have done nothing about it. I would be court-martialed. You are safe from me, I assure you." Margot huffed. "You could always claim that you suspected Lukas would show up, and were waiting to arrest us until you could get him too. Or make a big show of it in front of your new superior to win back the favour you've fallen out of." Lukas and Maman both spun on her. "Margot!" She rolled her eyes. "He's not stupid. He would have thought of it already." That bright smile settled on his lips again. "I believe that is the highest compliment I have ever been paid. But the standard belief is that your brother is dead. Who am I to resurrect him?" Maman rushed forward and stretched up to press a kiss to his cheek. "We are in your debt, Wolfgang." His name came off her tongue awkwardly, as if she'd never said it before. She probably hadn't, but his eyes gleamed. "I only wanted to keep you safe, Madame de Wilde, but I know there is no choice when the other option is your son. Perhaps someday, when this war is over, we will meet again, under better conditions. But for now, you all had better hurry, and be cautious. You have only a few hours of darkness left and much city to get through." One of the English shadows stepped forward a bit. Margot couldn't fully make out his features in the dim light, but what she could see she rather liked. "Is everything all right, Lukas?" Lukas studied Gottlieb a moment more and then nodded. "It would seem he is a friend." Margot took a second to work through the English and then nodded along, and forced her tongue to try a bit of it, to be polite. "We are ready. Come, Maman." Her mother hurried back around the table and took one of the bags from Margot's shoulder. "Wait!" Gottlieb, too, spoke in English. "The book I got for the two of you. Would you at least take that, to remember me? I can fetch it in only a minute." The Englishman shifted, and his face said he didn't like the request one bit. "With all due respect, sir, I'd feel better if you stayed right where you are." "It does not matter." Margot patted her bag. "I already have it packed." He didn't move, perhaps because of the Englishman and whatever he might have in that hand he kept behind his back, but he held out a hand toward Margot, sideways, to shake, like an adult. She slid her palm against his. "Thank you, Gottlieb." That name didn't trip strangely off her tongue, even though she'd never called him by anything other than his rank. He smiled. "Good luck to you, Margot. Perhaps we will have another game of Go someday." She smiled back, then turned away. The Englishwoman was at the door now, holding it open and herding them all through. She had an interesting face. It looked nothing like the man's, and yet it did. In the eyes, the way she looked into the night and took it all in. Even more interesting, though, was the way Lukas edged around her, through the door, going out of his way to avoid touching her. Which was not like Lukas at all. She was looking forward to figuring out who this woman was, and asking her if she would teach Margot how to pick a lock. It seemed like a skill worth knowing. It had been too easy. Willa knew it and distrusted it. It made the palms of her hands itch and the hollow spots inside her chest echo with each thud of her heart. She wasn't sure if it was that man in the kitchen of the townhouse that caused the unease, or something else. But trouble was brewing. She hadn't a doubt about that. The de Wildes didn't seem to think so. As the sun came up, they visibly relaxed, and even began chatting in Flemish as they walked the road back to Antwerp. She hung back a step behind the family, beside Barclay. If they are the most sought-after fugitives in Belgium, then... "Oh no, someone will be looking. We have to get them off the roads."
Lukas turned to glare at them.
I was gracious enough to tell you what was said at the house. Now please, no more English,
he said in English. Willa had a snarl ready, but she wasted no time on it when the sound of distant thunder cut through the morning.
Off the road, now!
This part of it, thankfully, had a few trees growing alongside and didn't just cut through open fields like so much of it did. They darted between the trees and all ducked behind a low stone wall a few seconds before the first of the horses cantered by, followed by what looked like an endless stream of marching soldiers. She could see them through a crack between the stones, and the others had found similar viewing spots. Lukas hissed out a breath. She couldn't blame him. Had she seen a foreign army marching through her countryside like that, she would have felt it keenly too. If she stretched out her hand just a few inches, she could brush his fingers with her own, give a breath of comfort maybe, a single note in a major key amid so much minor. Or maybe it would just remind him of her betrayal, and he would jerk his hand away. How was she to know?
Maman, regarde!
Willa turned her head toward the direction of the whisper, at the girl she still hadn't gotten a proper look at in full daylight. Margot de Wilde was pointing at the advancing ranks. Willa sucked in a breath as she peered through the crack again. An automobile puttered along in the middle of the convoy, its top open. And sitting inside it was none other than the man from the kitchen. Gottlieb.
What is he doing here?
Lukas's sister was the one to turn her way and whisper back,
He is transferring to Antwerp and apparently taking his men with him.
She didn't like it, not one bit. Why, of all the roads in the country, did this man who knew who they were have to be on theirs? Did he know where they were going? Did he mean, as Margot had suggested, to make a show of capturing them, thereby securing himself favour? As she watched, the man turned his head their way. He couldn't see them, he couldn't. But he was scanning the wall, the area behind them. Barclay nudged her, nodded.
Down there, hurry!
Willa craned her neck around to see what he had spotted. Cellar steps opened up just feet away from them. They looked old and unused in recent years, and were likely not connected to the farmhouse in the clearing. It worked for her. They all crawled their way over, Barclay leading the way down. Margot followed without hesitation, her mother going next with a ginger step and a glance over her shoulder. Lukas sent Willa a gaze as warm as an iceberg and jerked his head. In the face of such a gracious invitation, she had no choice but to jerk her own head toward the opening and whisper, "Stay with your family." She would feel better making sure no one had spotted them, that Gottlieb hadn't somehow sensed them and sent up a shout. He growled but followed his mother down the steps. Willa edged down a few steps behind him, but kept her head at ground level until she was certain the German general hadn't sent anyone to investigate.
"Willa, out of the way! I have a door!"
She pulled herself into the dim space and back down the steps, out of Barclay's way. The wood in his hands could only loosely be termed a door, as rotted as it was, but anything newer would have looked out of place. He managed to ease it up into position and wedge it there at an angle. Not the most secure hiding spot they'd ever found when they had to duck away from authorities, but not the worst. She spun to take in the space, expecting darkness and spiders and rats and who knew what else. Instead she saw, in the glow of an old lamp Lukas had lit, old wooden shelves with openings square and deep, gravel on the floor, and scuffed workstations that had a strange bit of style to them. "Wine cellar," Lukas said, setting the lantern on the counter. His sister scanned the space, thoughts clamoring through her eyes, as if she were measuring it, casing it. Willa's lips twitched. Had she met this girl on the street, she would have tried to recruit her into the family. Lukas sank to a seat at his sister's side. "How many bottles can it hold?" Willa leaned against the stone wall, though it was damp and cold. Margot tilted her head. 240. "Stones?" 1,728. Lukas pursed his lips. "Pounds of gravel?" She lifted a piece of it, weighed it in her hand. 1/2 a ton. He smiled and slid an arm around her, pulled her close to his side. "I missed you." "Me too." She sighed as she said it, and turned those inquisitive eyes on Willa and Barclay. "You never introduced us, Lukas. I'm surprised Maman did not chide you." Their mother sat as well and closed her eyes. "Yes, Lukas, introduce us." He didn't so much as glance at them. "Barclay Pierce, Willa Forsyth." Margot lifted her brows. "And?" "And what?" She rolled her eyes and motioned toward them. "How do you know them? Why did they come with you? And which of them should I ask to teach me to pick a lock?" He looked almost ready to explode at that one. Willa laughed and slid down to take a seat as well. When had she last slept? She wasn't sure. "When we get to England, I'll teach you, if your mother allows it." Margot looked at her mother with a hopeful lift of her brows, but Madame de Wilde made no reply. Her breathing had gone deep and even, her hands slack in her lap. Barclay sat on the bottom stair. "Not a bad idea. Everyone catch a bit of sleep now while it's safe. Let Gottlieb and his men get well ahead. We'll get back on the road later." Willa stood again and nudged her brother's knee with her boot. "I'll take first watch. I've another hour or two in me." "Are you sure?" "Do I volunteer unless I am?" He pushed off with a nod, mussed her hair fondly on his way past, and staked out a place on the floor. Lukas did the same without a word, and Margot leaned into her mother. Willa drew in a long, musty breath and set her face toward the steep stairs and the bits of daylight that snuck through the crooked door. With her companions all quiet, she could still hear the steady steps on the road. How many of them were up there marching to Antwerp? Were they looking for them? Instead of dwelling on it, she tried to conjure some music into her mind. It had been days since she'd played anything. More than days. A week. A week since she'd held a violin and heard it singing in her ear. The last piece she'd played had been one of Lukas's, but on her own violin. That Sunday evening before she went down for supper with him, before Mr. Rees had burst in, before Cor had wrecked it all. No, she would think of the music, not him. She pulled it into her mind, rested her arms on her drawn-up knees to roughly imitate the correct position, and she played in time to the marching feet. She finished her private, silent concert with a long exhalation and started when Margot sat opposite her on the bottom step. "Violin or viola?" Willa's lips pulled up. "Violin. Like Lukas." Her gaze found him of its own volition. His hair was tumbling all over his forehead. He was dressed in the rough clothes of a farmer. Dirt smudged his face and hands, and he was still the most beautiful man she'd ever seen. Blast him! "Is that how you met him? Through the orchestra?" She sighed. He probably would not want you talking to me, Margot. I'm a thief, fulfilling a contract for a job, nothing more. Margot gave her a look a 14-year-old ought not to be able to give. I talk to whomever I want, and I have never seen my brother not look at a woman as deliberately as he was not looking at you this morning. He must be in love with you, and not happy about it. Is it because you are a thief? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry or do something else altogether. A fine summation. I am good at sums. The girl rested her elbows on her knees, her chin in her hands, and studied Willa. But you do not have to always be a thief. If you are as talented with a violin in your hands as you are with your invisible one, you can be a musician instead. Willa picked at a dried-on glob of something or another on her ugly brown skirt. I like being a thief. And he liked being a rake, but there always comes a time for change, oui? She stood and dusted off the back of her skirt. When you are ready, Jesus will forgive you, as he did Lukas. Why did her life keep filling up with all these people who wanted to talk about Jesus? Willa shook her head. Why would I want him to do that? Because... Margot smiled, as if it were all as simple as 2 + 2. That is when he can start piecing us back together. Willa's breath caught as the girl returned to her spot. Caught and knotted and made her eyes burn. She turned back to the slivers of light and bit her lip until the tears marched away. Chapter 26. Why are you telling me this? Lukas dug his fingers into the dirt covering the stone steps. All was silent up above them, and had been since he'd woken half an hour earlier and come over here to see if he could relieve Barclay of the watch. He rather wished all had remained silent in the wine cellar as well. He ought to have objected the very moment Barclay had whispered, You don't understand, you know, why she is the way she is. Lukas didn't need pity, stirring in his chest for the woman asleep on the floor in the corner. What he needed was to build a wall around his heart, like the one she'd kept so well guarded around her own. He needed a way to force her from his heart altogether, a place she'd never wanted to be to begin with. As she'd said time and again, why hadn't he listened? Barclay sighed. You really mean to tell me it changes nothing in your opinion of her, knowing where she comes from? He breathed a laugh that felt as carefree as war. She does not care what my opinion is, and even if she did, it does not matter from where she came, only where she has chosen to go. And she has chosen to be a thief, as if it were the only option, as if there are not thousands in the same position who choose to lead honest lives. He stood, put a foot on the crumbling step. But you know, that is not the worst of it. The worst is that she has tried so hard to avoid being like her mother, that she has become her father instead, running from involvement that might risk her heart. Barclay's eyes glinted, but any retort about Willa must have given way when Lukas took one step up and then another, because Barclay hissed, Where are you going? To look around, see if perhaps I can find a farmer with a cart who will drive us. He didn't wait for a response, simply shoved the rotting door aside and blinked his way into the afternoon sun that assaulted his senses. He couldn't stay down there a moment more, with her so close by and so closed off, with the weight of responsibility for his family so heavy and telling him every moment that he must hurry. A wordless prayer surged through his heart. If they were to find their way back to the docks, find another boat, find a way across the channel. It would be by God's grace. He was none too sure Cor Ackerman would still be waiting for them, regardless of the fact that Lukas still owed him £15 for the return trip. "Hey! Where did you come from?" Lukas started, biting back a choice word, when a figure straightened from its seat on the low stone wall. The German uniform tied knots in Lukas's stomach. His gaze tracked the automobile, pulled off the road, its bonnet up. He fastened on a smile, motioned toward the farmhouse in the distant clearing, past the bare trees, and prayed the man wouldn't hear the French in his German. "I saw you seemed to be having problems. Can I lend assistance?" Bluster was his only hope. Pretend confidence. With that in mind, he hopped over the wall and made for the automobile, as if he had some clue as to how to fix the thing. But the soldier narrowed his eyes. "I did not see you approaching when I looked that way a moment ago." Blast! He'd rather hoped that the cigarette dangling from the man's fingers meant he'd not been paying attention to anything. "Nine?" He knit his brows together and leaned over the space left open by the bonnet. "Odd, perhaps a tree blocked your view of me." The man, if one could call him such, for he looked to be no more than 20, took another drag from his cigarette, obviously contemplating the truth of that. At length he shrugged. "I thank you for your offer, but my colleagues already know of the breakdown and have gone to fetch the needed supplies to fix it. They will be back in a matter of minutes." No, that was no good at all. How was he to warn the others? "Wait a minute. You look familiar. Almost like... But that cannot be. He has already been killed." Would nothing go right this afternoon? Had they used up all their good fortune, escaping from the house in Brussels? But no, God would not abandon them now. Lukas would just have to bluff his way out of this. He forced a chuckle. "I have been mistaken for many things in my life, sir, but never for a dead man." "It is an uncanny resemblance. I studied his photograph for hours when we were watching for him. You..." Thunk. Lukas spun back around just in time to see the soldier crumpling to the ground. Barclay stood behind him, a stone in hand. He tossed it down and bent over to check the soldier's pulse. Lukas drew in a sharp breath. "Why did you do that?" Barclay gave him a look he'd received no fewer than a dozen times from Willa. "He recognised you. What would you have had me do? But he's only unconscious, which means we haven't much time. When his colleagues return..." They had better be long gone. Lukas vaulted back over the wall. "Margot, Mère, we have to leave now!" But it was Willa, of course, who was the first to respond, and to urge his family to wakefulness and up the stairs. She didn't look at him, which was fine, because he certainly wasn't looking at her, which meant he had no reason to note the angry look she shot her so-called brother. He suddenly suspected she hadn't been asleep while Barclay told him about her childhood. There was no time to worry about that. He set his sights on the distant farmhouse and the wagon in front of it. With one horse hitched to it, and another even now being led that direction by a figure too small at this distance to be discernible. Friend or foe, they had little choice but to gamble. It was better to rage than to weep, which was what she really wanted to do. Willa kicked at a little pile of hay that lay in the freshly scythed field across which they tramped. Remarkably unsatisfying, given that it simply scattered in the wind, and debated the wisdom of slapping Barclay upside the head. She might, were it not so blasted hard ahead. "I'll not apologise," he said again, keeping his gaze fastened on the de Wildes, who were a few strides ahead of them. "Not for trying to see to your happiness. It's my privilege as your brother." "As if he will make me happy." She kept her voice low, kept her pace quick, and darted a glance over her shoulder. They'd trussed up the soldier and put him in the boot of his automobile, but he could wake up and make a racket at any moment. As if he could. "Willa," Barclay sighed. "What if life has more for you than this? Have you never considered it?" More? More than the existence she had carved out for herself. More than children who clamoured around her, relied on her. More than music whenever she picked up a violin, assuming she got her hands on another. "I'm happy with our life, Barclay. It's what we are, what we're good at." He squeezed his eyes shut for a second. "No, Will. It's something we did because we saw no other way. But wasn't the goal always to escape it? To give the little ones a chance for a different life? An honest one? We'll never be rich, that's a given. But working for V now, for the government, we could be better. Normal." "I don't want to be normal." And how could he do this to her? Start talking about changing everything, giving up on all they'd worked so hard for? Barclay breathed a laugh. "Well, good, because you at least don't have to be. Not with your talent. Don't you see? You can play your violin. Join an orchestra somewhere. Put all this behind you. Give yourself a chance at happiness and entertain the possibility that maybe Lukas de Wilde is a part of that." Why did it make her eyes sting? Oh, yes, because it was impossible. She couldn't undo all she was. She couldn't just become something else. "Next, you'll start spouting the same nonsense as Rosie and Peter and Lucas about God and prayer and Jesus." Still, he looked at her as if he couldn't fathom what went on inside her head. "Do you really never pray?" "Do you mean you do?" She sidestepped a furrow in the field, yet he smiled a strange crooked smile. "I have. Not often, mind you. Didn't dare. An urchin going before the king, as it were. But when I prayed, he answered. He brought me to Paulie, to you and Rosie and the others, and it's made me think. Peter said something before he left about God calling us, drawing us while we're still sinners. And I wonder if that's what he's been doing all along, calling us to him, to his work. If maybe that's what he's doing now, providing us a way out of the life we made for ourselves." She shook her head, her back going stiff, when a shout came from the farmer whose wagon they were approaching. Lukas had said he was amenable to taking them into Antwerp with him. But what if it was just a trap? Or if they came upon the friends of that soldier Barclay had bashed over the head, and they got a good man in trouble? "Maybe I don't want out." "Willa." Barclay moved close, rested a hand on her shoulder, and spoke in a bare murmur. "You can spend your life regretting what you've lost, or you can thank the Lord for what he's given. We could have been alone, each of us. We could have struggled and fought and starved and likely died or landed in prison. But instead, we have a family. A blamed good one, if you ask me. One I love every bit as much as I did the one I was born into." More because they'd chosen each other. Chosen to love and to stay and to sacrifice so they could. He squeezed her shoulder. "Don't let stubbornness keep you from happiness. Seize it. Don't let it go." As if the choice were only hers.
Assuming she ever could have found happiness with Lukas, she'd already ruined everything there. He'd never trust her again. For good reason. But it didn't matter. "Let's just get them back to England for now, Barclay. That's enough for today." Barclay's sigh said he'd give up, for now. Which was just as well, because the farmer was speaking rapidly in Flemish, motioning them into the back of the wagon, and looking over his shoulder all the while, no doubt making sure no one saw them. While Lukas handed over a few coins, the rest of them climbed up into the back of the wagon loaded with hay. They each tucked themselves among the bales, so they'd be invisible from the road. Willa ended up sandwiched between Barclay and Margot, careful not to so much as crowd Lukas with her gaze once he joined them and the wagon lurched into motion. Yet still it felt like he was pushing her away, willing her out of his vicinity. She didn't love him, so it shouldn't hurt. Why then did it? They were on the road no more than 10 minutes by her count, before the clatter of an engine broke in upon the monotony of horses' hooves, coming from the direction in which they were going. The Germans coming to rescue their comrade, she imagined. She didn't dare peek out, nor did any of the others. Rather, they all burrowed deeper into the hay, covering themselves up as much as they could. The others were praying. She could see lips moving, hear the breath of whispers. She could feel them all, straining upward. Willa squeezed her eyes shut, but she wouldn't have known how to pray had she wanted to. This was where God would prove himself to be just like her father, right? He wouldn't show up. Or he would, on the wrong side. Maybe he meant to answer the prayers of those German soldiers instead of theirs. The engine grew louder, rumbled past, faded off again. But it was no reason for relief. It was after they'd found their friend that there would be trouble. The engine roared into hearing again from behind, and a minute later the wagon slowed to a halt. German shouts filled the air, though they didn't turn off their engine. Willa pulled her knees up to her chest, under her mound of hay, but it did nothing to ease the helplessness. In her mind's eye, though, soldiers were already coming at them, bayonets affixed to their rifles so they could stab into the hay in search of them. The farmer answered the Germans in a voice loud enough to be heard over the engine. All she could make out was, "Nein! Nein!" And then a miracle. The engine roared off again, back in the other direction, and the farmer clicked his horses back into a walk. "He told them that he'd just entered the road half a mile back from his farm," Margot whispered. "That he has not seen anyone else on the road yet, except them, but that he'd noticed 2 men walking toward Brussels as he was hitching up the wagon." 2 men. Lukas +1 to hit the other across the head. The farmer was quick on his feet, and they may just owe him their lives. If Lukas had any spare coins from the Davises, he ought to impart a few more to that man. No other engines interrupted the jostling, jolting, uncomfortable hours of the ride, though they passed a few other wagons. Still, it would have been foolish to relax their guard for even a moment, which meant that by the time the farmer pulled to a halt in the market district of Antwerp, Willa's nerves were jangling, and her stomach was as clenched as after 2 days without food. They slipped out of the hay under the cover of an awning and took a few minutes to pick the remnants of it off their clothing before they emerged to give the farmer their thanks and another coin. She hadn't even had to mention it. Then Lukas led them away from the market stalls and toward the docks. Willa's chest tightened with every step. Perhaps it was just residual anxiety from the road, but she didn't think so. Something was wrong, off, skewed. She couldn't say what. She didn't know this city or who should be out and about at this time of day.
But shouldn't there have been more of a crowd? It was wartime in an occupied country. Surely that accounted for the largely empty streets and the sullen looks of those they passed. The logic did nothing to ease the constriction. She met Barclay's gaze and noted that his jaw was clenched just as tightly as her own. His eyes darted to the left, blinked, then moved to the right. She nodded and grabbed the elbow of Lukas's jacket to slow him down. Stretched up on her toes so she could whisper into his ear, careful to smile enough that it would look flirtatious to any passers-by. "We need to split up. We're too noteworthy in a group this large." Perhaps she had expected him to argue. Instead, he merely nodded and reached for his mother's arm. Willa shook her head and leaned close again. "No. If anyone is looking for your family, they will be looking for you together. You and Barclay each choose a separate path. I'll stay with your mother and sister. 3 women will draw little undue attention." He didn't like it. She could tell by the way his hand fisted. But the logic must have been clear, because he just jerked his head and leaned over to whisper the plan to his mother in Flemish, then spun away. Barclay peeled off too, leaving Willa with the de Wilde women. She wove her arm through Margot's and had to make an effort to keep their pace measured, slow, and their heads down as they retraced the path toward the docks that Willa had taken before with the men. Occasionally she would catch sight of Barclay or Lukas, a street over on either side, walking parallel to them. Then, finally, the tang of fish in the air shouted how close they were. Her eyes scanned the docks as they drew within sight and snagged on the unbelievable. Cor Ackerman was actually there, lounging against a wooden crate and in animated conversation with the fisherman he'd pointed out to them yesterday, the one taking them back across the channel. He laughed, as did the captain of the rusty, rattle-trap steamer they'd be boarding. She looked to her left and saw Barclay emerging onto the pier from his street. To the right, Lukas was already approaching Cor and the captain. Her stomach was as tight as a pauper's purse strings. So many soldiers were out and about. Normal these days, she knew from when they'd landed. Normal, but dangerous. Cor greeted Lukas with a nod and ushered him onto the boat. Barclay hung back for a minute before making his way there too and also boarding. Margot tugged on her hand and Madame de Wilde increased her pace. Willa matched it, but her stomach didn't ease any, not given the tiny little smile at the corner of Cor's mouth. He was up to something. She would stake next month's take on it. But Barclay reappeared at the ship's rail and, as agreed upon to signal all was well, lifted a hand as if greeting someone far off. The captain came toward the 3 of them as they neared, offering a warm, familiar greeting and going so far as to kiss Madame de Wilde's cheeks as if she were a sister. Lukas's mother played along, laughing and tucking her arm into the man's, letting him lead her toward the boat, turning to motion Margot to hurry. Cor stepped into Willa's path. She released Margot's arm so she could keep pace with her mother and met his grin with an arched brow. "It seems we work better together than you thought we would, yeah?" Her throat went tight. His words were friendly, almost teasing, but in English, as they shouldn't have been, and his eyes positively gleamed with hatred. She stepped to the side, meaning to pass him, but never got the chance. As his lips bloomed into a full, nasty smile, the world exploded. Shouts, whistles, running feet. Every street-bred instinct she possessed screamed. Her muscles coiled. She sprang. But there was nowhere to spring. Soldiers were everywhere. She saw clouds of uniforms, flashes of gleaming buttons, heard the terrifying, earth-shattering sound of a gun. It mixed in her ears with her own name, called out in a masculine tone. Barclay? Lukas? She lunged for it, but something collided with her back and sent her sprawling onto the damp, cold wood of the dock. Lukas! It wasn't Willa's voice, though she'd been poised to shout for him. It was his mother's. Willa tried to lift her head to find him. She thought that perhaps she saw familiar shapes on that rattletrap fishing boat, but she couldn't be sure. Her ears were too full of German shouts. Her lungs had no air, and a strange stinging warmth was clawing at her side. And then him. Kor pushed through the soldiers, still grinning. He crouched down until he was just above her, his mouth hovering over her ear. I told you, pretty Willa, that you ought not to cross me. Now look at you, captured on suspicion of espionage. He clucked his tongue. She bared her teeth, a retort curling her lips. But then pain exploded through her skull, and fog rolled over her vision like a dream, before she could get out a word. Chapter 27. Margot curled into a ball, trying to slow her breathing, to count it into submission. But it was no use. It heaved and gasped, and mathematics could do nothing to calm it. She was gone. Willa was gone, and now they were gone, chugging their way away from the wharf. Willa! Her brother bellowed, struggling against the hands holding him down. He was bleeding everywhere. It originated at his shoulder, but it had soaked his coat sleeve and had somehow gotten smeared all over his neck, his face, their mother, whose hands were among the ones trying to calm him. But his eyes were still trained on the distant shore. Go back! Turn back! We cannot leave her there! Another round of gunfire sounded, too far away to hit them, but it served as punctuation on the growl of the captain. If we turn back, the old man said in heavily accented French, we are all dead. Then put us off at the next stop. Lukas batted away his mother's hands and pushed to his feet, or tried to do so, though he swayed. Margot curled a little tighter into her ball. It shouldn't have been Willa. She wasn't the one they wanted. They'd realize their mistake soon. It wasn't that they'd then come after them that she feared particularly. It was what they might do to the Englishwoman in the meantime. And upon discovering she had nothing to offer them. Barclay all but shoved Lukas back down. His face was blank, but it couldn't be lack of feeling that made it so. Too much, perhaps. When he'd first stumbled against the rail as the boat charged from its dock, she'd thought he would leap into the river and go after his sister. But Willa was already in the hands of the German soldiers, 10 of them, surging and hitting and pulling her limp form along, shoving it into an automobile. 10 of them. Barclay must have done the mathematics on how unlikely it was that he could fend off 10 soldiers and follow a car, too. He'd spun back around without a single indication on his face of what he was planning. Margot scooted back on her crate until her back curved against the side of the boat. They would have a plan, though. They must. That fellow they called Kor Ackerman, this had all been his fault. Urging the rest of them on ahead of Willa, drawing her away a step, then giving some signal to the soldiers. They had appeared from nowhere. Why? What lies must he have fed them, that they took the one who had nothing to do with anything and left their true targets unharmed? It ought to have been Margot they sought, and by extension, Maman and Lukas. Not Willa. Maman had rushed Margot onto the already running boat, but Lukas had tried to dash after the woman he'd so stoutly refused to look at. And now a bullet had torn through him, and there was all that blood, and Willa was not here, and the captain looked etched from stone. "Don't be an idiot," Barclay said to her brother in a voice like winter. "You've been shot. You go barreling back onto shore and you're a liability, not a help." Lukas grunted as Maman wrestled his coat off his shoulder. "Well, you cannot go alone. You do not speak the language. You do not know the city." "You think I'm not aware of that?" It emerged in a shout that ripped the air, interrupted the engine noises, joined with the gulls screeching overhead. It smelled like fish and salt and despair. Margot hugged her knees tighter and prayed. That, by her calculation, was the best chance of a good outcome from this. Barclay stabbed a finger into the wind. "That is my sister. You think I plan to leave her there a second longer than I have to? But we have to be wise." Maman gasped. "Lukas, what is this?" Margot craned her neck so she could see an angry scar on Lucas's bared shoulder, red even when their mother had swabbed away the blood that oozed 2 inches to the right. Lukas grunted. "Well, I was shot 2 months ago trying to find you. It has healed. This one will too." Though he added a rather colourful opinion of the men who dared to shoot him twice. It was Willa who Margot's eyes saw then, though. She, too, had had red blossoming through her coat as the soldiers pushed her to the ground. "Keep her well, Lord God. Be with her. 11, 22, 33, 44... Maman heaved a sigh. "It went straight through, praise God." "Better than the last one, then. I will be fine." He tried again to push forward away from Maman's hands. Barclay held him down this time with a boot to his uninjured shoulder. "Don't be an idiot!" "This boat is not stopping until we reach England," the captain added in English, even more accented than his French. "You think I will compromise my family?" He motioned to a huddled mass of bodies beside him in the wheelhouse. Lucas's face went darker than she had ever seen it. He must love Willa fiercely. "She could be dead by the time we return." "She won't be." This Barclay pronounced with calm certainty, his hands fisted at his sides. "We're going to believe that, and we're going to go back to England, and I'm going to contact thee." "No!" This time Lukas managed to lurch free of both boot and mother, struggling to his feet. "Not him!" "If anyone can get Willa out of their hands, it's him. You know it is." But Lukas shook his head, eyes wild. "No, we will find another way. He cannot know you are in Belgium rather than Paris." "There's no other way." Lucas's breath heaved. "Then you wait until I get them somewhere safe. Then you contact him. Tell him the trial led you there, but—" "You think he won't discover the truth? That he won't talk to the people who took us there, or wonder how we managed to push so far into Belgium alone?" Margot scooted to the edge of the crate and let her legs dangle. "Who is we?" Lukas swallowed but didn't look at her. "No. We find someone else to help then, but I will not turn to him. He'll take her from me." Margot stood. The her ought to be Willa, but it wasn't. She knew it wasn't. "Who is we?" she asked again. Maman put a hand on his arm, not to urge him back down this time, but to be an anchor to the look she sent him, pleading and sombre. "Who is we?" He looked at Maman, then darted a glance at Margot. "He would take her, Mère. Take her and make her a weapon, breaking codes all day." Margot could say nothing. She had known, of course she had known, why Papa's bragging about his cipher machine posed such a danger to her. She had known that she, as surely as Claude Archambault, could be forced to work for an enemy government. She had known that her skills would be sought in this war, even though she was only a child. But she'd never once considered she could help those opposed to Germany. The two men were glaring at each other again. Lukas said again, "No." Margot's fingers knotted in her skirt. She shouldn't want to take part in the war, should she? It was a nasty, violent thing. It meant death and horror and things she'd only read about. But ending it could mean life for her neighbours, for Claudette's family, for Madame Dumont, for Jérôme Allard. If she could help put a stop to Germany's advance somehow with this gift God had given her. "Lukas." That was all she said. But maybe he heard something more in it. His nostrils flared as he met her gaze, and he shook his head. "No." Barclay folded his arms across his chest. "Sorry, Lukas, but it seems to have come down to this. Your sister or mine?" There was only darkness, silence, and then, worse than silence, words she couldn't understand, barely reaching her from somewhere she couldn't see. Willa sat on a hard chair, her hands tied behind her, and wondered if this was death. Her whole body screamed in pain. Had they struck her? Or had she dreamed it? How long has she been here? Hours, days, forever? Her lips were dried, cracked. Her fingers could have been lopped off for all she knew. She couldn't feel them. Her side screamed. Why couldn't it go numb? Her head throbbed, each pulse an echo. Alone, alone, alone. Had she thought herself alone before? She'd never known the meaning of the word, not like this, with the darkness and the silence and the worse than silence. Alone. No mother, no father, no Paulie, no Barclay or Rosie or Retta or Eleanor or Lucy, no little ones, no Lukas. She would die here, in this silent darkness. It settled like yesterday in her bones, already known, unchangeable, certain. Whatever made her side scream had taken a lot of blood. It was a dried, stiff mess in her clothes and made her head swim. It wasn't just darkness and silence. It was swaying darkness and silence. She would die here, of thirst or lack of blood, and no one would ever know. Barclay would try to come for her, try to find her. But how could he? Her tongue was swollen. She tried to use it to wet her lips, but it felt strange and spongy. Barclay would have to give up. He'd have to, for the sake of the rest of the family. They'd never lost one of their numbers before, but they'd discuss what to do if a job went bad on them, if one were already lost. Cut and run. They'd all agreed the body didn't matter, not if they were dead. There was no point in the rest of them risking their necks to recover it. She was already dead. He'd cut and run. He'd have to. A crash sounded from somewhere in the unbroken night, echoing and echoing and echoing. Thunder? "Do you really never pray?" His words knocked around inside her aching head. What was the point? It was like he'd said, she'd be nothing but a street rat petitioning the king. Nothing to recommend her, and no great need of the kind of justice she'd seen him mete out. But she was so very alone, already dead. She'd come before him in a few minutes or hours or days anyway. God, are you there? No answer came in the darkness. Nothing but a thudding, growing ever louder. Her heart probably pushing all that life out her side. Lukas. He wouldn't come either. He had his mother, his sister, and even if he hadn't, he wouldn't, because she was nothing to him now. No, worse, she was her father to him, someone who took and never gave, someone who left before ever giving love a chance, someone who stole the most important thing. I'm sorry, God. If you're there, will you tell him I'm sorry? Tell him I didn't want to hurt him. Tell him that if I knew how to love, he's the one I'd want to. A strange smell made her nose itch. Then she went blind. Only this blindness was painfully white, rather than eternally black. She winced and turned her head away from the onslaught, but her chin was caught by something hard and fast and unyielding. It all swam, light into dark into grey, though her face was surely not moving with that solid something holding on to it. It rocked about. Maybe she was on the boat after all. Maybe this was all a nightmare. Maybe. Words. Unfamiliar, throaty vowels, sharp consonants. But the voice was familiar. She blinked again, but it was still just white and black and grey and brown. A patch of brown. The earth quaked underneath her, sending tremors through her whole body. Or perhaps it was the hands that gripped her, shook her. There were two of him, or three, all moving in and out of each other. But she saw that brown. It meant something, but brown. She sucked in a breath. V had failed to arrest him, said he escaped the country. And here he was, with his fingers digging into her shoulders and a sneer emerging from the darkness. He said something, barked it, but she couldn't tell what words he used, or if they were for her. A minute later, though, something cool and wet splashed against her lips. Water. She sucked it up, gulped what was poured in until she choked and coughed and spat a mouthful out again. It settled cold and cruel on her shirt, and her side screamed in fresh agony. New wetness trickled there too, making her want to writhe away from it, if she could move. Were her legs tied too? His face again, familiar but fuzzy, though there was only one of him just now. I thought it impossible that it was you when I heard there was a female English spy captured. I am not a spy. Her lips moved, but her tongue was still too swollen, her throat too dry. Nothing came out. Yet you are here, and why is that, Miss Forsyth? Why are you in Belgium rather than in Wales with your Belgian? Getting that key for me, She was already dead. It wouldn't be thirst or bleeding that did it, though. It would be him. Of course it would be him, delivered into the hands of the Germans by Cor Ackerman. But at least his vengeance had only demanded her. The others had made it to the boat. It had been running. They would have gotten away. They had to have gotten away. And Cor would deem his vengeance complete. She was captured, dead, and heaven looked a long way off. Hell, though, she could imagine it now. It would be dark and silent and scented with blood. Knuckles connected with her cheek. The world spun again, this time keeping it up until it came to a crushing halt against something cold and damp and grey. It all went fuzzy again, but for the pain, her side, her cheek, and the opposite temple. God, if you're there, I'm in pieces. She was a violin, broken and shattered into splinters. Nothing left to fix. Margot had said God put their pieces back together. But how could he? Even the best luthier couldn't fix a ruined violin. Even God couldn't... A shout. Maybe it was English, but her ears were ringing too much to say. She saw brown shoes, twin smudges of black against the darkness. She ought to be afraid. Shouldn't she be afraid to die? Someone like her who knew well no paradise awaited. But she heard the strangest thing. A note, high and pure. A violin's voice. Singing that note and then going up a third, then a fourth, trickling back down. 5 notes, that was all. The simplest of melodies, but it filled her head, filled her heart, drowned out the harsh noises coming from Brown's direction. Her beginnings, simple, not sweet exactly, but innocent. 5 notes, then the same 5 again. The smudge of black moved, drew back, flew forward. She tried to curl her stomach in, away from him, but there was nowhere to go, just pain, more blood, darkness. But it wasn't silent. It stretched on, through the slamming of something metal, through the pulsing of an ache in her head, until her side dulled to a low throb. Darkness. But the music serenaded her. Those 5 notes, then 10. Then the first note of the phrase dropped down a step, but the 4 to follow stayed where they'd been. Again. It went back and forth for a while, then a beat of silence. 2. Only 2, but she felt it. That sudden shift. The sudden change. Alone. She closed her eyes against the darkness. It wasn't the being alone that had really bothered her, was it? It was the being left, that feeling of nothingness, of not mattering, of never being the one someone chose. What made her father never care she lived? What made her mother leave her? What made Rosie start another family without her? What made her so certain she could never trust Lukas? What made the darkness close in around her, while Barclay and Lukas and his family all hurried onto the boat as Cor singled her out? Not just alone, abandoned. Is that all there was, in life and now in death? God, if you're there, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can fix me, but I want you to. I want to go back and listen. I want to know about Jesus. I want to have a chance to be part of your family like Rosie said we all can be. Can you forgive me? Can you love me? The questions faded away. She'd never expected to hear his voice, was sure she wouldn't know it if she did. But she heard music, and for the first time in her life she wondered if maybe this was what the Lord sounded like, if he'd been whispering to her all along, all these years, little snippets of melodies she'd never quite caught. But now the music filled her, those simple early notes, the silence of abandonment, and then the life he'd given her, bursting onto the score with movement and light. She kept her eyes closed against the darkness and let the weakness tug her into the night. She would die here, but it wasn't silent, and as the music filled her, she knew she wasn't alone, that she never had been. Chapter 28. Willa must have been granted access to heaven, though she wasn't sure why. Could one cry to God really earn her a place there? Forgiveness? It must have, and it was ablaze with electric lights as bright as day. She could feel the light behind her closed eyelids, through the hair that had tumbled down and was crusted to her face. With tears? Blood? Though heaven hurt more than she'd thought it was supposed to. She blinked, trying to sort through the sounds that had interrupted her dream. They were so harsh compared with the music she'd been replaying over and over again. How many times? 12? 100? It hadn't mattered. It had lulled her, blocked out the pain. which reared again now as she dragged in a breath. No, not heaven, but not hell either, so there was still hope for that forgiveness. She was still in the cell, or whatever the room was. Her face was mashed into the concrete floor. Her left arm had gone numb. But the eyes she blinked couldn't find even a patch of darkness. Words, in two voices, one nearly an octave deeper than the other, both speaking in German. Brown's and... It wasn't altogether unfamiliar, but wasn't altogether familiar either. She must have heard it at some point while she slept, if sleep was the proper word for it. And they were near, in the room with her, though she couldn't see shoes or trousers or anything but... A door cracked open. A door. Open. She could barely even open her parched lips, but she didn't have it in her to see escape and not try for it. She pulled up her knees as much as she could, dug them into the floor, and scooted. An inch, maybe. Maybe. Another 200 and she might get somewhere. God, please. Now feet and legs filled her vision. Not Brown's. These wore high black boots, polished to a shine, with grey trousers tucked into them that she saw only when he crouched down. "My apologies, Fraulein, for the poor care you have received. Some people do not understand hospitality." A hand slid under her head, warm and soft. The other seemed to grip the chair behind her. Then a grunt, and her head went light as the world rocked back to upright. Willa tried to focus on the face. Blonde brows, a ruddy complexion, handsome features though they showed their age. He must be in his 50s, but she had seen him before. She blinked away the fog still possessing her mind, and went utterly still. Gottlieb. Brown seethed into view behind him. He snapped something in German, motioned to her. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to faze Gottlieb. He reached to the side, took a step in that direction. A table sat there, at Willa's right, with a pitcher of water, a glass, and a stack of bandages. He dampened one of the pieces of cloth and came back to dab at Willa's temple. She didn't mean to wince away. She just couldn't stop the reaction to the pain that unfurled at the touch. "Again, my apologies, but we must clean you up, ja? Or you risk infection." His eyes were blue and kind. That had to be a lie, didn't it? He ought to know who she was, unless the shadows in the kitchen had masked her. Even so, he ought to assume. But he cleaned her face, tipped some water into her mouth, more slowly than whoever had done it last time, and only then sighed and crouched down beside her again. "Now, are you able to speak?" Speak? She wasn't sure her tongue remembered how, but she cleared her throat and forced air through it. "Yes, How long have I been here?" 2 days. You have apparently said nothing, much to the dismay of my colleague." He shot a frown over his shoulder. "Though how he expects you to speak when he has neither cleaned your wounds nor given you water to drink, I do not pretend to know." Brown, though obviously capable of speaking English, snarled a response in German and slashed a hand through the air. Gottlieb turned back to her, met her gaze and held it, as if saying something his lips would not. That he knew who she was. Knew she'd just been with Margot and her mother. But was that a good thing or a bad? Was he good or bad? He'd let them go in Brussels, yes, but if he'd been looking for a way to curry favour with the High Command, Cor Ackerman had just handed it to him. And he wouldn't even have to turn on the family he'd obviously grown fond of to do it. He could just take it out on her. Willa was nothing to him. What hope did she have now here with this particular officer? 2 days. 2 days she had been separated from Lukas and Barclay. If they were coming back for her, they would have done so already. Her soul sagged, but only a shade or two, because she'd already known it, and God had given her a song anyway. Brown strode the 3 steps forward. "General Lieutenant Gottlieb." The rest was incomprehensible. Gottlieb didn't so much as look at him. He kept his gaze on Willa. His voice, when he spoke, stayed light. "This man here insists he knows you, that you are an English spy, but this, of course, conflicts with my information. Perhaps you can tell us which is correct, Fraulein, now that you can speak. Are you a contact he made in England, or the daughter and protégée of the American reporter touring Belgium?" She blinked. Reporter? American reporter? Brown growled. "Dummkopf! You can tell by the few words she spoke that she is English, not American." Still, Gottlieb didn't look away. "We both know many Americans send their children to England for their education. Accent means nothing. Just as we both know that the High Command is very eager for the Americans to write pleasant, positive articles about our occupation, yeah? Now tell me, Herr Baumann, is the reporter outside claiming his daughter is our prisoner likely to write a pleasant, positive article?" "He is not a journalist. No doubt he is English, too. Probably her employer. I have never seen him, but I have heard stories. A sly trickster of a man, I would not. Enough, Herr Baumann!" Baumann. No, she couldn't think of him as anything but Brown after all this time. Sneered. "You are a fool if you believe his story, General Lieutenant." Now Gottlieb stood, slowly without bending his back, until he towered over Brown. "I am a fool. I invite you to remember that I am a general. And what are you? A spy. Who do you think the High Command will trust first, You? After I tell them you are a double agent?" Brown flushed red. It happened so quickly, Willa hadn't even time to jump. In one motion, Gottlieb pulled out his sidearm, aimed and fired. The crack filled the room, filled her head, cut off Brown's objection. Her eyes felt as big as her face as she watched his eyes go blank. He slumped to the floor. Other feet rushed toward the door, 2 soldiers bursting in together. Gottlieb waved to Brown, casually, and said a few short words. Apparently not at all worried about what he'd just done. And the soldiers didn't seem alarmed either. They nodded, saluted, and then dragged Brown out of the door. Gottlieb shut the door behind them. When he turned again, his motions were quicker. She heard the familiar gliding of a knife from a sheath, and then that of hemp being cut. When it snapped free, her arms sagged. She had to bite her lip to keep from screaming at the pain as her shoulders rotated, as blood rushed into her fingertips like needles. Gottlieb returned to the front and bent down to work at the ropes on her ankles. "That man has never once passed along useful information. He will not be missed. But you, Fraulein, would do well to get out of Belgium as quickly as you can." She didn't know what to rub first. Her hands, her raw wrists, her aching shoulders. She didn't know what to trust, or how to hope. She'd been dead. Now she was alive. How? He lifted his brows. "With your father, of course. And if you would be so kind as to tell him that we went to great lengths to free you the very moment we realized the mistake that had been made, Germany would thank you.
And we will be sure to find this local who turned you in and caution him against feeding us false information in the future. But that is no concern of yours. You need only go home with your father." Her father? The words wouldn't settle, wouldn't set. It couldn't be. She wouldn't know him if it were. "There now." Gottlieb resheathed his knife and held out a hand. "You will be unsteady. Lean on me." Unsteady was putting it mildly. Her knees buckled, her ankles turned, and her side blazed anew with the movement. But Gottlieb's arm proved strong and gentle as she leaned into it. He walked her slowly to the door. "I can take you to clean up first if you'd like, or directly to your father." If she tried to clean herself up, she'd probably fall into a heap and not get up again. "My father, please." The corridors blended together, one grey passage melding into another, until at last they emerged into a well-lit lobby. It was day, and it was bright, and it was beautiful. She scanned the faces in the direction Gottlieb led her, still not sure who she was looking for. Not until she spotted the bowler hat, the silver-gold hair, the fine, but not too fine, suit of clothes. "Willa, there you are! Lands, girl, what did they do to you?" Mr. V rushed toward them, concern on his face and a strange accent tilting his words the wrong direction. American, she would guess, though she wasn't sure which region of it he was pretending to be from. But when his arms came around her, she sagged into him. He wasn't her father, not even close. In this moment, though, she'd happily call him her best friend. "It was as I feared, sir," Gottlieb said. "She'd been apprehended by mistake, and questioned none too gently. Though I have dealt with the man who treated her so harshly, I assure you. I pray you understand that he did not act in accordance with the German High Command. We would never condone treating a young lady in such a way." "I'm just grateful you returned her to me, General." Mr. V tucked her into his side and turned toward the door. "Now, if you'll excuse us, my daughter looks like she could use some pampering." "Of course." Gottlieb bowed and walked them to the exterior door, even opened it for them. Willa looked up at him, not sure what she expected. He gave her half a smile, and his eyes were deep and amused. Perhaps so. He'd done, after all, what Margot had said he meant to do. Dealt with what his superiors would believe was a double agent, found favour with the Americans, made himself a hero, and saved the de Wildes, and her in the process. He pivoted away with a click of his boots. They stepped out into the afternoon sunshine, into freedom, into life. Willa soaked it all in and listened to the melody of it as it danced through her veins. She waited until V had led her hobbling into an automobile before she dared to ask, "Where are they?" V positioned his hands on the wheel and pulled out into the street bustling with German soldiers. "Safe in London, except for Mr. Pierce. He's waiting at the boat. It was all I could do to make him stay there, but having him with me didn't fit the story I'd devised. And Mrs. Holstein and the little ones will be in London by the time I get you there, of course. I dare say she would have insisted on coming too, if we hadn't left before she'd had the chance to get to us." Barclay hadn't cut and run. He'd run for help. God bless you, Barclay. Thank you, God. And of course Rosie would come. They were sisters. But that meant... Then who's in London now? Mr. V angled her a knowing look. "The de Wildes, of course. I've seen that all their needs are met and have repaid the Mrs. Davies the funds for this trip. Young Margot is settling in at room 40. "At what?" "Our new code-breaking headquarters. Though, mum's the word on that. You'll have to pretend you've never even heard the name." No.
Willa turned on the seat, wishing she had the energy to lash out at him. But even that movement made pain shoot up and down her side. No, she's just a child. You can't force her to work like that. She's a prodigy, Miss Forsyth, a miracle, and hardly a child. You of all people ought to understand that. Think of where you were at 14. And you, of all people, ought to understand that we did not force her to do anything. We merely offered her a violin and asked if she would like to play. Willa sank back against her seat. To Margot, yes, it would look like that. But to Lukas, it would look far different. It would look like he'd traded his sister's life for Willa's. Her eyes slid shut. She wasn't alone. She had her family. She had this new, fragile understanding with the Lord that she would have to explore. She even oddly had Mr. V. But Lukas de Wilde was as out of reach as he'd been as a poster upon her wall. Lukas let the cold wind off Cardigan Bay whip him, wrap him in its invisible arms, chill him to the very bone. But he didn't rise from his bench. It was better just to sit here and listen, and to wonder at how much life could change in a few short months. A country invaded, a family lost, a love experienced, a friend grown so very distant. "You should come," Jules said from beside him. "It will be quite fun. And Nora has convinced Nanette Georgette to come along. She's a pretty one, oui?" Lukas drew in a long breath and let it back out. "I cannot, Jules, but thank you. I must say my farewells and catch the train." "But you can't mean it!" Jules' smile caught at half-mast. "You can't leave. Not now, when the tour is just beginning. You love to tour, and what will we do without you?" "There's always another violinist happy to play my part, and I will find a new position in London." It wouldn't have his friends, but it would be close to his family, and he couldn't bring himself to be more than a tube ride away from them just now for more than a day. "I have already spoken to the Davies sisters. I will send what I can to them for the Belgian Relief Fund." His face went tight. "Our countrymen certainly need every bit of help they can get." "But," Jules sighed, "is it your arm? Is this new injury bothering you?" Lukas touched a hand to the sling he'd consented to wear this time, to hold his shoulder immobile for the first few days while it healed. "Not overmuch. It will heal quickly. It is not that, Jules, that led me to this. It's Willa Forsyth." He shook his head and focused his gaze on the slate-grey water across from them, the sweep of sand that disappeared into it. "I have not even seen her in a week." He wanted to, oh, how he wanted to assure himself she was well, to thank her for risking her life for his family, to tell her that if she wanted his forgiveness for all she'd done, for being a thief, for lying to him, then she had it. Even if she didn't want it, she had it. He wanted to pull her close and tell her she had no reason to steal. Not anymore. He could give her a different life. If she let him, she could give herself one. But she didn't love him. She'd made that perfectly clear from the start. She hadn't loved him going into Belgium, so why would her stance have changed after suffering as she had for him and his? After, to her way of thinking, he had abandoned her like her parents had. She wouldn't see that he'd had no choice. She'd see only that he walked away in anger when they were still in Wales. That he'd left her to the German soldiers on the docks in Antwerp. He would see her again, eventually. He would thank her, offer that forgiveness. But not until he had the strength to withstand her dismissal, and to walk away again without crumbling, when all he wanted to do was gather her into his arms and beg her to be a part of his life forever. Jules snorted.
I knew it wouldn't stick, that you'd realize soon enough she isn't your type and walk away. A man doesn't change so quickly, so thoroughly.
The pain yawned around him, threatening to strangle him. He couldn't speak. He couldn't look into his friend's eyes. But Jules ducked his head to meet his gaze anyway, then scrunched his face in question.
And yet, you look heartbroken, Lukas. What happened?
He dug his fingers into his leg, but it did nothing to distract from the real agony.
She doesn't love me.
Jules sighed.
But you love her? Then I don't understand. Since when does Lukas de Wilde not chase the thing he wants until he gets it?
Since the one he wanted was too far out of reach to even hope to catch. He stood from his bench and stretched out a hand.
I owe you thanks, Jules, for saving my life, and I forgive you for it.
Jules breathed a laugh and clasped his hand.
That at least is the Lukas I know. I'm not sure what to make of a lovesick one, but you'll get your girl if you really want her. You always do.
A ridiculous statement, since he'd never really wanted one in particular, not like this.
I had better hurry. The train won't wait for me. You'll keep in touch? Of course, and you'll let me know when Enora agrees to marry you?
His friend's smile went boyish.
If she agrees, certainly. You must stand up with me, you know. I would have it no other way.
They said their farewells and Jules strode back across Marine Terrace and into the hotel. Lukas had no reason to follow. He'd already spent his last night in those rooms, packed his things, had them sent ahead of him to the train station. There was nothing left for him now in Wales, but he stood there a minute more taking it in. He'd come back, someday, when it didn't hurt so much to relive the 2 months he'd spent here. A quick check of his watch verified that he'd run out of time. The car would be waiting for him, so he moved toward it, even managed to drum up a smile for the woman waiting inside. Gwen Davies didn't look as if she felt any of his strain.
Are we ready, monsieur?
She certainly seemed to be, in her travelling suit, a little handbag clutched in her lap, and pure light in her face. But then, she'd known from the start that Willa wasn't really an old school chum. She had no reason to fear seeing her again as much as she longed for it. Lukas cleared the feeling from his throat.
Of course, Miss Davies.
Thank you again for agreeing to let me accompany you. I do hate travelling alone. He merely nodded. The other sister and Miss Blaker would follow Gwen in a few days, but someone had to be here now to help spread the word about the symphony's tour, or at the very least, they had wanted to be. No doubt they could have hired it out, had it not been something they'd anticipated doing themselves for months. Miss Davies sighed.
You are certain she is well?
Recovering, that is what I am told.
He had seen Barclay a few times, and V. Both gave him updates on Willa's well-being, obviously knowing he needed those morsels, even if he doubted that she'd approve of their talking to him about her.
The gunshot she took to the side did not hit anything vital, and the rest worked itself out in a few days.
Sore muscles, joints so stiff it took days for them to fully loosen. According to Barclay, she'd practically lived in a deep bathtub for the last week. Even Barclay Pierce ought to know better than to mention such things to a man, born to society or not. Had he no sense at all? You have really not seen her? He didn't look at Miss Davies just now either. He wasn't exactly sure what he'd see on her face, but it would no doubt match her tone of voice. Reproving, gentle, disbelieving.
In deference to her wishes.
She certainly had not asked after him, had she? And so he'd kept busy, finding a house suitable for his mother and sister, seeing Margot safely to her new position, trying to push away the guilt for doing so that he couldn't quite shake, regardless of how excited his sister had been, how buoyant each evening when she came home, how right when she'd said,
"Would you not have jumped at the chance to join an orchestra at my age? Can you not see this is the same for me? All I have ever wanted, Lukas, is to be treated as an adult, to do something that matters with this gift God has given me."
But she wasn't an adult, or shouldn't be. Perhaps Mare had lengthened her hem and put up her hair so she looked older, but she was only 14. She was not a child when it came to her mind. He knew that. It was unfair to expect her to want to spend her days embroidering or knitting or playing the piano when that was not who she was. He had relented, and he was rewarded with her joy, with V's assurances, with Barclay's promises that he would stick as close as he could to her whenever Lukas himself wasn't nearby. Their mother went with her every day, both of them posing as secretaries. Apparently, the whole code-breaking operation was so secretive that they all hid in a tiny cupboard of a room whenever an outsider came in anyway. He had met the men she'd be working alongside. Good men, if an odd collection. Few were military, despite working now in the Admiralty building. But they all had the same instincts Margot had, to see the patterns, the puzzles, though some had seemed baffled when she claimed they must follow it up with mathematics. Perhaps she could teach them something. "Are you quite certain that's what Willa wants?" Miss Davies said, pulling him back to the car and the streets passing by outside the window. "And that it isn't your anger with her keeping you apart? You realise, don't you, that the things you loved about Willa, those are not things about which she could have lied. If anything, knowing her past ought to make those things all the more remarkable. That God entrusted such a talent to a girl who, by rights, ought not to have had any means of exploring it. Who ought never to have even held a violin in her hands. Do you not ask why he did so? What plan he has for her?"
"I do not doubt the Lord has something in store, and I do not hold any grudge against her for lying to me."
How could he, in the face of Belgium? She'd nearly given her life for them to save his family.
"But she is not the type to forgive so easily, mon ami."
He'd long since known that if he could convince her to love him, she'd do so with her whole being. Unfortunately, that no doubt meant she'd hate him just as fully for being the one to bring all this upon her. Chapter 29. Willa hadn't expected to actually like Gwen and Daisy Davies, it was true. But when she walked into the pretty little parlour of Peter Holstein's house in Hammersmith, which she'd called home for the last week, joy flooded her at seeing the woman who was somehow a friend standing there and rubbing absently at her two sensitive fingers. Willa rushed forward and pulled Gwen into a tight embrace. Perhaps it wasn't what one did in society, but Gwen hugged her back. "Oh, Willa, you look as though you've been through the very thick of it. Are you well?" Her side still hurt. She couldn't sleep without nightmares rising, running through unfamiliar streets, someone chasing her. That terrible feeling of thirst, being trapped in a dark, empty room. But when she awoke, it was with a sister by her side, and brothers downstairs, and the sure knowledge that no matter how lost she got, they'd come for her. She wasn't alone. She smiled as she pulled away. "Quite well. And so glad to see you. Please sit. Can I get you anything? Tea?" Gwen waved that away and pulled Willa down beside her on the couch. "I'm in need of nothing, I assure you, only to see you again. I must apologize, Willa. I took your violin to a luthier, but—" "He could not fix damage that severe, I know." That, too, filled her dreams. But it was only a thing. She'd always known not to put too much value on things, not when they could so easily be stolen or destroyed. It was just a thing, and she'd have another, someday. She'd put back £5 from what Mr. V had paid her. She'd put back another 5 after the next job, whatever it might be. Barclay had already announced to the family that they'd be working no more jobs outside of what V gave them. Legitimate ones, more or less, and Willa couldn't bring herself to regret it. Not anymore. She'd work for him, for her country, and she'd earn her keep. She'd save like the honest blokes did, until she could afford to buy herself whatever violin she decided on. She'd earn it. Perhaps that would make it even more special. "He couldn't know, so I took it instead to a woodworker I know. He used the wood, at least, to make something new." Gwen reached down to a box sitting beside the couch and pulled out something flat and rectangular and covered with a scrap of muslin. "Gwen, you needn't have." But curiosity overtook her, and she unwrapped the offering, then couldn't quite breathe. The wood had been arranged in a patchwork, creating a picture frame. She never would have thought that a frame could be so beautiful when made of ill-fitting pieces of scarred wood. But it was. She ran her fingers along it, wondering at how the craftsman had found enough good wood left to create anything new at all. Then her gaze settled on the photograph, cradled by her violin. The reason for her sudden lack of breath. When was this taken? "At that concert in Cardiff before the theft. We had a photographer there. Did you not see him?" Gwen scooted close and looked at the photograph along with her. "You are a handsome couple. Look how he looks at you." She touched a finger to the black and grey face of Lukas de Wilde. He looked down at the grey and white face of Willa with an expression she couldn't quite believe, even as she saw it. He really had loved her, and she had ruined it. "Thank you, Gwen. It's the best gift anyone could have given." Love framed by music. "Then you don't want my other gift?" Willa looked up at the teasing note in her friend's voice, saw the veritable blaze of a gleam in her eyes. "What other gift could you possibly give?" "Well—" This time Gwen stood and moved to the back of the couch. The sound of something large sliding across the wood preceded the appearance of a case, whose distinctive shape could not be mistaken. Willa stood, fingers itching even as she said, "You needn't give me a violin. I am saving. I will buy one myself." Gwen lifted it, though, and held it out. "Please, it just sits there, never being played. It isn't right. I want you to keep it as long as you need. You can return it after you purchase one of your own, of course, but in the meantime, can't you bring it to life again? It wants it." Her hand shook as she reached out. It was a fine case. No surprise for Gwen Davies. She set it on the cushions they had abandoned and flipped the latches, then drew in that breath she'd lost. Is that... The wood was so beautiful, so gleaming, the wood grain impossibly tight. Gwen chuckled. "Why do you think Mr. de Wilde brought his Stradivarius for me to see that first night, Willa? He knew I had one of my own, to which I'd want to compare it." But she'd hoped to buy one for £100 or so, a solid, good instrument. But it would be nothing like this. She could never in a lifetime afford anything like this. It is too dear, I cannot. If something were to happen to it, then at least it will have spent time in the hands of a master again, beforehand. Please, Willa. Gwen reached in when Willa didn't and lifted the precious instrument out, placed it in Willa's hands. Give it life. I never could do so as well as you. Tears dampened her eyes, but she hadn't the hands to brush them away. Not now. One held the violin, and the other the bow, that Gwen also pressed against her fingers. She closed her eyes, raised the instrument, and played. The vibrato moved from instrument to chin and straight down to her core. Its sound was as rich and full as Lukas's, of course, but today she didn't play one of the songs he'd pulled out for her, nor one of the many she had heard over the years as she eavesdropped on orchestras. She played her own, the one God had filled her spirit with in that prison cell, the one that spoke of beginnings and loss and a full, bright life despite it all. When she lowered her bow and opened her eyes, Gwen wasn't the only one in the room. Rosie stood there too, a few of the little ones behind her. She had tears in her eyes and a stack of papers clutched in her hands. Beautiful. Did you write it? Willa's lips pulled up. I think it wrote me. Well... Rosemary stepped closer, offering Gwen a smile, but not asking for an introduction. Instead, she held out the papers. Regardless, it looks like this arrived just in time. Staff paper, Willa saw, with elegant lines stretching across the pages, all blank, waiting for her to fill them. She set down the bow and reached for the stack. Rosie, it's perfect. She had done nothing to deserve such friends, such family, nothing. But she'd thank the Lord for them. So you can win that bet. Rosie winked and stepped back again. Willa shook her head with a laugh. That would be cheating. Oh, come now. What do you think Retta intended when she issued it? You were always your greatest obstacle, Will. We all knew it was yourself. You'd have to find a way to get the music from. They did? But how did they know? Regardless, she would do it right, now. She would write down the song and play it at Paulie's that night, on the only stage she'd ever stood on, the only stage she needed. She'd win the bet, and she'd issue another, and she'd be with her family, and life would be good. She made the introductions then, and visited with Gwen for another hour before her friend had to leave. Then she climbed Rosie's steps back up to the room she was sharing with Ellie and little Olivia. Eleanor had moved all of Willa's things here while she was in Wales, and they had decided without her input to let their flats go. The old cigar box stuffed with slips of paper with names of composers and their work that she'd wanted to look up sat on the bureau. Her clothes, stitched so aptly by Rosemary, filled the little closet. Her poster of Lukas de Wilde had been tacked to the wall. She stopped in front of it with a heaving breath and positioned the photograph on the little table under it. I still can't believe you got to meet him. Ellie appeared at her side, looking up at it as well. I mean, for longer than I did. It isn't right for a man to be so handsome, is it? Willa chuckled and slid an arm around her little sister's shoulders. It isn't. It ought to be some kind of crime. And yet, I bet that whole time you were there you never thought to get an autograph, did you? She turned raised brows on Ellie, with her two pretty features and her rosebud smile. He hadn't looked twice at her, Barclay had said, nor at Retta, both of whom were far prettier than Willa. No, can't say as I did. Good thing you have me around, then. Ellie stretched up and moved the edge of something white under the tack holding the poster up. A program from that solo concert of his that she'd sneaked into. She'd rescued this from the street out front, where some careless patron with more money than sense had let it fall. And scrawled on the front now was, "To Eleanor, for the sake of the music. Lukas de Wilde."
Sorry it's to me. Would have looked a bit strange had I asked for your name instead.
It doesn't matter. Thank you, Ellie. For the sake of the music. She turned back to the violin she'd set on the bed, to the promise of blank staff paper. She had a bet to win.
I am not taking you to a tavern.
Margot folded her arms over her chest and weighed the value of adding a pout. No, that would just cement in her stubborn oath of a brother's mind that she was a child, which would rather defeat her purpose.
It is not a tavern, Lukas. It is a pub. I have heard nothing but good things about Polly's.
And more important, her brother hadn't, or so Barclay had assured her when they'd concocted this plan this morning. Lukas shifted from foot to foot and surveyed the room in which she spent her days. Sir Alfred Ewing had promised them more room soon, but at the moment it was little more than a cupboard of a chamber attached to his office. Still, it was a cupboard that buzzed with energy, a cupboard filled with all the most beautiful things, papers and puzzles and books. Papa would have loved it, even with the chaos of all those men in the close space. It was heaven. Maman would be back any minute with their coats, and she would help with the convincing if necessary. But if Margot could not manage it beforehand, what kind of a little sister was she?
Please, Mr. Colbreth says the food is... What word did you use, Mr. Colbreth?
The man sitting nearest her desk looked up, his eyes still foggy with thought. Then he glanced between her and Lukas and seemed to sift through the words he'd no doubt overheard, even if he hadn't focused upon them. His smile said he knew her grand plan was underway. He was a good sort, this new neighbour of hers. "Brilliant! Had a meat pie there 3 days ago. That's still filling my dreams." He wisely didn't mention that he had said meat pie when Barclay cajoled him into leaving his desk and going to Paulie's pub for a late supper. Lucas's mouth was still far too tight a line.
But is it appropriate for young ladies?
Oh, there are hordes of ladies and little ones there this early.
Most of them were Barclay and Willa's so-dubbed siblings, but Mr. Colbreth was too good to mention that too.
And I hear there will be music tonight. I've half a mind to knock off early and go over myself. I can show you the way if you like.
He leaned back in his chair.
Please, Lukas.
It had to be tonight, Barclay had said. Willa would not only be there, she'd be playing. And according to what he told her, Lukas would be a goner, whatever that was, as soon as he heard her play again. And Willa, Barclay assured her, would be over the moon to see Lukas. She wasn't entirely sure what Barclay did at Whitehall. He didn't seem to answer to Ewing, but she'd seen him once talking to the Director of Naval Intelligence, Captain Hall, who seemed to count Mr. V a friend. Whatever the case, Barclay made an appearance on 1 out of 3 days. She was still trying to determine if she'd be able to count him a brother when her brother married his adopted sister. The mathematics didn't really seem in her favour there, but she would claim it anyway. His family didn't seem to care about such trifles as blood or legalities when it came to family. She could approve of that. Lukas sighed. It sounded 3 times as heavy as it had before all this had happened.
I am really not feeling up to it, ma petite.
And how long until you do? Must we all sit at home every night until then?
It was a low blow, she knew, but a sister had to resort to such things now and then, when it was for her brother's own good. Another heavy sigh, but something in his eyes shifted.
All right, you win. Supper at this Polly's pub.
But he didn't smile. She'd been able to count on one hand the smiles she'd earned from her brother since they got to London. They had to change that. It couldn't be healthy to have so few smiles. Maman returned, her brows raised toward Margot, who gave her a confirming nod. Lukas was questioning Mr. Culbreth, asking about the direction, apparently. Hopefully her brother didn't know London well enough yet to realise it was in a poor part of town. The tube would disguise the fact as they travelled, and hopefully the darkness of the November evening would aid them in the short walk from there. Barclay had already drawn her a map of where to go, but she let Lukas get the direction as well. It would make him feel better to think he was the one leading the way. Margot slipped into the coat Maman handed her, not missing the prayer her mother muttered as she put on her own. A prayer for Lukas's happiness and for healing of his broken heart, regardless of what happened tonight. Margot added her own to it. 9, 81, 729, 6,561. Then she followed her brother and mother down the bleak hallway, filled with shuffling old men delivering their last papers of the day. Down the stairs and out into the cold London night. She missed Louvain, which would never be the same. She missed Madame Dumont's house in Brussels, too, and the lady herself, and Claudette. She even missed, strangely, Gottlieb and his 2 blue eyes, and his 2 slow moves in Go. But she liked where she'd ended up. She didn't have to pretend to be stupider than she was anymore. She spent her days with people who forgot, more often than not, that she was a girl. Only a few of them were mathematicians, as she was, but still they understood her. They saw her for the answers she produced, for the puzzles she could solve, like Papa. She slid a hand into the crook of Lukas's arm and followed him toward the nearest tube stop. It was his turn now to find what made him happy. He just had to take the risk and claim it. Pauli's place looked more dubious with every step toward it, and Lukas was about to say so, to insist these 2 females beside him give up their determination for a meal at this particular place, except that Barclay jogged up beside them at that very moment, a grin on his face. "Don't let the neighbourhood fool you. This place is a gem." Barclay, he should have known he'd be behind Culbreth, having discovered the pub. Barclay, he'd learned, knew the best places for everything in London and gave advice about them freely. Still, it didn't seem the sort of place to take his mother and sister. But Mr. Culbreth had been right about music tonight. He heard the lively strains of a violin, a guitar, a piano, and a trumpet. They weren't half bad, either. Not exactly an orchestra, but a decent group for a pub in this section of town. Warmth met them at the door, along with the smell of frying food and spices and roasted meat. His stomach growled on cue, and his gaze swung around the crowded room. If the number of people were any indication of the quality of meals to be had, he'd have to grant that Barclay and Culbreth hadn't led him astray. He continued inside as he looked around, unwinding the scarf from his neck. It was when he turned to ask his mother where she wanted to try to find a seat that his gaze made its way to the tiny little stage jammed into the corner. His feet turned to blocks of ice, frozen and immovable. He saw the hair first, sliding as always from its pins. His hands tingled at the remembered feel of those stray pieces sliding over his fingers when he kissed her. The slender frame, standing with that same blasted bend to her back that he had spent weeks trying to correct. Did she learn nothing from those lessons? As if hearing his thoughts, she straightened her spine, turned just a bit as she played. The violin, that snagged his gaze next. He could see from here that it wasn't the sort a thief could afford. She wouldn't have stolen it, would she have? He'd thought somehow that this whole ordeal would have changed something for her. But maybe he'd been wrong, as he'd been to begin with, assuming he could win her.
Gwen Davies lent it to her.
Barclay kept Lukas still with a hand on his shoulder,
until she could replace the one Cor Ackerman destroyed. I didn't know a violin could sound like that, but then I suppose you did.
He swallowed and shrugged away from the hand. This had been their plan all along. His mother and Margot obviously conspirators. Later, perhaps he'd be angry about it. He should be. They were forcing him to certain heartbreak, and he was none too sure he was ready to walk away whole. He needed more time to steel himself, to build that wall around his heart, to be able to look at her and see someone other than the woman he loved too much, too fully, too disastrously. But his feet took him a step closer. She must not be too upset about how everything had ended up if she could play like that tonight. She must not miss him with the same soul-deep ache that overtook him every time he let his thoughts wander. She must not regret for a moment the way she'd handled it all. The song came to an end, and amid the raucous applause, the other musicians climbed down. Willa stood alone on the little stage, and her eyes were focused on a long table against the opposite wall.
"This one's for you, Retta, winning that bet."
He spotted the blondes at the table then, the fairer Eleanor, the more golden Retta, both smiling. Though Retta called back,
"If you weren't the hardest composer to ever wheedle a song from, I'd say it doesn't count."
Composer? She'd written something? Margot nudged him forward, and his feet thawed enough to allow it, propelled more by intrigue than by his sister's bony finger. She'd written something, lured it to her fingers and onto the page. It shouldn't feel like a victory for him. It wasn't his, after all. But it did. It made something go light that had been heavy inside. A table cleared before them as if by magic, or perhaps by the power of Barclay, who shoved him into one of the now empty chairs, and then leaned against the table with a smug little smile that might have been annoying if Lukas weren't too focused upon the stage to pay it any undue mind. She closed her eyes as she always did when playing from memory, positioned the bow, and the din of the pub went muted, down to a dull hush, ready to be pierced by the first note. It had a slow start, almost wandering through those same notes played over and over. Then a pause in which his soul recognized the question, the emptiness, the loneliness. He leaned forward. What would come next? A minor key, no doubt? Confused and forsaken and... No, it wasn't minor at all. It was major and fast and full and... Willa. His breath seeped out. It was her song, or she was its, full not of doubt but of confidence, of life, of gratitude. "If you'd bothered to talk to her," Barclay said into his ear, "she no doubt would have told you how the Lord spoke to her in that cell, through music. This music." He had? It shouldn't surprise him, and it didn't really, except that it seemed odd she would have reached out, that she would have asked, that she would have admitted she needed anyone other than what she'd found for herself. But she did. That was there too, in that line of melody. It wove around the notes, around his heart, and then it circled back to those same beginning notes. A restoration. It was a simple song, so how could it say so much? The crowd erupted again around him, with whistles and clapping and shouts of encouragement. He didn't know most of these people, but she was theirs, and the same pride that surged through him obviously surged through them as well. She didn't need him. She had family here, a whole world happy to support her, to cheer her on and be her audience. And he had family too, who would support him if she rebuffed him, who would make certain he didn't sink too far into despair, who would remind him that the Lord held his future in his capable palm. But as he watched her bow, manlike, and smile toward the girls she claimed as sisters, he felt again that same recognition he'd felt in the Davises' drawing room. They could be two melodies, existing in the same world, but never mixing. Counterpoint, each line unique. Or they could be a harmony, blending together and making something new, something more than, as Margot would put it, the sum of their parts. He pushed to his feet, dodging the hand that Barclay put out, no doubt meant to stop him from barreling from the pub. But he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he shouldered his way through the standing ovation until he stood in front of them all, in front of the stage. She looked down at him and her face froze. Her violin, Miss Davies' violin, lowered to her side. Lukas. That was a symphony all its own. His name on her lips, containing within it an apology, a recognition, hope. He held up a hand to help her step down and said, "Only my closest friends call me Lukas. If you do not want to give me false ideas, you had better call me mon amour." Her lips smiled as she stepped down onto the crowded floor, but her eyes were still wary. "You have it wrong. You just told me to call you idiot." "No doubt you think me one." He didn't release her fingers. Could only move his thumb across her knuckles. "That I proved you right, that I left." She shook her head and gripped his fingers back. "No, I know you wanted to come back. Barclay told me. It was me who left, who never gave us a chance, who lied about so much. But not about what matters." He nodded to the stage. "You could not lie about the music." Her nostrils flared with the breath she sucked in. "I've turned over a new leaf, and not just because Barclay told us all we must. I mean it. So, can you forgive me? Someday, do you think?" He tilted his head, made a show of considering. "Perhaps by our 10th wedding anniversary or so." Her fingers went tighter still. "Lukas." Someone shifted behind him and slid something warm and round into his hand. His fingers closed around it, felt its outline, the smooth circle of metal, the jewel jutting out. He had to blink thrice to keep back the emotion. "I know I promised you London part of the year, Brussels the rest, but that will have to wait. London only just now. Perhaps a day or two in Wales, now and then, to visit our friends." She eased closer to him and handed off her violin to a brunette with curls who stood nearby. "And Cornwall. We'll have to visit Rosie and Peter in Cornwall." "Naturally," the brunette said with a cheeky grin. Rosie, he assumed. "Naturally," he echoed, and tugged Willa closer still. Then he reached for her now free hand and slid his mother's diamond onto it. Her eyes were the most beautiful things, blue and green and brilliant. "Aren't you supposed to ask something when you do that?" "And give you the chance to say no? I think not." But he lifted her left hand and settled it against his chest, where his heart raced for her.
I will be a good husband, Willa. I swear it. Give me a chance.
Yes, her eyes were the most beautiful things, right up there with that smile that bloomed across her mouth. I'll probably be a dunce of a wife, but if you'll have me, knowing all you do, then I'm yours. "Kiss her already!" came from that long table, followed by hoots and laughter. It was good advice, so he took it, inclining his head until he could capture her lips, capture her heart, and blend her song with his own. The end. This book was read for you by Liz Pierce, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of A Song Unheard by Roseanna M. White. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.